Alrighty, hello and welcome everyone. I hope you're all having a fantastic day wherever you are in the world. And welcome here. So today we are going to be doing Logic Teaches Warhammer multiplayer. So we're going to be here with Prophet Oreo, who is another fantastic streamer here in the community. He actually does most of his stuff here on Twitch. So I'll have to quickly scoot myself over here and see if I can share. There we go, Twitch Prophet Oreo. And that's going to be down there on the side. I don't know how to pin it or do any sort of stuff like that, but nope, don't know how to do that. So I'm sure that will be, I'm sure I'll be able to do that later. But yes, so there's going to be Prophet Order there, so do go feel free to check him out. We're going to be working together, and I'm going to be coaching him kind of through the process of multiplayer. How it works, how it's all done. He's come from a different bunch of games, played a little bit of single player, really wants to get into multiplayer, just joined the Short Bit League at the Urkin Miners, so really coming in at the entry level, and just wants to learn a lot here about the multiplayer scene. So for me, I'm happy to here to come help and coach, and then hopefully you guys can take some of these lessons home as well, and maybe apply it to your own Warhammer, and you know, certainly do as I say, not as I do. Are very, very different things. Use your groupings. I don't use mine. So yes. This should be super fun. Really looking forward to it. Got a bunch of anybody that wants to play today. Anybody that watches here for a good period of time in Prophet Oreo. In his stream for a good period of time, anybody that does watch will actually have the opportunity to win a nice juicy prize. I don't know if he wants me to sell the prize, but the prize is quite a big one. It's quite a big prize, so do go through to check him out. It's, give him a cheeky follow, and those that I think collectively gain about 500 channel points in watching of him, which is all free. It's all free. You just watch, you get these free channel points. Those that collect enough there will get a juicy free prize. So do go check that out. Also, anybody that does play today, which anybody is welcome to, will also be in the raffle ticket to earn a Prophet Oreo blanket. So feel free to get part of that as well, which, you know, he's such an awesome dude. Do feel free to go over there, pop over, and give him a cheeky follow. He's such a nice guy. So we'll be popping in and playing. I believe he likes the Dwarfs and Wood Elves, so we'll be probably focusing predominantly there, and then we'll see where we're going from there. So just waiting to see when Prophet Oreo is ready, and then we'll go through some games, and we'll try and get some in. I think the first one should be Stormrunner. Stormrunner was an absolute champion. So once Mr. Prophet Oreo is ready, we'll start doing that. So do go free to go check him out. Give him a little follow, and then.
I have myself on push to talk, good sir.
Hey man, can you hear me? I don't know if Prophet Oreo can hear me. He might be able to hear me. Can you hear me? Let's have a look here. Not too sure.
I cannot hear you in voice chat.
Oh, you cannot hear me.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
oh,
figured
you
it out.
can hear me. Nice, awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, we're gonna be kicking off. Just waiting for Storm to come in here. But whilst we're waiting for Storm, so you've told me you like playing with the Wood Elves and the Dowie. Do you want to tell my guys a little bit why you like those factions?
Wood Elves, the reason why I like the Wood Elves so much is more of like just a fantasy race that I've always liked.
Mm-hmm.
So like I even have like Wood Elf cosplay and stuff like that. So I kinda like them because of that reason. and then the biggest reason too is I also really like range. So in like any game, for example, like Monster Hunter, this game, I like to usually go range. I just like range. So like Wood Elves are literally my calling, to be honest. Because you know they're heavy range.
No,
and then with the Dowie, I just really like them because like they're tanky, they got some range, and they're just fun to play, just lore wise.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, yeah, like for me, I love my dwarfs. Thematically, you know, they're my favorite. So yeah, I totally get it. So I'm just waiting for Storm to get in here. So I think what we'll do is we'll start with the wood elves. For some things for you to kind of take away and think about your first battle, I'm going to give you like 2 tips, and then I'm just going to watch and see what you do. I'm going to cast how you play. I'm going to see what you do. What I'm going to do, you're going to pick Wood Elves, and I'm going to tell you can ban any 2 factions out of the other 15 that are going. That also includes Wood Elves. So you can ban whatever you like. My first tip would be think about what your strengths are as the Wood Elves. Think about what your strengths are and where they're going to do well in the matchup that has been presented in front of you. And then the second one is, what are your weaknesses? What are your potential weaknesses and threats from your opponent that could really cause you a problem in this matchup? They're like my... Go
on. I feel like from what I've experienced with Wood Elves is like when I play campaign, is things with further range. So things with good siege, stuff like that, or for example, something that's really really tanky. So I would have to probably, if I was going to ban 2, it'd probably be dwarves and greenskins.
Okay, interesting. That's very, very interesting. Okay. Let me just message Storm, see if he's ready. Unless somebody else does want to hop in. Let me see. Let's see if Demon of the Dark is ready. Cool. So we're getting Demon of the Dark. Looks like they're ready. They're going to jump in right now because I'm not too sure what. Oh, Storm's in. Storm's in. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Looks like we're ready to kick off. So. Hey, Storm. No problem. Do you have time for 2 games? Question mark. Cool. So, Prophet.
Yes, sir.
Can you please pick one band 2? That would be amazing. Just in the little chat box there, tell Mr. DVD Stormrunner that you'd like to pick Wood Elves and then ban whichever 2 you'd like. And then we can go from there.
Okay, and then are we doing banner rules or?
Yes. So for those that don't know, maybe from your side or anybody that doesn't know my side, we have 2 rule sets in the current community. We have banner rules and fruit rules. Fruit rules is very much up to current date and it gets updated very, very regularly. So I think for this kind of stage, it might not be optimal to play that just because there's a lot of brand new rules and a lot of people, even in the current element, might forget. We're going to be playing banner rules, so there is going to be a subset of rules basically that determines how you attack, what units you can bring, how many of them you can bring, total composition of how many, like 12 max archers, all these kind of things that kind of help people bring a competitive and fair army setup.
Cool. I opened up the better rules on the side too.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Cool. So Storm Runner is gonna, let's see what do you. Let's see what Storm wants to do with that. So we're going to come back here. So also, if anybody has any questions, do feel free to ask straight away. We need to get in touch with the new name. Overlooked it at first. So, what were you known as before, Demon? Hey, good video. Greetings from Mexico. Thank you very much, Eduardo. Welcome, welcome. What else have we got here? Demon, what were you known as before? I'm not too sure what you're known as before. And that's what we have down under Blunder. Welcome, my friend. How are you? Yo, Logic, what's going on? What's going on is we're going to be chilling here with Prophet Oreo. We're going to be... I'll tell you what, Prophet, why don't you use this time to tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, and what you plan on doing in the future.
I'm Prophet Oreo. My name is Cody. I don't mind if people know that because it's in my description. Right now, I currently am a stay-at-home dad because recently with COVID, all the job stuff going on. But right now, I started streaming because I wanted to basically get new friends and have people to play games with, and that's what I plan on to continue to do in the future. And I'm really enjoying it. For example, I met Logical, and he's absolutely phenomenal, so can't complain here. So yeah.
Nice. And you're planning on playing quite a bit in Warhammer 3, is that correct?
Oh yes, I'll be playing. The chat voted Cathay first for the good faction, Slanesh for the second faction because I make a lot of cream jokes in my channel, so we need more cream for the cream god.
For the cream god.
Slanesh, yep.
Ah, you're Ludwig. Oh, nice. Hey, Rusty, what's going on here? So we're going to be playing with Prophet Oreo. So for anybody here that does play today, Prophet Oreo is giving away a blanket, is that correct? And then also, this could be, I didn't tell them what the prize was, but it's going to be a nice little prize for anybody that watches the stream today for Prophet Oreo. So feel free to go check him out.
There's it says so in there, but the only requirement is I have it for like 1,000 points basically because you just redeem a raffle ticket for it. Because I don't want people to come in like I didn't even announce that I was doing it on stream, but you know what I mean. Because I don't want people to just come in and swipe it, so I want it to be more of a people get it for being here and participating.
Sure. So it looks like your opponent is going to go High Elves. So what do you know about the High Elves?
The High Elves are really good with range, and I've also seen them good with Cav, and their magic is really good as well.
Yeah, 100%. So they've got, I'd say they're a good faction overall. They're very expensive in what they bring. They have the most diverse winds of magic in the game. They have a pretty diverse front line, good armor piercing, some good anti-large tools, some good anti-infantry tools. Very, very good range, good cavalry. Skirmish is okay, not brilliant, but it's okay. And then they have good monsters and beasts. So they have like war lions, they have phoenixes, they have dragons, and they do have artillery pieces with the eagle claw bolt throwers. What's going to be your strategy or what's your thought process here for everybody to fight here up against the High Elves?
So against High Elves, I'm not really sure because I've never really fought people who play High Elves that much, so it's going to be interesting for me. I think they're probably, seeing a lot of High Elf players, they're probably going to bring a lot of Cav. And probably some Rangers and some Spearmen to hold the front line. So my thought process here is if they do bring Siege, I'm hoping to hit them with the Sisters of Twilight with the spread arrows to kind of stop them from shooting. The arrows of Kurnos, I'm hoping to shoot at some Cav a little bit to kind of weaken them. And then basically my goal here is going to probably be making sure that none of my units get clumped up so that Burning Head doesn't wipe me if they have a Fire Mage.
Yeah, that's a good one as well. Yeah, things like Burning Heads and Penumbral Pendulum are very good against like kind of well-regimented type formations like Dwarfs and Elves and Empire and these kind of things for sure.
So I guess right now, I know that Dryads are a pretty decent unit for Wood Elves to bring.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want,
They're extremely good, yeah.
and then I have some Eternal Guards in my build right now because I want to be able to, if I need to, protect my archers from the cav.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have my cav. The problem with my cav is from what I've seen and watched other people do, is that my cav cannot go toe to toe with other cav. I'm best to just run away because I think Wood Elf cav is usually a lot faster, and trying to pinpoint and angle in a way to get to their archers or units in a back charge.
Mm-hmm.
And then my life mage is basically to heal my dryads.
Okay. Let's have a look. I can see what you've brought, so let's have a look. I'm not showing the people at home, but I can see what you've brought. Okay. Yeah, very impressed with your magic selection. Very impressed indeed. Army composition looks strong. It looks very strong. It looks like you have a good, strong understanding, especially for someone who's come from single player to very newly playing multiplayer. I really like your army composition. But anyway, that's enough talking from me. It looks like you two are going to head in. So what I'm going to do is we'll mute each other. Hey, how we doing? We got Bobo as well. Hey. All right, so we're going to go into the first game. Me and Prophet Aura will meet each other. If you'd like to see his point of view and watch him playing, do feel free to go with the link above there for the Twitch. Feel free to watch there. I'll be casting the game, so if you'd like to see any sort of casting or have both open at the same time, feel free as well. And then afterwards, we'll talk with Prophet Aura about how he thought the game went and how we can get some improvements in there. So, are you ready? Mr. Prophet
I'm
Aura?
ready. So I shall meet you on the Discord, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
All right,
see you on the other
side.
DBD, good luck with the game, and I hope to have fun.
Awesome. Cool. So I'm going to mute myself, and then we're going to go into the game. So this is going to be just a little bit finicky as we get into it. I've done this before, but like Prophet hasn't done it before. But Storm was really helpful before with when we were Mercy the Mad. It was really nice there to have him along, and they had some amazing games. And I kind of wanted to apply something similar here. People really loved that series and learned a lot from that series. And really got into the Short Bid League because of that. So I want to do some more of these where I can bring some other streamers to come in where you can see their point of view. Hopefully I can give you some casting tips. You can also come in and play and have some fun, and we can try and do something together. Dryads are a good pick, but if the High Elf player brings Silver and Guard, they are pretty brutal. This is true. This is very true. I'm very good, Bobo. How are you, my friend? I hope you're doing really well. If you need an extra, let me in. Yeah, of course, Mr. Down and Blunder. Of course, we'd definitely love to have you in for sure. If I need somebody, I'll send you a direct message, my friend. All right, so we're going to start here with the High Elves coming in from Stormrunner. So we will be having here the double Tyrannok chariots. So 2 Tyrannoks at the front, so double missile cavalry here for the chariots, which is they're so cool. The fact they are actually not very good kind of sucks, but they do magic damage. So it should be interesting. We are going to have the Fireborn Dragon Princes. Amazing anti-large fire damage and flame resistance, physical resistance, and martial mastery. So magic damage is certainly needed. So one of those alongside another Dragon Prince, we are going to have some Illyrian Reavers. 1, 2, 3 of the cheap archers, anti-infantry rangers, triple here of the spearmen. Pretty good composition here with, it looks like an Archmage of High in the sky. Now you normally go Archmage or you normally go Larry. That's pretty much the way you go for the most part, competitive. Arm of the Stars is actually really underrated in my opinion. 67 seconds of Unspottable is just absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Arcane Conduit, Tempest, Soul Quench, which is really good in the sky, Hand of Glory, and Apotheosis. So Hand of Glory has a multi-ability where you can get melee attack and reload skill. I actually really like this with the Lothern Seaguard, because Lothern Seaguard have spears, so if cavalry come in, cool, boom. 24 melee attack, so you could really stab them back with the anti-large spears, and then also, otherwise you can use them for reload skill, and you can just use it everywhere, and it's really awesome. Apotheosis and the Shield of Safri, yeah, so pretty good stuff overall. So, here from Prophet Oreo, we are going to be having the double Glade Guard Spears, alongside some Dryads in the front line, 4 units here of the Eternal Guards. Yeah, really good there, anti-large armor piercing, pretty good stat lines as well, with shields, is actually going to give them +8 melee defense, plus a silver shield, which is 55% negation to incoming missiles. Backline range, we are going to have Hagbane Tips, alongside some Glade Guard, and I believe a Starfire Shaft. One Waystalker, which he understands a little bit here about how this works from the Arrows of Kurnos. The Arrows of Kurnos can actually be used to take out artillery pieces. They're actually very, very good at doing that. They're very, very good. It's actually what makes them very good here against dwarfs and stuff like that. Eyes of Kurnos gives a base weapon, base missile damage of 10%, but of course you have to be in a very, very small 30-meter radius. Is it worth it? Not really for Glade Guard, but you know that's my personal opinion. So Sisters of Twilight with the double Glade Rider Spears on the right, and Sisters here are going to be having Just Conjoined Destiny and Vantage. And on the floor we are going to have the Spellswing of Life, 2 nice spells, Dwellers Below for the Cavalry, very, very nice, Earthblood and Lifebloom. So we haven't done any talking before this is entirely the build here of Prophet Oreo. So I think both these guys are ready, and you can see you get some Vanguard deployment here for the Dryads. You should have Vanguard deployment as well from the Glade Guard Spears. You could definitely see some in the back corner kind of travelling through into the trees if needed. You can also get some nice quick overflanking on the side here, but you can see Livery Archers, 92 speed. It should be one on either side, yeah. I think where we're going to see this build kind of struggle is if we overextend too much and we don't use the Glade Guard too much. I don't know, what's it, 170 against 180? So he's going to get outranged. Front line of Spearmen, these Spearmen aren't super great. Spearmen aren't super great. It's going to be interesting. What is the anti? I think anti-infantry of what, 5 for Rangers? Oh, it's 8. That's not bad. That's not bad because I'm 36 melee attack, so it's not bad. It's going to be an even contest for sure. This is going to be even. It's going to be tough, I think, for Prophet Oreo. He's got all the tools he needs to win. The Sisters are going to be the main tool, but how is he going to use those? He needs to get onto those Tyrannoc chariots. He also wants to get on top of the Archmage of High. Archmage of High has nowhere to run. Arrows of Kurnos straight out of the gate. Where are we going to go with those? So it looks like there we're actually going to be hitting here onto the archers. I don't know if that was aimed at the Tyrannoc chariots, but it looks like they hit the archers. So the Spirit Shot coming in the front. The Spirit Shot here from the Sisters actually does anti-infantry magic poison damage. Is it magic damage? I can never remember actually. No, it's just poison damage, but it has lots of infantry, and the other one is anti-large armor piercing, or should we say bonus first? But yes, coming forward here, infantry is going to be fighting. They're going to be pouring into the gaps. Infantry is certainly going to favour the side here of the Wood Elves, and that's why you kind of want to get around the outside here. You can see this infantry is ready to go. We are going to see some come around the outside. Now we want to put some pressure here on the archers. We outnumber 4-3. These archers want to be shooting and putting some pressure on these archers. But of course, you also need some infantry left over to protect against the Tyrannocs. Tyrannocs do shoot, but the Tyrannocs get round the sides here and actually use their chariot prowess. We can actually start shutting down some of the Glade Guard. In the sky, the Archmage is just going to be hanging around. It looks like here the Sisters are going to be shooting in, but they're also going to be getting shot here from maybe some archers taking some flinch damage. In the back here, getting caught just a little bit. It looks like here some of the Glade Rider Spears getting sandwiched here between Illyrian Reavers and Dragon Princes. They're going to fall pretty quickly. Of course, the Shock Cavalry are extremely strong. This here needs to be a huge focus. This is 1,850 gold with healing magic, which can be so goddamn painful. So we are going to get a hit there through, and now we're going to go attack the Sisters. Should be 110 speed up against 110, but they're going to be fighting in combat. There's kind of no help there for the Eagle from the High Elves, so the Sisters are certainly going to struggle here. So we are going to be shooting into the sky, or are we actually going to be shooting? No, it looks like we're going to be shooting the range here from the archers. So it looks like here we have some spears ready to go. We have some cavalry coming back. This is nice stuff. We are going to see the range here. We are going to start shutting it down here from Prophet Oreo. Range is going to be shooting in the sky now up against the Archmage of High. We do have the Tyrannocs in the back, though. They're going to be firing up against the Sisters of Twilight. 124 missile strength per one, so you go times that by 3. You're looking at probably somewhere around 400 damage. And here we'll actually have Tempest. Oh, Tempest is not going to get activated because the 360 no-scope here on top of the Archmage. We do get Armor of the Stars, though, so we could get that unspottable. It's not quite gone off yet. Archers are now going to be missing. Certainly want to be chasing this off. This must be chased off. Here you can see that the Archmage is going to get away, but the Sister's going over here. We need to get that chase off if we can. Banter power is going to be even, if doubt I say actually slightly in the favour here of the Wood Elves. But in the back here we are ready with the Archers. And we can see, you know, the Archmage is going to heal, and also he's going to have Armor of the Stars there for the Unspottable. It's going to be hidden. Looks like here the Sisters are going to be shooting down the flank of the Archers. They do have a lot of ammunition here, so they will have 9 left, but they need to be taking out these Dragon Princes. On the floor, if we had a little bit more movement here, we could certainly see these Tyranids getting over the top of these Archers. Looks like they're going to be fighting against Cavalry, and surprisingly here, Chariots actually do pretty well against Cavalry. A lot better than you think they should, actually. Because they do, for the most part, actually have pretty good weapon strength here. Yeah, 40. It is bonus versus infantry, but you know they'll still do some good weapon strength work here on the cavalry. A little bit laggy, but I think you know Storm runs over from this side of the world and Prophet Auro's over from the other. The shotgun from the Sisters, I know, right, Zypher? I know. It's the shotgun is so powerful. Hey, Parkerillo, good evening, my friend. How are we? How are we? Welcome, welcome. So, arrows here from the Illyrian Reavers are going to be shooting up into the Sisters of Twilight. Arrows coming over the top as well here. I think we're going to probably be shooting into the Dryads or the Eternal Guards. Armor of the Stars still activated, by the way. Still going strong here in the middle. So we are going to move. So good mobility there. Good usage. Good micro there from the Sisters of Twilight. Like to see that. Armor piercing here from the Starfire Shafts. Doing some great work up against the Tiranoc Chariots. Spread shot actually whacks right into the backside of the Glade Guard. And if you actually do change to the armor sundering shot, we can certainly actually really help out. One shot just on the Chariots will reduce the armor by 30. So for those that don't know, which is always useful to check the tooltips here for the Sisters, this one actually does armor sundering. So it reduces armor for 30 seconds by 30 armor. So you just got to hit the Chariot once, and then your archers should just absolutely bonk all over the face of the Tyranocs. Can also be very helpful here on the Dragon Princes. Just hit once, and then you can actually go for spread shot for 30 seconds and do a bunch of damage there. And then you can hit multiple models for a much reduced armor value stat. So Archers here going to shoot over the top into the infantry. It's a very, very even game here. It's actually super close between these two. Now you can see, look at that anti-infantry shot there coming from the Sisters. If the Sisters actually got just a little bit closer as well, the shots would be far much more accurate, and then you'd be able to do some really, really nice work. And here what you can see, Storm's actually going to be overwhelming, trying to see if we can shut down one of the Eternal Guards. Here just trying to break it using all the cavalry, charging, and getting all those negatives to leadership. In the sky, though, the Archmage is pretty weak. We do have to be careful. Healing should go down here on the Dragon Princes. Sisters, though, are going to be a pain. The Sisters are a big pain in this matchup, for sure. They can certainly do some brilliant work indeed. Tyranoc's going to be shooting over the top here. Going to be coming down on this. And look at that. Arrows coming straight out here to deal with the Tyranocs. Nice stuff there coming from Prophet Auro. Yeah, really, really nice work indeed. Really, really nice work. Dragon Prince is going to charge the back. There's nothing here to kind of protect. You can see this pocket here kind of has nothing to protect it. We do actually have some Dryads returning, but Dryads, they'll do okay actually. They do magic damage, so they will circumvent the physical resistance of the Dragon Princes. In the back though, oh nice, more shots here coming out on the Archers. That spread shot is certainly going to be better if we get a little bit closer here. I actually wouldn't even mind sending the Eagle into combat, get that fear, get that charge down the line, and then really start doing some nice work here. But the Archers are shooting in. Looks like we are going to be wavering here. In the back though, this is the scary thing. The Fireborn Dragon Princes, 36 models. They're going to be getting healed here. Trying to see if we can keep as many models as possible. I do apologise. That's just me from casting. So shooting here in the back, up against the Archers. Looks like we do shatter one of these Spearmen. The second one is going to be broken, so we certainly can get some Spearmen to return. But this backside here is looking a little bit bleak. Want to get these Dryads in as quickly as possible here to fight up against the Dragon Princes. Otherwise, you're going to lose a lot of your Archers here. But they have run out of ammunition, so maybe it's just worth just forgetting about it and moving into the front. Now we do have range superiority here. We can see Archers. Wouldn't mind seeing these pin over this way and seeing maybe these go a different direction as well. Because if you do pin these over here, maybe you can pull them away here from the Archers and stop these from breaking. In the back here, though, Dragon Princes, the Fireborn, still going to go quite nicely here with the Illyrian Reavers. Breaking down the Eternal Guard. I do apologise. In the back here, and this is what's really nice, we're now going to get this blob. This blob that was here is now going to just move to here, which is then going to move to here, which is then going to move to here, and it's just going to one by one by one by one, it's going to go in a nice death ball, and it's just going to delete everything in its path. What Prophet Oro needs to do, collect these forces, and then start to bring them here together, and then go after the High Elves. If he fights one by one by one by one, he'll get taken out with a 4 vs 1 every single time. Here in the back, we do get a return from the archers, but nice mobility here from the sisters. They have run out of ammo, but they are going to be in the back here, breaking up against the archers. They should have fear. They do have fear indeed, so it's -8 leadership. In the back, you can see the mobility now coming into favour here, which is where the High Elves are starting to pull apart. We can see the Glade Guard getting shut down here by Dragon Princes. And then we'll look here, Lyrian Reaver's now going to be fighting, I believe that's up against Eternal Guard. Or is that up against the Waystalker? It's up against the Waystalker. In comes the Archmage. The Archmage can do some good damage. Fear will also come in as well on top of the Eagle. And there we go, he does break. Balance of Power now pulling away from the Wood Elves. But this has been a seriously fun game. We certainly want to get some healing in here. So the Spellsinger is going to be in some trouble. We need to get the sisters over here as quickly as we can to come fight up against these Dragon Princes. Hand of Glory has been activated, plus 24 melee attack. It's actually going to give them 77 melee attack. That is so huge. In the middle, though, it looks like the Spellsinger is going to survive. Can we deal with this Archmage, though? No, that is so good. Tempest here has been activated. It doesn't quite catch the sisters. It is going to do some damage. And there we are. We are going to get a Soul Quench defense. That's going to bonk army losses. GG's and well played. A lovely finish there from Storm, wrapping up Mr. Prophet Oreo. Brilliant game and a brilliant start there from Prophet Oreo for sure. A brilliant start indeed. Yeah, I actually think the army composition worked quite nicely. I think there was some good tools here to work with. You know, for example, Eternal Guards can do well against Dragon Princes, but you can see they just dominate.
Hello?
Hey man, how did that go? How did you
I could barely control my troops. It was so laggy on my end.
Oh, was it? Oh, sorry, man.
It was so bad. I could not even select my troops.
Oh, damn. Yeah, it was a little bit laggy on this side.
But other than that, it was pretty fun.
Yeah, exactly, Parker. Like, yeah, those little tips is some of the things we're going to go through now. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you played really well, dude. You played really well. I like the Sisters of Twilight choice. Was really nice. How did you feel the game went otherwise, apart from the lag?
I didn't know that chariots could just smash through my line, so I probably would have stationed another spearman there. I didn't know that was possible, so you know you learn.
Yeah.
So if I would have stopped that, I think I might have had a little bit more chance of victory if I could have stopped those chariots earlier.
What did you? So let's go through the build. What did you think the main threat was from Stormrunner's build?
The archer cav.
That's interesting.
And the dragon princes.
Yes, I think the Fireborn Dragon Princes were a big problem. They were certainly a huge problem indeed. Yeah, no, it's very interesting. So I think what yeah, I think what you did, you did very, very well, by the way. You did very well indeed. Let's pop through here. So we got 1.9k for the Fireborn. We got 1.8k for the Dragon Princes. 1.8k for the Archmage of High. Yeah, I think that. Damn, yeah. Some good stats here from both of you. Really good stuff. I liked your ability to push off the cavalry. You did really, really well there. Yeah, very nice indeed. Very, very nice indeed. Okay. So what we're going to do now, just for one quick game, we're going to play one more game. I'm going to save that game, and then we're going to, at the end, we're going to go over that game. What I'll do is I'll share my screen for you on Discord, so then you can share it with the live stream, and we'll quickly go through some tidbits, just little gentle improvements, and then we'll move on and just do little gentle improvements as we go. Does that sound good?
You want me to bring up the Discord right now, then?
No, it's okay. We'll play the second game versus Storm. I'll then go through.
Okay.
I'll then go through both games, and then we'll move on to the next player.
Sounds good.
So let me just. Yeah, but you played really well there, dude. I and we'll go through some items you had that you could have used maybe slightly differently, or you could have used in conjunction with other things. But there was a lot of things that you did really, really well, and actually that was a really enjoyable game to watch. That was a really enjoyable, and up against a good opponent as well. You know, Stormrunner's a very, very, very good player.
Okay, yeah, that was my 9th multiplayer match now, because yesterday I did 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, 9th.
Prophet Oreo versus Storm 1. Perfect. So we'll go into the second game. So if you're going to go dwarfs,
Oh, you want me to go dwarves? Okay.
yeah, who are you going to ban? So if he's already been high elves, so you don't have to ban high elves. But I tell you what, we'll leave high elves on the table. Leave high elves on the table. Ban 2. So you're going to go dwarfs. I'll type it for you. Who would you like to ban?
So as the dwarfs, so they're slow. So anything with really good maneuverability. So probably vampire counts because they have a lot of or not. Yeah, vampire counts with all the cav. What's another really good cav faction? I don't know. That's a tough one because there could be between Bretonia and Greenskins because Greenskins can be very bad for the dwarves. So I definitely. Ah, man.
So Prophet Oreo is teaching logic multiplayer, yeah? Of course, Robert Luck, of course, my friend. Hey, Grey Victor, how you doing, man? Yeah, so good mobility, Wood Elves, High Elves, Dark Elves, Bretonia. Greenskins can certainly go cheap and wide with cavalry for sure. Yeah, there's certainly some good options in there for sure.
Okay, so yeah, definitely. I think I don't really know yet, but I guess after the match, you'll probably tell me what they're bad against. So I guess I'll just pick 2 that I think would be good against dwarves.
Sure.
Then again, dwarves are very magic resistant, so vampire counts. I don't know. It's difficult to say. I think I'll probably pick greenskins and let's see here. What is good armor piercing? I guess you said you don't want me to take off high elves, so
No, you can. Yeah, you can say high elves. That's fine.
I'd say greenskins and high elves.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so for these first 2, I'm going to strictly let you do you. I'm not going to give you too much tips. The only thing I've said is think about what is good for you, what are your strengths, and then think about what are your weaknesses. They're the only things you need to think about when making your build, and then deciding who you're going to play against.
One sec, everyone says they can barely hear you. Someone turn you up.
All right, no problem. But yes, of course, Parkour. If you and anybody here has any questions, Tempest and Way Elf Spring Sisters. Yeah. That's the scary thing about High Elf sometimes. But yeah, those little tidbits that I was talking about during the casting, Parkour. I'll try and bring some of those into the next bit. Duck, I love it. I'm not too sure what this is all about, but it looks like you had. And I think that's Ducky's way of saying hello to Prophet Oreo. Okay, so it looks like we have Dark Elves. So it's going to be Dark Elves against the... up against...
Fuck, I forgot Dark Elves are armor piercing.
Yeah, they have a lot of armor piercing, that is correct, yes.
Dang.
Indeed. They do have a lot of armor piercing. So, let me put out the blocker. So, quickly talk to me about, in like a 1-minute summation, what are you thinking about with your dwarf build? What do you want to build for now?
So since he's probably going to bring a lot of dark shades, which he can only bring 5 or whatever, I think, from the banner rules, I'm probably going to want to bring... So he's pretty squishy. So with the arm, like, Dark Elves are pretty squishy from what I've seen, so maybe some shield units to kind of counteract the armor pierce, but I don't know if that works because I've never experienced multiplayer that way before. So it's pretty tough to say. I might actually bring some like gyrocopters and stuff like that to kind of just harass him from the side or something to kind of distract him from my main force because I'm slow. But I don't know. That's a tough one.
Micros for the week. You behave, Mr. Muckluck. I think a lot of your ideas are good. Also, I think the more you know the game, the more you'll sort of understand stat lines. Like, for example, what you expect range levels to be from different factions. Like, what sort of range you expect to find from their archers, their artillery, all these kind of things. They can certainly help as you progress for your knowledge of multiplayer. I like where your head's at the moment. This looks like some fun units for sure. Also, I love the Lord choice. What a choice. What a choice. Let's see where Storm's at the moment. Okay. Okay. I like it. Right. What did Frizz Frost say? Let's have a look. You mean it isn't triple flame cannons? Triple flame cannons are amazing. Have you showed them the way to full Vanguard Dower yet? Well, the thing is with Prophet, you can't actually full. It's so sad you can't do it yet, but soon in the future, I believe it. Oh right, yeah, okay. So you're going through your build here. To be fair, I don't think Storm is gonna watch that much. I'm just gonna take this down so we could talk about it with the people. Actually, that makes more sense.
Are you wanting me to mute or?
No. This is what I'm thinking here is I can see you've got what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units, 8 units of range so far. So that's 8 of your total 12. What else are you thinking about bringing into this army?
I want to bring a good front line, but the thing is, like, I don't know what's good against arm. Like, is our shields good against armor pierce? Like, can they block more against it?
So
Okay.
the way shields work is the same as missile resistance. Missile resistance reduces all incoming missile damage up to a certain percentage. So 15% missile resistance includes armor piercing damage. But the way shields work is shields only work for the direction that they are holding the shield. So if you shoot them from behind, your shields won't work. If that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah. They get
So I'm pretty sure he's probably going to bring some cav too to outmaneuver me.
Potentially.
So I probably want something to shut down cav, but I'm trying to figure out what do dwarves have to shut down cav.
They certainly have a lot of tools for sure. I would say how would you want to shut down the cav is probably the more important things.
I want to make it to where they can't kind of get behind me, because then dwarves are kind of slow. I can't quickly react if they get behind me. So I think having something in the air to kind of just harass might be good. Which I think for siege and the flying war machines, you can only have 4, correct?
Yeah, so for anything that is flying and shooting, you can only have maximum 4 of the same type. You can have 5 of the gyro bombers and gyro copters in total. Oh, good choice. The Skyhammer is a lovely model. I love it.
Because at least it has armor piercing too to potentially stop some stuff.
Also has a slow ability.
To stop the cav. And then what else can I bring? So the reason why I brought Dwarf Warriors is to block that, and then the reason why I brought some Dwarf Great Weapons is just in case he brings a Hydra or something big. Quarrelers. I think we're gonna probably bring in some more archers to potentially stop that cav if he does bring it. Which I can bring 1, 2. Yeah, I can bring a few more. Okay. And then we gotta get one more thing.
Oh, never mind. Okay. This is looking good. So how you feeling about this?
I mean, I put stuff in there to potentially counteract some things, but I can't counteract everything with their roster, with dwarves being limited against maneuverability.
Hmm.
The reason why I put the blasting charges there is to kind of put them behind my siege, so if they do get behind, I can at least blow up some of the cab to kind of use them as cannon fodder.
Okay. Cool. Are you
Other
ready?
than that, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna save this build real quick. I'm gonna try to save a build for each one now, so that I can edit it.
Yeah. Cool. Do you know how to do chevrons in this? I don't know if you know how to do chevrons.
What's a chevron?
So if you click on a unit, any unit, and then down in the bottom left where your unit section is, there's an increase unit rank.
Oh, to make them stronger.
Yes. So if you have little bits left over that you can spend, you can actually increase their unit ranks. The more expensive something is, the more expensive a chevron cost. So it's a good way of pushing yourself to 0 gold as closely as possible.
There we go.
And invariably, they'll increase melee attack, melee defense, leadership, and then if they're a ranged tool, they'll also increase missile strength. Yeah, so yeah, that can work in any way. And with things like missile units, they'll also increase their reload time. So actually, they'll fire faster.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so after this game, I'll also go through some tidbits with you, some things that I've noticed, some stat lines and things for you that, little quick bits of information that I think might be useful for you as a player. And then, yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Yep. Okay, I will mute you, and then I'll be good to go.
Cool. All right, let's do this. So we'll mute there. Ah, Mr. Rubber Duck of War with a £2.50 donation. Thank you so much, man. Thank you very much, dude. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much, man. Look at the man, the myth, the legend. What up, party people? How are we doing, hunting bro? Yeah, welcome, my friend. Welcome. Yeah, so thank you very much, Mr. Duck of War, for the little donation. That's so awesome of you. Yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, you can actually jump in with a few little donations if you like. I haven't set up memberships yet. That is the next thing around the corner. I am in the process of doing that. That's like a stage-by-stage thing I have to do. And there's going to be a bunch of perks for you coming in the future where you can essentially sign up to the channel, and then essentially you can get perks of being a member on the channel. So hopefully that should be in there soon. But thank you yet again, Mr. Ducky. I really appreciate that, dude. No Naked Lady Rush let down. I know, it's terrible. I'm getting some messages. Yeah, so some things that we need to address here with Prophet Oreo. I'll have a chat with you guys now about that now. Carabidus, all right. Carabidus is awesome. So I asked Storm to go with a little bit more mobility here. And the reason being is that he's done, Prophet Oreo has a good idea of what he's doing, but you can see here with the dwarfs, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units of range, infantry for 8, no, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 units. So we've got 6 units of infantry protecting 11 units of range. So I asked him to bring a little bit more mobility to take advantage of that, so I can use that as a point to Oreo, as this is quite a lot you need to defend. There's going to be some stat lines like what the difference. So he said I brought some great weapons to thump up against a Carabidus now, or any sort of like Hydra now, and like armor piercing and bonuses large are very, very different things, and they're utilized very differently as well. The great weapons should not be used up against. They shouldn't be really being brought to use against monsters, because it's not a bonus versus monsters, or it's not a bonus versus large. They're very, very different things. And, like, he didn't bring any Slayers, or we didn't think Slayers were a good idea to deal with cavalry or deal with monsters, which certainly are brought in droves here from the side of the Dark Elves. Skirmish cavalry as well here with the Dark Rider repeated crossbows can be utilized, to deal with slayers and all sorts. But he also didn't consider that Quarrelers, for example, were good tools to deal with skirmish cavalry. But he does have some good range tools. It looks like he is going to be taking the high ground. Mr. Obi-Wan Kenobi here certainly has seen a lot of his Star Wars, so he knows that the high ground is best for all. We are going to see here in the back, though, the Sky Hammer. Ah, what a thing. What a thing of beauty. This here has made more players rage quit in the multiplayer scene than anything, and it makes me smile. But I like this as well, like blasting charges at the back, so if anybody does try to charge in, and that's a good idea, It's definitely a unique one that I've not actually ever seen anybody sort of get towards. But you can see here he's sort of defending with his guns at the side. But his army setup is with a frontal here. He's going to set up directly looking forward, right? With the idea that your opponent is going to attack you head on, like so. Like they're just going to start here. But if he starts here and then starts coming around in this direction, which he will do, like so, and he's going to attack this side of the force rather than the left-hand side of the force, rather than the right-hand side of the force. How is the player here going to react to this play? And with so much range, how is he going to protect it? So he's actually got to rotate his entire force around and then also protect all of his range. This is a very tight box as well here. If you get into this little honey jar, and this much range is only going to be useful on the point of approach. When you're at close combat, where is this value going to get? Where are you going to get your value from here? This is 2,200 gold. Where are you going to see that value from at close range? Are you going to see that value at close range? That's the question. Now, stat lines as well, when you consider, and this is why I say do your research about other forces. So one thing I will tell you now from the Dark Elves, for the majority of it, they're pretty light armored. Most elven factions are pretty lightly armored. So things like Thunderers and stuff like that are very rarely needed. At all. Quarrelers for the most part can do pretty well, and for most Quarrelers, they actually have 6 AP per missile. So they actually have a pretty decent amount of armor piercing, and that's per model, right? So that's going to be 60 times 6. That's 360 damage in total. That is going to be just freebie, just straight freebie. And they're on top of Bleak Swords. That's going to be somewhere. It's not. It's going to be over. It's about 8% damage there, just freebie. Not 8%. That's not right. My God, my maths is terrible. 3%, approximately. That's 3% damage, and that's the rest of armor is just a resistance. So you'll still get damage on top of that. So you can still do very nice damage indeed. Like you will always be able to do damage. So Thunderers here are good. At least 1 or 2 can do well against like Harkonoth Executioners and all these kind of bits as well. So let's go through the forces. Bleak Swords in the front, yeah, pretty good. They do mostly fall there to fodder of the blasting charges. Harkonoth Executioners, Thunderers, and the Blades of the Blood Queen, which, oh my God, these things are flipping gorgeous. Like these guys are just like terrors in the night. Literally some of the best, if probably not the best melee infantry in the game, against other infantry, of course. With Guardian, Frenzy, the Murderous Mastery. Actually puts them up to 58 melee attack there with Frenzy. And then also there with the plus 25%. It brings them to some absurd levels of melee attack with anti-infantry. But the problem here with the game and the way the mechanics work with exhausted states, which happens quite a lot to most infantry troops, especially that don't have chevrons, armor and melee attack take huge punches. Huge punches. So things that have very high melee attack, very high armor, take a 25% debuff when they're in the exhausted state. So actually, they end up losing a lot of the stat line that they pay for in the later stages of the game. So if they don't get in and do big damage quickly, and you can crump your force here, you can certainly see dwarves with high melee defense that take very little punishment, because they only lose 10% in the exhausted state, and only when they become exhausted do they lose melee stats. That's why dwarves end up doing better than most armored factions in the later stage. He understands basic geometry, born to be a dwarf main. I know. I mean, this geometry certainly satisfies most dwarven players. But you can see he's built here on top of the hill, but almost just like naturally assumed that this is where the where the player is going to come from. But of course, here Storm is. I would always expect my player to go here. I kind of like this ridge, actually. This ridge is quite nice. Also, another thing as well here, you'll see from the artillery. Now, we have started. You can see the artillery here. The artillery goes out quite far. It goes out to here, actually. So you can see, for the most part, we've actually lost a good considerable amount of distance from the cannon. We already lost at least 100 meters of potential cannon fire. But look at that cannon spread down the line there. That was either cannon or that was going to be the grudge throwers. I love the fact they're called grudge throwers. That's so cool. Let me throw my grudge on you. What we are going to see here, Harpies in the backside, and Harpies certainly are going to wrap around and do all the good work. He definitely wants to prioritise the Haggadaf executioners, cannons, and everything just needs to be thrown at them. This actually could be pretty hard for Storm, but he can get in the back here and start compromising some of the Quarrelers. And all 4 great weapons. You can see 3 on the front, but what we're going to see here, open pocket here. We are going to see an open pocket here. And then we're going to see all of this at the back is going to be open. And then all of this at the back is going to be open. And only this part here is kind of protected. Here and then here. This is going to be the only protected zones. That's it. So, for example, if he baits a cavalry in here and this pulls forward, he can then simply then just juke and come around the back. Because dwarves are just going to be too slow. They are a reaction faction. In the sky, he's literally about to learn why gyrocopters do suffer here to the Dark Elves. The Crows of Cain here will bully the Skyhammer. They actually have, I think, pretty good weapon strength. Yeah, 44 there with 48 melee defense. So this gyrocopter is just, it's not going to be a fun day in the office. Harpy's going to be flying over into the sky, and they're going to hop straight here onto the artillery pieces. It looks pretty bleak here for the Dark Elves, but yeah, it's gonna be a sad day here. Look at that, the Grudge Thrower. The Mighty Oathstone does go down. It didn't actually go down here with what the abilities were for Belagar. So he's gonna have the Mighty Oathstone. That's melee defense with the Revenge Incarnate and Rally. It's like here we are gonna get the blades in the front here on the Dwarf Warrior. What? Oh, we took a Dark Sorceress with the blade. Oh, so a whole bunch of things. Okay, very interesting indeed. But Harpies here on the top, Grudge Throwers. They're going to get deleted here pretty quickly. Guns on the front going to be spreading here into the Harganaths. Definitely would have expected Harganath executions to come around the outside and allow the Briggs Swords to take the brunt, because they've got silver shields, so they'll take a lot of Thunder of Fire for sure. Harpies just putting some big push here on the Skyhammer, and that thing's going to get pushed around and not really shoot too much. You can fire what's moving, but I don't know if Prophet Oreo knows that. As long as he keeps moving around and then just keeps moving through things, it will shoot whilst moving, and he can try and negate a lot of the damage coming out of the Crows of Cain. Crows of Cain are actually going to be getting shot quite a lot here by their own Dark Shards. That's really unfortunate, but there we go. Gyrocopter is down. Harpies have done the work. They've got in here and broken up one of the... oh, looks like we're also going to be breaking a second here of the Quarrelers. Harpies do actually take down one of the Grudge Throwers, and Chilled Wind comes through the line of the Thunderers. We now have Harganath Executioners in the middle. Harpy's now going to be compromising the backside of the Grudge Throwers. And the Blasting Charges should be able to come through and do some good work here on the Harpies. Harpies have 15 armor. Blasting Charges should have ruined their day for sure. It looks like here, I'm not too sure where they're targeted. No, now they're going to be targeted on. Okay, this should do some nice work. Blasting Charges in the back. Oh, look at that. So much good stuff there. Cavalry here, I was going to kind of say to him to get them a little bit more aggressive to shut down the backline range, but it looks like here for the majority, it is going to stand pretty true. There we go. It's going to be Blade Wind in the back here on top of the Quarrelers. They're going to get shut down. Bleak Sword should be able to chase and clear those out pretty quickly. We can see for the majority the range here has just been pulled apart. Harpies can now kill off the Grudge Thrower crew. But yeah, big shots here coming out of the Quarrelers on top of the Bleak Swords. That's pretty good stuff. You can see in the middle here, targeted Thunderers were shut down by the Blades. We definitely, where's the Lord choice? We definitely wanted the Lord in here, but he was actually helping fight at the front. It looks like here the Harkanath Executors have broken down the Dwarf Warriors. The great weapons here are now coming in. We certainly should have swapped out the Dwarf Warriors here, brought them over here, and then brought the armor-piercing ones in to fight here in the front. You can see these here are still going to be just kind of standing and waiting. What they need to do now is they need to rotate themselves around to this side of the battlefield. There's a very heavy left-hand flank coming in, and the Dwarven player hasn't really met that aggression. There's going to be nothing over here really to stop So the fact you've got this infantry unit here that's not really doing too much, it needs to get over here and start fighting here up against the Blades of the Blood Queen. It needs to protect the units of range in the back that can do damage up against the blades, or maybe even push in the back here and help shut down the Sorceress, or just come and maybe put some pressure here on the Dark Shards and stop them from shooting into this pocket. They have so much armor piercing. For those who don't know, the Dark Shards actually do fire 2 ammunition. They actually fire 2 ammunition per volley. So there's going to be 2 ammunition there coming with 13 missile damage per shot. So that's 2 shots with 68 models. So you can do that there. That's going to be 100 and... I have to do the math there. 176 damage of armor piercing. No, that'd be 176 shots times 13 armor piercing damage. So it's bucket loads of armor piercing damage. So there's going to be another spell on the back here. It's going to be shutting down the Quarrelers. You can see they're in this quite boxy formation. So they're susceptible there to all sorts of artillery pieces. Like anything that does explosion damage there is going to just obliterate the Quarrelers. Harpies are in as well, and you can see they kind of compromise the entire back line. And Dwarf Infantry is amazing. It holds back for an absolute century, but it's not really going to win you a fight unless you've kind of imbued into... unless you've kind of put some investment into like the melee stats. So for example, if you bring the Rune of Doom, or you bring the Rune of Speed where it increases melee attack, or you can bring other elements that are going to buff your dwarfs, because they do really struggle there on the melee attack. You can see in the middle, Dwarf Warriors are going to be beaten back Bleak Swords. We do have some shots coming over here from the Dark Rider repeated crossbows. You can see though, there's just no way he can catch this. But the artillery, that's where the focus needs to be. Also needs to be shutting down here up against the Dark Shards in the back, but he is now going to start getting pulled apart. We can see 3 units are going to be getting broken in the back. And we can see in the middle there, the Blades of the Blood Queen now going to be fighting in the middle here up against the Quarrelers. So in the middle here, we can see Dark Riders getting shot here by Thunderers. Thunderers are such a good unit. They are probably one of the top tier picks in the game for range units. So are Quarrelers as well. Quarrelers are also exceptional. 80 armor for 550 gold cost with bronze shields and pretty good AP output. Yeah, it's pretty nice there. And that there is a gorgeous spell of Chilled Wind. Chilled Wind is so good against the dwarfs, especially with the blade as well. It's very, very good indeed. So Harpies are broken, but they should return. They should return for sure. But you can see the dwarfs with their leadership are certainly going to be rallying. But in the back here on horseback, we're still going to get the Sorceress coming in. And she's now going to start fighting up against the Thunderers. So she's going to compromise those and prevent those from firing, because then it'll engage these into melee combat unless they're microed efficiently. Harpies are in the back ready to go. They're going to be certainly coming over. We are going to be wavering in the front here with the double Harkonneths, but we have so much range pressure in the back. It's looking really bleak here, coming in from the Darwi. In the middle, we have Belagar, who's overextended here just a little bit. The Dreadlord here on foot is going to be doing some kite. He's got 36 speed, and he's just going to be kiting a little bit here up against Belagar. But he's got 120 armor, silver shield, so he can certainly kite for the end of days. But Belagar has left the front line, so here is the Dwarf Warriors. In the middle here, we are going to be breaking with the Thunderers. And, yeah, Martyr Engineer has been broken as well. Looks like here the Great Weapon Dwarf Warriors will more than likely be going off the edge. -1 leadership. Unfortunately, they're not going to be returning. And even here, Quarrelers are going to be firing in the sky up against Harpies. But now Harpies are going to be compromising the Quarrelers. Lots of ammunition left. You can see there. And this is why sometimes it's worth going small amounts of range. Because look, you can see here, you've paid 700 gold for Thunderers that have used a quarter of their ammo. Same here for the Quarrelers. Same here for these Quarrelers. Same here for these Thunderers. You've got 4 of these that have barely used any ammo. So you're paying for a lot there that you're not getting any utilization from. Dark Shards just ripping into the middle here up against Belagar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units shooting in, and he still was holding off quite well. So yeah, GG.
Is he lagging at all? Because I couldn't control half my troops for half the battle.
Hey man, yeah, it looks like the connection between you two was just a little bit laggy.
Okay.
So apart from the lag, how else did the games go?
Honestly, that one, it was worse than the first one lag wise for me. So I think he did really well with like just smashing my line because I couldn't counteract it. And I think that was my biggest issue there was I couldn't counteract him smashing my line. And I didn't see his harpies behind me, which screwed me over too.
I thought there that with the back line as well, I think with his harpies and stuff, he compromised a lot of your range tools. Yeah, he had the ability there to get in the back and shut down a lot of the range tools.
So yeah, basically I think I needed to try to shut down his ranged more as well. So all in all, I don't think I played as good with the dwarves as I did with the wood elves, but that's how you learn.
Yeah, I think essentially with your I think your dwarven force, I think your wood elf force was a lot more evenly constructed for multiplayer than I would say your force was for the dwarves. You had, I think it was what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units of infantry protecting against 11 units of range. So essentially, once his infantry was kind of engaged in your infantry, he was able to get around with the harpies and use the rest of the force to kind of spread apart the range units that couldn't protect themselves, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I still had fun though. Kind of now I know that I probably maybe should bring more ranged and have protect my siege a little better. And then the spells, I don't know how to with dwarves. How do you counteract spells? Because I'm like I couldn't really do anything that I could see.
Okay, so I saw lots of good things. I saw lots of things that could certainly use some improvement. So what we're going to do, thank you very much to Storm for playing. Thank you very much. You're an absolute champion for dropping in and helping me and Profit here. So thank you so much for that, dude. 2 awesome games. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave the lobby. I'm now going to go to replay. So if I go here for you, I'm going to share my screen. Let's have a look here. Share screen 1. So if you go on to Discord, can you see my screen?
Are triple flame cannons a meme or something?
Yes, they are a meme.
Okay. With all the jokes I'm seeing in your chat now from opening it. I can't see your screen currently.
Okay, well, if you,
I can watch your, I can pull up your YouTube and pull
Cool.
that up if you want.
Cool. Okay, so we'll make this nice and short because then we can then get back to you playing as well for the guys that are watching you. So we'll go through nice and quickly. So we'll go through the first game. I really liked your army composition. You had a good level of infantry. So you got 4 units of range, protected by 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8 units of infantry and 4 units of cavalry. So you've got 12 units that can protect 4 units of range. So you've got lots of cavalry, lots of infantry that's really good at protecting. You've got lots of infantry that can protect your range. And there's a point here I'll make from this battle compared to the next one that should hopefully help you. So if we skip on to the engagement. So one thing as well that's quite interesting to note, you have 190 range here for the sisters. So you can certainly utilize that range to do quite nicely. So your archers have 170 and his archers have 180. So he outranges you. So he's going to be able to shoot you before you can shoot him. So that's something to note as well. Oh, also, the interesting thing as well, so you talked about arrows of Kurnos. You said that they're very good tools. A lot of people can actually use them against artillery pieces. So if you don't know, actually arrows of Kurnos can actually be used to delete artillery pieces.
I did not.
Yeah, so for some like cannon fights and artillery fights, you can actually destroy pieces. Artillery pieces actually have their own hit points. So you can actually destroy them using like arrows of Kurnos. You can destroy them using other cannons and stuff like that.
Okay.
And
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, all those 3 arrows as well are really good against tools like chariots and stuff like that. So arrows of Kurnos is a really good counter to chariots. So let's talk about this. So on my screen, you'll be able to see quite a few units. You said here the threats were the Fireborn. So in this game, with healing, I don't know if you know, if you kill a model, that model cannot return to the battlefield. Once it's dead, no matter how much healing, you can't bring that model back. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So once this model's dead here with the fireball, and that's why I would probably use my range tools and the arrows of Kurnos to either take out the chariots or take out the fireball. Because then once the model's dead, no matter how much healing here you get from the Mage of High with her Apotheosis, no matter how much healing, you can't heal back those dead models. That healing cap is gone. You can't bring them back to the battlefield.
So the arrows would have done some good damage to the chariots.
Yep, and also the cavalry, because they would have been strong enough. They would have been strong enough to kill a model. So yeah, you can certainly use those on both, and you can also use them on lords as well. Like they can do quite nice damage there as well. But
okay, I really appreciate this, man.
No, of course. I think you do really nicely here. Your cavalry, you've got silver shields. Looks like you're going to charge and push back the Illyrian movers. This is good. You want to keep this under pressure. So you're moving these quite nicely back. But most of your fire here is now going to be going to the front line, which is quite nice. Your sisters are going to be on spread shot. One thing that I noticed is, do you know the sisters have 2 types of fire?
Yeah, one's armor sundering, one's spread shot.
Yeah, so with the armor sundering, for any model you hit only once, that armor sundering, that negative 30 armor, will last 30 seconds.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so for example, if you shoot a chariot just once with the armor sundering, it will lose 30 armor for 30 seconds. So what you can do as a combination is shoot them with the sisters to reduce them by 30 armor, and then your Glade Guard that struggle with AP only have to shoot 50 armor rather than 80. So,
oh my god, that's crazy.
Yes, you can do like combinations like that really, really help as well. With the sisters as well, they also have debuffs with their anti-infantry shots, which is the poison one that you used. It also imbues poison to any units. So what you can do is go around the battlefield and start shooting individually and poisoning all of the infantry troops.
Okay, so keep having them select. Okay, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that either.
Yeah, and one nice thing in the sky you have what's called the sky superiority, where with the Archmage, there's no way that they can beat the sisters. You totally dominate the sky, and you can just you are as fast as the Archmage, and you can just shoot and kill her with the armor sundering shots. Because they also have a bonus first large. But we'll go through that in a moment. So yeah, in the sky, do you start shooting here? I can't remember. No, it's like you're shooting the infantry. I think here, if you've done a few shots here up against the Archmage and put some pressure on her, because I think she comes over here and shoots you in the face. Yeah, I think she shoots you here with a Soul Quench. Let's have a look. I'm pretty sure there's a Soul Quench that comes out here. Yeah, so Soul Quench comes and actually does quite a bit of damage. So that's done at least, yeah, it's done a good bit of damage, and then fights you in combat. Because if it's ranged, you can literally just kite this Archmage to the end of days. Like, it can't catch you. And then you can pretty much just kite and shoot and kill the Archmage. The only way the Archmage can win is actually engaging you in combat. Or, because even if it runs away, the sisters are so accurate that it's just going to kill the Archmage. But yeah, in the back here, he kind of is shooting you with the chariots, putting big pressure here on your sisters. This is where having some tools, like your cavalry is very, very cheap. So just having some cavalry in reserve to charge off these chariots and stop them cycle charging over your Glade Guard and stop them from getting in the back is quite good. So you've got some good reserves here at the moment, but he also uses this spell, which is, you've got to be careful with the Archmage. It has an ability called Tempest that can trap and do damage to flying units, which can delete your delete your lord. Yeah, so one thing I would say for you was target prioritization. You needed to focus down the Dragon Princes. You need to try and get as much of your range tools. So a lot of your units here are kind of bunched up in the front, kind of isolated on their own. And they're kind of getting just bullied here by a bigger force. You wanted to get your units forward here. To come forward and then start putting some pressure on some of his more expensive units, like his Dragon Princes, and then starting putting some pressure on his Illyrian Reavers as well. A lot of his infantry is breaking here, but you certainly wanted to put some more pressure on his...
Okay, so I should have moved my infantry up.
Yeah, I kept it nice and close together. Because one thing he starts doing at the back here is he starts using his chariots to pressure your back line quite a bit. As if we can skip on here a little bit. So the front line here is still fighting, but you can see you're sort of in 2 blobs here. So you've got one blob here, and you've got one blob here, and he's kind of using a bit of a blob tactic to overwhelm your forces. So here he's using Dragon Princes to fight up against your Dryads. and he's shooting and fighting in melee combat, whilst your range isn't helping your front line, his range is helping his.
So it isolated it.
A little bit, yeah. Let's go through here. So yeah, so here you now start shooting against the Dragon Princes. You can see the Dragon Princes towards the end here are just, I want to get to the main point where they start cycling through at the end, and they start blobbing up. I think it's about here. Is it here? I can't remember. Yeah, so here they start now, these two start coming together, and they start creating a bit of a death blob. So you can see here, you see this unit, these units are isolated. I'm pretty sure he starts cycle charging through these bits, and then just starts deleting them one by one. So he goes to one, and then moves to the next, and then moves to the next, and like your infantry comes like one by one, without any sort of support. And then you can see here, he's just deleting these infantry units at the front, just kind of one by one. And then at the back there, he was kind of pulling apart using his cavalry. Because obviously the archers can't really protect themselves, so the cavalry was kind of just pulling that apart. So I think if you kept your force a little bit tighter together, it certainly would have helped you there in the later stages. And the fact you didn't target his cavalry and all of his mobility units, he was able to use his speed to pick the engagements he wanted towards the later stage.
Okay.
But apart from that, like, it was an excellent game. I think you played very, very well. I think you played very well. Yeah, I think it was just keeping that together. And I think the upping opposition was good. You used all of your range, used all of your arrows here from your 4 units of Glade Guard, which was a little bit different from the second game, which I think we can go through now. But yeah, the cavalry played really well here in the end. It was just able to run down all your infantry without taking any punishment. So like the reason he charged more at the end is because like arrows weren't shooting him, or the sisters weren't putting any pressure on his really expensive units. I think
that makes sense.
What's HW? Sorry, what was? Sorry, I got a couple of messages here. What's the best way to
This
start?
Dragon Prince has got a lot of kills.
Yeah, indeed. What is the best way to start multiplayer? Zachary, do feel free to join the Discord, and we can certainly help you get started for sure. So on the second game, we had this element, which is where you had 6 units of infantry, and then you had 11 units of range. So you had your master engineer, and then you had all of these elements. So you had your gyrocopter, double thunderers, and like 4 units of quarrelers.
Yeah, the stream is behind for me from what you're talking about.
Oh, no problem. If anybody wants any sort of like anybody has any questions in your stream, feel free to let them know.
Contested Tick said, if I remember right, Tomb Kings have resurrection spell.
Yeah, so undead can bring back any undead units can bring back models. Yes, they can. But
Okay, so it's only undead.
Yeah, only undead can do that. Yeah. So here in the front, so one thing as well that we saw here, with your formations here, you can see of your block formations of your quarrelers. You can see here the Blade Storm kind of entirely encapsulates 1 unit of range, and it's like deleting it here in the middle. So having them in sort of a block formation is really good for artillery that sort of has like explosion damage, because they're all really tight in a box. It'd be better to have them sort of in long lines here, like your dwarf warriors. Otherwise, big blob spells like this, if they just hit this unit, are just going to go all the way through it and destroy it.
So I wanted to have them spread out more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can see here in the back. So the one thing that you can see immediately from the beginning, so we're a minute into the game, is when you have 3 units of infantry at the front and you have 2 here on the flanks. When the harpies came in the back, we only had 1 unit of infantry to protect them. And then in a minute, we're going to see the rest of the harpies sort of come in. Oh yeah, also this as well. Yeah, the gyrocopter. How did you feel about playing with the gyrocopter with the harpies nearby?
It didn't work out as good as I thought it would, but I did do some damage to his archers a little bit.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I think in this moment where you've got a unit in the sky that's struggling against harpies, bring this unit back over your range over your ranged troops, and then use your ranged troops to shoot the harpies.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So here at the moment,
Zypher asked how you are doing.
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So here in the middle, you can see 3 units from. So you're in his domain at the moment, where on his side of the battlefield with your gyrocopter, where he's got 3 units of archers here shooting into the sky up against the gyro, and he's also got pressure from the Crows of Cain, and then also you're kind of sandwiched also in between his skirmish cavalry. So that was one thing there as well. But if you managed to get the gyrocopter over your side of the battlefield, you could have used your thunderers and your quarrelers to kind of take care of the harpies and it kind of free up your skyhammer.
Okay.
But this is also why a lot of people don't bring gyrocopters in this matchup, because harpies are a very good free distraction to keep them busy, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a cheap unit against a expensive one.
For sure. In the back here as well, you can see there's a lot of quarrelers. So the one thing we didn't really get to go through is you're seeing like units here where they can actually pour into this like little pockets with the dwarfs, where because they don't have any mobility, it's very difficult to maneuver around your infantry units to protect all of the areas that have open opportunities to attack your range. So at the back here, you've got some open pockets here. You did have there's your blasting charges, then they are. And then you also have some here on the sides where they could have walked in as well. Like you're seeing here on the left flank, you can see some Blades of the Blood Queen. They're moving in here to your Thunderers because there's just like little pockets open, which is why sometimes having a little bit more infantry than range is better, as we'll get through in a moment.
Okay. And then someone in the chat said, where would you rate me as a player so far?
Good.
Okay. It's better than bad.
No, good. I think you have a lot of potential. I think there's just a few army composition errors and a few in-game mechanic misunderstandings, and then I think once you understand that, I think you'll play very, very well. So yeah, in the back here you can see like once most of your infantry is busy, you can see harpies and infantry units now just have the free range just to get in the back here and start shutting down your quarrelers, etc. So I think there is a little period a little bit later on here. So we can see here. So in your Wood Elf game, we saw for the majority, all of your ammo was used from your Lord and all 4 units of your archers. In this game, we've got Thunderers here with 3/4 ammo left, half ammo on the Grudge Throwers, 3/4 on the Quarrelers, 3/4 on the Thunderers, on the Quarrelers. So a lot of these have lots of ammunition left, and that's because they got compromised so early they weren't able to use their value. So actually just going wide with more range doesn't necessarily mean you'll get more value if you can't protect them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because of course for the Thunderers you're paying 700 gold, but you've only used 25% of their ammo. And essentially,
Yikes.
If that makes sense, whilst you'll see here, at the moment we've got probably 2/3 left, under half here for one and 2/3 left for the other of the Dark Shards here from Stormrunner, which means there's a lot less wastage of money being spent. A lot more of the infantry is getting in there and compromising your range, and he's getting more value from his range, essentially.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, yeah, you can see at the moment here, like, the Grudge Throwers can't push in. So, by the way, once these units here in the middle, your Grudge Thrower crew, once they get broken and they move off of a piece, you can actually just put them back on. And then they'll continue to fire again, if you didn't know that. But yeah, in the back here, he, like the last game, he's obtained the mobility advantage. Now he's using his harpies and his speed with the caster and stuff to move around the battlefield and start shutting down your range units. And that's pretty much how essentially the game finishes off. He then just uses his mobility advantage to kind of clear up the game. So I think, yeah, so let's have a look here. So from the range, we got 950, 700 and 700 here from the Dark Shards. whilst from your range tools we got 800, 480, 440, 200, 800, and 115. So you can see there's like a lot of differences between your range tools. Like some of them either do really well, or some of them are doing really badly. I think for me that's a good indicator that the build wasn't able to function optimally, because essentially it was clearly obvious he was able to compromise your build in a way and get an advantage there. Another thing that I saw from the beginning that I meant to mention to you, which is quite a key one that I forgot, and then we'll go back into another game. Oh, sorry, Hunting. I'll come back to you in just a second. His gyro bomber was on point, by the way. Yeah, his gyro quad is good, and it actually can fire whilst moving, which is really nice. So the last point I'll say before we move on is you see where you set up here with your army? You've got your army here. You set your army up with an idea that your opponent's just going to be directly in front of you, when actually your opponent has spawned on the left-hand side of you.
Okay.
And what he does is he comes from your left-hand side, and then what he does is he actually ends up just kind of gets a free overflank where he gets sort of his whole army fighting against half of yours. Where what I found at the end point was a lot of your armies here, a lot of your army on the right-hand side actually wasn't fighting, so you had essentially half of yours fighting all of his army.
Okay, so I should have just put my troops in the middle or angled them.
I would have rotated them around so that your front line was then meeting his attacking point. Yeah. And then through the battle, I suggested that there was some units like this one here on the outside. You should have redistributed over here in the later stages to kind of help the weak left-hand side. So what you would have done is you would rotate your infantry forces to the left and pull your range units more to the right, so they're kind of behind the build, and then you can essentially give yourself more time to use up some of that ammunition. So if we get a very, very quick skip on, you'll see that I think he was a little bit kind as well. Like he could have completely come around, but you'll see a lot of these units here. You'll see this side here crump very, very quickly, and oh, that's such a nice blade wind. And you can see like the majority of his forces here are fighting. He's put very little resources on the right, but all of his resources are on the left, and he just kind of pulls apart this force, and you'll see he starts winning from left to right. You'll see this side break very, very quickly, and then all the rest comes in. You can see he's kind of won this left-hand side now, and then he just kind of pushes apart the rest of your force. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Someone had a question.
Mm-hmm.
What is the biggest thing could work on to improve in general in multiplayer? I think I can answer this. Working on maneuverability counters.
Yeah, your micro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think. So I'm just gonna host up again. I would say in general, if you want to get better, without actually playing, if you just want to get better, learn your factions. Learn their strengths.
That makes sense.
Learn their strengths, learn their weaknesses, and stuff like this. Yeah, it was a really nice flank overload there. Yeah, indeed. From Storm, it was a really nice flank overload. And it puts a lot of pressure on one side of the force that when it crumples, you then get into what's called that honey jar, and you can start taking apart the expensive Thunderers and the range tools that are very needed to win that battle.
Are you hosting a new one?
Yes, and we'll try and get the next one in. I don't know who is next.
Is it pushover?
Yeah, it might be, yes.
I think this is the whatchamacallit battle.
Yes. Sorry, Hunting, so you're saying, is there any other option to donate? I would like to donate, but it keeps asking me to enter my details again. I'm sure it's just YouTube bugs. Sorry, buddy, I don't know. It's really new for me as well. I don't know. Sorry, man. I wish I could tell you. I don't know, I'm afraid. I really appreciate the offer. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have the answer. Okay, so let's try and get pushover in here. I can't see. So push over. The lobby is up. I don't know if you're here. Yeah, I can come in for battles if you want. You want me in voice or something? No, it's all good. It's all good. Push over. If you just join up, and then we'll crack on. Thanks, Hunting. Yeah. There's no stress. There's no stress, bro. If you can't, no problem. I just appreciate you watching. I hope you're learning something from it.
Yeah.
You feel like you're getting some stuff from this? I hope so.
Talking about me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot, to be honest.
Okay. Good. I'm glad. Okay, so we're gonna get push over here to play against Prophet Oreo. So let's see what we want to do here. Welcome. All right, so what we're going to do, guys, for those that are watching, I do something called a short bid league, which is essentially what Prophet Aura here and Pushover are part of, and a bunch of other people as well. We actually have over 100 registered short bids ready to go. It's actually a new player league for new players, where they can come in and play against other new players of the same standard. So they'll come here and join my Discord. They'll play a best of 3 against me or one of my admins, and then we rank them in the league. And then they play up against other new players to get experience. We're only playing up against other new players. So essentially it gains you good league and tournament experience where you're not coming up against some of the elites in the game in like round 1, where you just get crushed and you just don't enjoy it. You know, you're going to have good fun, really, really awesome games. All right, so let's see. We're actually... Go on.
I think he should pick ban the 2 and pick his first, because I already did the first battle, right? Because he's the second battle, potentially the ladder system, right? How does that work?
Look. So in the Urkram Miners, we have a list of who picks and bans first. Let's have a little look. That's season 3. Okay, so it is technically you first. So you pick 1 and ban 2 first, and then he'll pick 1, ban 2 afterwards.
Oh, so it's me? Okay. 1 second, I gotta check something real quick.
No problem.
For some reason, my Nightbot commands aren't working.
Oh, okay. I'll be leaving the stream until the games are done. Yeah, thank you very much, Pushover. Best of luck to you and the Oreo, indeed. Yeah, so if you guys have any questions, do feel free to, from my channel, do feel free to ask. And also, if you're in Prophet Oreo, I'll try and hop in and out and see if I can answer any questions for you guys. Let's see. Zypher's in here as well. Nice.
Yeah, custom commands aren't working on my channel right now. I don't know why.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I don't know. Commands aren't working just in general. I guess Twitch is all messed up. Oh, well.
Okay, so, Prophet, what we'll do is you're going to pick and ban first. So pick 1. Should we start with the Wood Elves? Because you're doing pretty well with those. If you go...
Sure.
If we say Wood Elves, what would you like to ban?
So from before, with Wood Elves, I don't think that was too bad banning who I did earlier.
I think Greenskins is a good one. They go super wide. They've got good mobility. What are the weaknesses of Wood Elves? So now I'll try and help you a little bit more. What are the weaknesses of Wood Elves?
So they have maneuverability, but I'd say like Wood Elves are kind of not the tankiest either.
Yes, indeed.
So I think like something that'd be good against Wood Elves too. Like, yeah, if they were able to shut down my Cav or shut down my Rangers would probably be chaos, but I don't think so right now. I think Wood Elves, like, I think Dowie are strong against Wood Elves in general, just because, you know, they have the siege potential to take out my archers. Empire, I don't know if it's necessarily good against Wood Elves now after thinking about it. But if I had to say, I would probably... So you said go Wood Elves. And since I have spear units, lizardmen are kind of like big units, so that might not be the best.
Let's see what pushes. So Oreo picks Wood Elves. banning. Let's see what you want to ban. So yeah, so for the Wood Elves, let's think about those. So
I say definitely greenskins.
I think greenskins is a good ban. I think so. Greenskins are cheap. They can go wide. They can play very, very well indeed. And they also have good.
The thing is,
go on.
the next one is what I'm trying to think of.
So I would say think about the faction itself first. So think about Wood Elves. Wood Elves have a very high level of mobility. That's in their infantry, in anything they do. But they also pay for that mobility in lack of an area of what we call tankiness. So they really lack armor or some level of ability that allows them to be more tanky. Now, you can overcome that with some good healing. But what they're very good at is they're very, very good cavalry. They have very, very good mobility, good shot cavalry. They're a very good skirmish faction. So things that are good at counter skirmishing, or elements that are very tanky that can deal with skirmish, can be factions that can really punish.
So I would just have to say Dowie and greenskins then again.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, I'd say both of those certainly have a standpoint. A good standpoint reason for banning. Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Only thing is, Dowie aren't very maneuverable, but they have that tanky factor that my front line won't hold up to.
Well, we'll stick with that for now, and let's see what pushover does. So I'll get we'll play on the maps. Let's find the map for you guys. So this guy's here, just for those that are watching, is going to be an example of how one of these Shortbeard League games will go. So both of these two are in the Urkra Miners League, so they actually are playing against each other, but we're going to do it here on live stream, so we can do a bit of coaching for both players, and also mainly here also for Prophet Oro, but then also you guys can get also an experience of what the league is like in a best of 3 scenario. So when you play in the league, you report your games, and it gives you the maps and things that you should be using. And it gives you all the details you need to know. So Karak Bufdar is going to be the first map. Okay, so he's going to be going with Lizard Men. So you've already put an army forward, but what I'm going to say is delete that army. I love the army. It's a good army composition, but we're now going to build one for Lizard Men. So, tell me a little bit about the Lizard Men. Tell me their strengths and tell me their weaknesses.
They don't have much armor, but they are pretty tough, like, once they get into melee.
Are you sure they don't have much armor?
I guess they don't look like they have armor, but yeah, so they're pretty tanky from what I've seen in campaign.
So with that being, lots of big dinosaurs that are very tanky. The Saurus Warriors are very tanky.
So having something and they don't really have much range except for their big dinosaurs. So with that being said, if I went a little more range heavy, I think it would be okay. But then again, they have maneuverable cav, but I also have cav.
You do. So this is actually one of the more balanced matchups in the game, where a lot of it is actually what we call build roulette, where actually a lot of the game can be decided by what's brought, because the matchup is so even. So some examples of things you need to think about. There are things that are called solar engines, which are Bastillons that have cannons on their back that actually can shoot big lasers. So essentially they're walking artillery pieces. They also have, essentially they have artillery pieces is what I'm trying to tell you. Some of their infantry is really tanky, some of it's really fast, and they're actually the best counter-skirmishing faction in the game. So by counter-skirmishing, I mean they're very good at countering skirmishing factions. So for example,
like Skaven and stuff.
Well, the best skirmishing faction in the game is the Wood Elves. They're the best skirmishing faction. They're the fastest. They have good range and like poison options, which means it's very difficult to catch them. And essentially you could kite them to the end of days, and it could be very difficult to shut them down. And for the most part, you could shoot them to death and then finish them off with a good couple of cavalry charges. So things like chameleon skinks and chameleon stalkers can be very good against the Wood Elves because they've got good missile resistance, and they're very good at shooting back and poisoning and doing good damage because they don't need to have much AP because the Wood Elves don't have much armor. So AP is armor
Okay.
piercing, sorry. So for you, you need to make sure that you build a force here that can deal with what they bring. So tell me a little bit about the infantry of Lizardmen from what you can remember.
So there's Saurus units, Temple Guard,
Mm-hmm.
and like Skink infantry. So like
Yep.
spear throwers, javelins,
Yep.
and like the Cudgel infantry.
Mm-hmm. So they have
So they're basically like a master of none, but like pretty decent with everything.
essentially, yeah. So they've got a good variety. They've got cheap skin cohorts, which are very very cheap units, very lightly armored, but they're quick. They're very quick indeed. They come with the javelin variety, which can also shoot back at you, and being a lightly armored faction, you can actually take a lot of damage from those ranged tools. They have red crested skinks, which have lots of armor piercing, poison damage, but they're also very lightly armored. They have Saurus Warriors, which are pretty tanky and slow, and they hit like a truck. And then they have Temple Guard, which are super tanky, good anti-large, anti-cavalry tools. Okay, so let's go through their monster units. What sort of monsters do they have?
They have Stegodons, Basilodons,
Mm-hmm,
the
mm-hmm.
Saurus giant units. So they focus on a lot of big units.
Indeed. Yeah. So
So having some spearmen would probably be pretty
that's
beneficial.
I'd say that's a good start. Yep. So that's a good start. So you've got some anti-large tools that also do armor piercing. So on your scorecard, you'll actually see there for the Eternal Guards, they have a thing called what's called bonus first large. So if you go down to the tooltips for the Eternal Guard to the weapon strength, you'll see a little
How
bonus.
do I go to tool?
So go on your roster unit and click on the Eternal Guard. It will then on the right hand side click on
Got you.
unit info, and then go down to weapon strength, and it'll say bonus first large with a little sword, and it looks like a little person next to the weapon strength.
Okay.
If you now scroll over to the right and go on to where it says 24 for Eternal Guard, and then there'll be a little bar that just kind of shows the value. If you put your little mouse on the value, it will say bonus first large equals 15.
Dang.
So what this means is it is a modifier when fighting against units that count as large. So the way you can tell if a unit is large is on this little screen above the hit point pool. You'll see it says there's 75 model size, and next to it there's a little man, and it says the entity and unit size. So it will tell you that Eternal Guard is small. If you fight anything that is large, you get plus 15 melee attack, and you also get plus 15 weapon strength when fighting against large models.
Okay.
So essentially, when you engage against large units, it will give you a bonus. So that's why when you told me in the Dwarf game that having great weapons was good to fight against Hydras, this is actually not necessarily true. Great weapons have good armor piercing, but they don't have any bonuses versus large monsters like Slayers do.
Okay.
So there'll be some monsters that actually don't have much armor, like Giants. Giants have like 30 armor, but they're huge, and they hit like a truck. But you don't need armor piercing, you just need anti-large. While some models, like with the dinosaurs here from the Lizardmen, will pay for lots of armor, and they're going to be huge. So having armor piercing and anti-large is very important. If that makes sense.
So like the Asari spears would actually be pretty decent against lizardmen.
They can do, but what is a weakness of the Azurai spears?
Their armor by a lot.
Yes, and they're very good tools here from the Lizardmen, like skink skirmishers, chameleon skinks, that will just destroy units of like war dancers, Azurai spears. So the nice advantage with Eternal Guards is they come with what's called silver shields, so they can block incoming missiles by 55%. So it's really hard to skirmish them. But yeah, I like where you're going with this. So Glagar Starfire Shafts, why have you brought these?
Starfire Shafts have armor-piercing missiles.
They do. They do. Armor-piercing missiles are
And
very good up against big, heavily armored targets like Saurus, up against big, scary dinosaurs. Yeah, so I think a couple of those wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe bring 3, 4 of those. I would suggest.
because they're cheaper than Way Watchers, which also do that.
But of course, Weight Watchers are also, for the same price pool, they're going to be more expensive. So you're expected to do a lot more with Weight Watchers than you are. Like if you lose a unit of Glaguard, it's not the end of the world. But if you lose a unit of the Weight Watchers, it's very, very expensive. For sure. So let's think about it here as well. What lord are we going to want to bring here to fight up against the Lizardmen? What lord are we going to want to bring?
In that regard, from what I've seen is that the Glade Lords are pretty good for price.
They're very good, yeah,
Um,
indeed.
so I mean, Sisters of Twilight is only good against like but then again, Sisters of Twilight also has that armor piercing round as well.
It
But
also
they're
has
very
arm
easy to.
function. Hmm.
Mhm. So I mean, either one, either Glade Lord or Sisters of Twilight. I wouldn't bring Durthu or anything like that because yeah, Durthu's tanky, but his price is just so high.
He also is a caster at the same time, so he is a tanky caster as well as your lord. So think about that, having a caster and a lord all in one. That's why he's so expensive.
So but I don't usually see people play him on multiplayer battles.
Yeah, there are a couple of reasons as to why. As a lord as well, he has very low mobility. He is very tanky, but he's one of those lords you can just kind of ignore. He's not too much of a threat unless your opponent allows him to become a threat, if that makes sense.
So are Arrows of Kurnos, because looking at the Glade Lord, she also gets Arrows of Kurnos, which is
Indeed.
actually very powerful.
They are very powerful, yes.
So with that being said, does that affect like model count for Lizardmen?
So arrows of Kurnos are a nice magical kind of magical missile that do AP damage. It fires 3 of them, and they pretty much have tracking. So when you fire them, they're pretty much going to hit anything up to 600 meters of whatever you want to hit. So they can have a nice big large dinosaur, and you can click and go, right, arrows of Kurnos, do damage to that, or do damage to this.
And you can only have one hero, correct?
Sorry?
You can only have one hero unit, correct?
You can have 2 hero units. Yeah, so you could do this if you want, but the issue with doing this is you now have no spellcaster. Which I would always recommend spellcaster. So it looks like you've gone for healing. So you've gone for a spell of life. So what are you going to bring with your spell of life? Like, what do you want to bring that's going to help you in this battle?
I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think that's what you brought last time. There's other spells like Beast Magic, where you can summon manticores and things like that. And we won't go through it. We won't go through it today, but there is like some more things you can bring as well. Awesome. So this is looking good so far. How much money have we got left?
About 5,000.
Okay, cool. So what is one thing you're missing from your army composition so far?
I need some more melee.
I would say so, and you're also missing something else that's quite key.
Cav.
Mobility. Mobility.
And this time,
always...
I could go for a higher, something that gives armor piercing cav.
You certainly can do. You certainly can do. All things do armor piercing. It just depends how much armor piercing. That's another thing for me to tell you as well. Everything does armor piercing damage. Just some do more than others. So here's an interesting fact for you as well. The armor piercing symbol next to something, that is just a symbol to show you that this unit, of its missile or weapon strength, more than 50% of it is armor piercing. So it's just an indicator to show you this unit has a lot of armor piercing, but all units have armor piercing. Just so you know. It just shows that these ones are specifically designed for armor piercing damage.
Okay.
So, like, although it might show, like, Wild Riders at 1,200 cost don't do it, the tooltip will show you, it doesn't do armor piercing. That's not true. It does do armor piercing, just not as much as, say, the Great Stag Knights, for example.
Oh my god, Zotes do a lot of armor piercing, and they're anti-large.
Is there another Teach Me Total War series where, as relatively new players, I love this type of content? Yeah, so for me, Bichido, I really want to go more into this. I've got a lot more stuff that can really help with you guys. I can certainly show you guys a lot more tooltips, and I've got some videos and stuff I want to bring out that's going to help you guys with multiplayer for sure. Yeah. That's some things I want to bring up, Hunting Bra. So, like, for example, let's say if we take Hadbane tips. 23 missile strength, you can still see they have 7 armor piercing. So they still have armor piercing, just it's not as much here as the Glade Starfire Shafts, which out of their 19 actually have 16 armor piercing. So, yeah. Okay, so it looks like you've gone with some cavalry. You've gone double Glade Riders, 2 here with the missiles and the headbane tips, and then you've gone with a unit of Zotes. Yep, they're anti-large, armor piercing. Yeah, they're pretty damn good. How much money have you got left?
380. So I don't know if I want to actually commit to this yet, but because I don't do poison do. So does poison pretty much damage anything unless they have poison resistance?
So there is no poison resistance in the game. There's no such thing.
Oh,
So what
okay. So these are really
poison is a debuff. So poison reduces armor piercing and base weapon damage from your opponent. So it's a debuff there, and then also reduces speed.
Okay, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, so reduces speed by 15%. So for example, if you've got 50 speed and you reduce it by 15%, let me do the maths. That'd be negative 7.5% speed. So
it's just the
negative
thing.
7.5, yeah.
The thing with Zotes is they're just so expensive to put on the field.
Zotes also come with what's called bound abilities, which are essentially like magical spells that don't cost any mana. So they're free spells. So Zotes come with Flesh to Stone, and they come with Earthblood, which basically gives them healing and gives them armor, and you pay for that. So everything in the game, you inevitably pay for. So if something comes with bonuses large or lots of armor piercing or magic damage, you pay for these items. How much armor they have, how much melee attack they have, you pay for everything. So when you pay for something, it will come with something that you can be used on the battlefield. So for example, the reason why Glade Guard Starfire Shafts are more expensive than just regular the regular Glade Guard is that they pay for fire damage and they pay for lots of armor piercing. That's why you pay an extra 100. That's why you pay an extra 150 gold per unit compared to the regular Glade Guard. So yeah, the Zotes have quite a few things. The other way you could do this, if you wanted to, is we'll probably want to get a little bit more infantry in there, for sure. So we probably want a little bit more infantry. Yeah, we could certainly get a couple of Dryads in there, and then maybe get some, maybe 1 or 2 extra Glade Riders. Or actually, that's probably fine. Actually, you could probably just get a little bit more infantry in there, and you probably should be fine. I think this would be a very good army for sure. So you've put your Glade Lady. Is she on? You put her on a horse. Okay.
I know the Great Stag is good, but I don't have the money for it.
That's okay. Waystalker as well. Yeah, I think this looks good so far. I think we're ready to go.
I need to get rid of 20 gold.
Okay.
I put her on the Stag again, so I just need to get rid of 20 gold.
I'll go to the I won't tell you now why, but go to the Waystalker and remove his. Don't remove Arrows to Kernos. Remove the other item. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. That will do you, and then just put a chevron on some of your units, and I think we're good to go. And also, did poison get nerfed in the last patch? Yes, it did. So poison essentially was 20% across the board for base weapon damage and missile damage, and also so it debuffs range and also debuffs melee attacks. So it debuffs base weapon damage and armor piercing, base missile damage.
Quick.
No problem. Base missile damage and also base armor piercing as well for incoming missiles. It also reduces speed, which used to be 25%. It's now 15%. So it was debuffed, yeah. And then most units that pay for poison actually got an increase as well. So there was a double nerf there essentially. So yes, I do have some more videos to come forward for you guys. The only problem is that we're at the end of Warhammer 2. And mechanics are changing, for sure. How many of them? Can't say much about that, but I have some really cool stuff for you guys. I don't know if you'd want anything to. Let me ask you this question, and also thank you very much for all of you being super patient today. I appreciate every single one of you. I really hope you're learning a lot today. If you have any questions, any whatsoever, do feel free to ask. This is just an open comms. There is no such thing as a stupid question. I want you guys to learn as much as you possibly can, and I'm going to try and help you grow where you can. And if you really want to get involved, you are a new player, welcome. And if you are a new player and you're thinking, oh, this is all really scary, I don't know how to get involved, do feel free to join the Discord. I've got a bunch of really awesome admins there that play on a daily basis in the voice chat. You don't even have to talk. You can come in and play and have fun. and all of those guys are always very generous and happy to help everybody come to terms and learn the game as much as possible. All right, so let's do this, shall we? Are you feeling ready?
Yep. Here, I'll mute you then.
So what I'd say quickly before you mute me, when you go into battle, look at his army and identify what you think the threats are.
Okay.
Yeah. So go, okay, I'm playing Lizardmen. What on his side of the battlefield are the threats? And then use your army to determine what you're going to do to take out those threats. That's my next bit of advice. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
No worries. Awesome, dude. Let's do it. Thank you for taking the time. No, of course, of course. Why have Mage of Life without any expensive units to heal? So, Vegeta, yeah, this is a very, very good point. And you are totally right. You're totally right. But for now, I don't want to overwhelm Prophet Oreo too much with too much information. What I want him to understand so I have a stage-by-stage process, which is bring a caster. You've got mana, it's a free resource, make sure you use it. There are so many people that I see that don't use mages. I'd rather you bring one, use it, and not use it optimally, but you still have it in your mind that you need to bring one. Then we can think about, okay, what is going to be optimal here? Now, would a Beastcaster be better? Of course. Bringing Transformation of Gadon is good because you don't need to heal too much here. There's not really too much to heal. You can heal Dryads and etc. and do some nice things there. But yes, but we'll go into that in a minute. But yes, you make very, very good stuff there. But cavalry and certainly thicker units, you wouldn't really want to heal Glade Guards because the return of cost of investment just isn't there. Earthblood can be nice if you heal 4 units, but you're not really going to see a return of investment for what you pay. So there's nothing really here expensive enough. So double pterodons here for pushover. Here with the double cold one spear riders, anti-large armor piercing, good anti-cav tools. In the front here, we are going to have mixtures, and this is very, very strong indeed here from Pushover. I know he normally gets his builds from Ducky. He certainly goes there and checks out all those things. I've seen you, my friend. I've seen you. 4 units there of the skin cohorts with the javelins. Exceptionally strong there. 400 gold. They pay 100 gold for 2 javelins. They can easily double, if not triple, their value at times. In the front here, we have Saurus warriors. Very tanky 60 armor bronze shields as well. These bad boys also have good melee defense at 34 and 52 weapon strength per model. You've got to times that by 75, and that is how much slap they can do with those maces. If you don't believe me that strong, go compare them to other infantry at 800 gold cost. In the front, double chameleon stalkers. Exceptionally strong, these blasting charges, 75 strength, fire damage, so good up against dryads. They do poison and melee combat. They pay for physical and missile resistance, and we'll go into that shortly, but essentially missile resistance is included in physical resistance. So physical resistance is melee and range. So technically here, when you add the 20 here to the 20% of missile resistance, they actually have 40% missile resistance in total, but the missile resistance only includes missiles. It doesn't include melee attack hits. So actually having 20% physical resistance and 20% missile resistance is better than having 40% missile resistance from the chameleon skinks, because they only negate missiles, not actually physical combat, which is why these are tankier in melee combat in total than they are with the chameleon skinks. So, over here on the right, we are going to see Glade Riders with spears, Hagbane tips as well. A bunch of Dryads in the front here mixing in with the Eternal Guards. It's actually, quite nice to have these shielded as well. Because the shields bring extra melee defense. Also, they get resistances. They've only got 40 armor, so they can certainly negate a lot of the incoming damage. Now, that will help for income missiles, but it won't help against explosions. And you do get explosion damage here coming from the Chameleon Stalkers. That's why they can rip apart these units, even though they have silver shields. In the back, we are going to have more Hagbane tips and more here of the Glade Riders. 4 of the Starfire Shafts, which are going to be really good at deleting these Saurus warriors and a lot of this cavalry. So where are the threats here? So the threats in the middle here, we are going to have a Skink Oracle. Skink Oracle here can certainly get some good scoot and shoot. Earthblood, Fireball, and Wind Blast, as well as Cold Blooded. But this, 889 Poison. I believe it's also anti-large. It's going to be bonus for large of 150. So basically add 150 missile strength, which is absurdity if it's large. And then also armor piercing. So it negates a lot of armor there. So where are the threats? So we've got two here, two juicy threats. These things are about 1,000 gold cost. You certainly want to take those down. Arrows are going to be firing into the front. Soros Warriors are certainly there as well. These boys are certainly pretty decent. Now, Dryads pay for physical resistance, which means they pay money to protect against physical attacks. Which means because they've only got 60 armor, magic damage will actually do better. But in the front here, Soros Warriors will win this engagement, but with the Starfire Shafts firing in the front, they are going to do better. Now, what you don't want to do is you don't just want to add to the back and add to the back. That's not going to help. You will need to protect this. You can see a lot of his spears going forward, but they're not protecting his archers. If we get round the back with the cavalry, we can certainly do some good work. We can see here Glade Rider Hagbane Tip shooting into the backside of the Cold Spear Riders, but we've kind of left this open here. So we are going to see a Dweller's Blow. This could be a really nice Dweller's Blow on the cavalry. Really nice stuff. Look at the deletion there. So there's actually two things that go down here. There's impact damage and then there's tick poison. So this here will do damage on impact, and then we'll also do tick poison. You can see here the Glade Lord is going to be out of the way on its own. It is now going to be getting abused from all sides, getting attacked by multiple units. So it looks like we are going to get a net here from the Glade Lady. That's really nice. Try and see if we can pull this out and then start shooting over the top. But the Pterodons have now come down, and there's nothing to protect the backside here of the archers. Saurus Warriors have now moved through the middle, and this is why you've got multiple units attacking the same element. There's not enough here to go wide enough to protect the front line. We have done a lot of damage here up against the range. It's certainly not over yet, but we see Hagbane Tips here fighting the back up against the Chameleon Stalkers. This is going to be cavalry as well. So these are going to come forward and maybe try and see if we can shoot to the back of the Chameleon Stalkers. Yeah, good stuff there. But he needs to get in the back here and start protecting some of his ranged units. Windblast goes down the line here of the Starfire Shafts, but you can see a lot of Pterodons coming in the back and compromising. Skink Oracle up against the Spell Seer. So you see he's going to be fighting in combat. That there, you don't really want to get that there fighting in combat. In the back, Starfire Shafts do return, so we should be able to shoot them against the front line. Hagbane Tips certainly want to get in the front. So one thing I've noticed here, we didn't use the mobility advantage here of the double Hagbane Tips. We pushed in, even though we had the mobility advantage. We can see here the Pterodon Riders are just going to be shooting down on the floor. They're going to be hitting here up against some of the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts. They certainly want to take these down if at all possible. In the middle here, we can see the Glade Lady. She wants to kind of get over here and start shooting up against the Skink Oracle. Maybe getting it L2. We are going to thwap into the back. If this shoots here up against the Glade Lady, that's going to be really painful. So we haven't really seen many arrows of Kurnos here from the Waystalker. He's going to be wavering. A little bit of pressure here in the middle. We do actually have Oxyotl. Oxyotl is going to be shooting here into the Waystalker. In the back, we are getting some ranged units that are returning. We had a lot of infantry, but sadly here we certainly took the engagement here as the Wood Elves, and we necessarily didn't need to. But now they're going to start shooting at the sky. They're now going to start taking down some of the Pterodon Riders. Here you go. Arrows of Kurnos now do delete some Pterodon Riders. Lovely work there. Oxyotl, though, is going to be sniping and actually does delete there the Waystalker. In the back, I actually wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a rear charge here from the cavalry. Just because it's missile cavalry doesn't mean it can't fight in combat. And it can certainly do some good damage there. Balance of Power is going to be pulling into the Lizardmen favour. Fireball is going to be coming across here. Looks like the Fireball is going to be aiming for the Spell Singer. So arrow shooting over the top here, so they're going to be shooting into the Skink Cohort Javelins. Eternal Guards are going to be fighting. But of course, no large monsters here aboard, just the one. So there's a bit of a rare one. This is here is quite an experienced player army. I think here that actually Mr. Prophet Oro is playing against a player that is probably in too lower league, I think. But that's to be said. Yep, still got Skirmish Cavalry on board. These certainly want to come over and then start dealing with this Hero Corps. Yeah, so now we're going to be starting to shoot up against the Glade Lady. She needs to get out of there, but we are now going to start shooting in here up against the Skink Oracle. Fireball coming out. Starfire Shafts are now going to be shooting over the top and trying to see if we can delete the Skink Oracle. We actually do hit the Glade Lady. We didn't get a net down there. The Spellsinger needs to get some healing in. This is where we need to start seeing some healing here, or we need to start seeing some healing on the Glade Lady. Skink Oracle, though, is getting weak. You can see there the Starfire Shafts are going to be shooting and doing some good damage. That is going to break the Skink Oracle. Lovely work there. We see in the back here, the Glade Riders are going to be starting to charge down up against Oxyotl. Are we actually going to get here and charge and fight Oxyotl? If we can shut down Oxyotl, that's good. Get in here with some healing. We did just use the Spell Singer. But really, really close game here between these two. In the back, we can see some Eternal Guards coming here to fight. They're going to be fighting against the Javelins, but they are going to be running into Javelin Fire. Glade Riders in the back, they can certainly shoot here up against Saurus Warriors, get some good kite indeed. This game is definitely not over. Dryads are going to be returning. We do need some healing though. This thing is not going to return, I don't think. But the Glade Lady's in the back. She's got some good range. Could we shoot here? Definitely want to be shooting up against the Saurus Warriors. Nice net. Fantastic stuff. Now turn and burn. Turn and burn. Keep the cavalry here. Keep the cavalry on Oxyotl. Do not let him get in the back and shoot on the Glade Lady. So good stuff there. Oxyotl is really weak to like sort of lightly armored cavalry and dogs. Dogs is a big thing there. We're going to be shooting here up against the Saurus. Cold-Blooded has been activated to give plus 16 leadership. Really strong there coming in from pushover. Certainly good utilization there right at the end just to keep those Saurus going. Now kite, 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 kite. You don't want to be fighting in combat here. So where I talk about engagements where you don't necessarily need to take that engagement, this is one of them. You don't want to fight up against the Saurus Warriors. Don't fight them. Just run away. You don't need to stay there in combat unless you're not engaging elsewhere. Now, you are fighting in combat here, so the Wood Elves are engaged. So here, you just run. You just run. The Saurus are not fast enough to chase you, but you do need to be shooting in here up against the Saurus Warriors. Now, we are doing some good damage here up against Oxyotl. We could do with the Glade Lady doing some help here. Some cycle charging, even though it's weak, is going to be optimal. In the back here, we still have some cavalry. It looks like it's going to be fighting with Saurus Warriors. This game is certainly coming back. We can see here, Oxyotl is going to be super, super weak. Saurus are weak as well. Can we get some shots in here to do some work is the question. We break the Saurus. Brilliant stuff. Now start shooting here. There's more Saurus coming, so we now need to start shooting into this Saurus Warrior here. Now, what we need to do is we need to get the cavalry. Forget over here. This is not coming to you, so forget about it. Bring your forces back here. Come start help the main battle line. Oxyotl is in big trouble here. He is in big trouble. You need to shoot these Saurus. If you can back these Saurus off, you've got a whole load of reinforcements coming. So now the Saurus Warriors do push in. They are actually going to beat back the Glade Riders. And now Oxyotl can pull away here through his own infantry. You now need to keep your Lord away because Oxyotl can kite and he can certainly shoot here. But now the cavalry needs to shut down Oxyotl. So in the middle here, we are going to break these skinks. They actually do shatter. So lovely work there. We should get a return. But you can see Oxyotl is going to shoot into Glade Lady. If the Glade Lady goes and breaks, it's the end of the game. So it needs to run away. You need to recognize you're taking damage. Oxyotl is not in combat. And you need to recognize here that this is a huge threat. Unfortunately, too close there. I think that is going to be the end of the game. Saurus Warriors, though, are breaking. You can certainly bring this back. If we can fight... So, Oxyotl accidentally got into combat. We are going to be wavering. But if we can break Oxyotl here, I think we can win. I think for sure we can win. Oxyotl is going to be weak. Can we get there and surround him is the question. Yeah, Oxyotl could break here, and balance of power is certainly going to change. You've got a bunch of elements here. You can see pushover has left quite a few units in, like, not microed, and you can see a lot of them are going to return. But if we break and push off Oxyotl, that's going to be negative 16 leadership there, faction-wide, which can certainly flip the balance of power. This is a super close game. We're now going to be fighting against Oxyotl in melee combat. He has popped Slippery, and he will do splash damages, but we are going to be fighting quite nicely. Where is the lady? The lady has broken, and that is a problem. Fortunately, we allowed her to get shot, so she is going to be in a bit of a sticky bother. Community Stalkers will actually finish her off, which is a bit of a shame, which actually will proc army losses, because everything else will break. And it looks here, unfortunately, we are going to be seeing that Oxyotl is going to use Cold-Blooded to keep going here, unfortunately. What we actually want to do, Starfire Shafts want to shoot in here. Shooting up against a very, very tiny single entity is not really going to help. You really want to just shoot... these Saurus Warriors.
I absolutely did not want my hero running that way.
Hey man, GG's.
Yeah, that was fun though. I absolutely did not want my hero running that way, and it did.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. Sometimes when they break in some of the strangest ways. Yeah,
I forgot that community stalkers were a troop.
Yes, yes.
Yikes.
So I would say there was two things. So there was so with that army composition, tell me where you had advantages on the battlefield straight from the beginning. Where were your advantages?
Range.
Yep.
Arrows of Kurnos.
Yeah, so range and mobility is where you had your advantages. However, in the beginning of the game, you went straight to him, and you gave away that advantage.
Okay, so I didn't want to charge.
Yes, essentially he had to come to you, otherwise you were going to shoot him to death. What you needed to do is use as much as your time as you can with your cavalry there, alongside with your 4 units of Gladeguard Starfire Shafts, to do as much damage on the approach before his front line hit. Because then it would have given your infantry units a better chance at fighting against these tanky Saurus warriors. But you did some really nice target prioritization. You shut down the Saurus quite nicely. You did some fantastic damage there. Yeah, I think that was quite nice. And the other one is you allowed
Teardown riders.
Teardown riders to get in the back. Also, yeah, a lot of your infantry pushed forward and nothing protected your back line. And at the same time, you allowed the Skink Oracle and Oxyotl to shoot your heroes. Which is it's a tough one. It's really, really tough one. This is a strong army from pushover. I think he started the league as an Okra Miners, but he's been playing a lot and taking a lot of builds from competitive players. So he's becoming very strong very quickly. But you played extremely well. I think a lot of your 4 units of range did quite nicely. Like 1 unit got 1,082 damage value, which is really, really good. And then also, like, yeah, you sent your cavalry a little bit forward without any sort of like protection. But your skirmish did really well. 1.6k there for your Glade Rider High Bane Tips is really nice. 815 for the second one. I probably would have just what's called kited. I probably would have kited him a little bit until he comes to your front line and just use your range advantage to shoot that front line and really wither it down and then engage your infantry. Because he had a much wider infantry than you, so when he hit, his extra infantry could just go around the flanks and shut down your range.
Okay, I did learn a lot from that though, so that's
awesome.
Good too.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is another common mistake I see is if you don't have to take an engagement, don't take it. If it's not advantageous for you to take an engagement, you don't necessarily have to take it. So, like with that first example, there was another one where the Saurus Warriors were coming forward and charging after your archers. Your archers could have just walked away and not engaged not engaged the Saurus, because the Saurus was always going to beat them in melee. What you could have done with your 3 archers is actually split them all in different directions, because then the Saurus can only chase after one, and then you just shoot with the other 2.
When the Saurus Warriors were coming close to, I used my hero's ability to net them too.
Yeah, that was really good, really good. And you could use that to net those threats, which is really good. And if you didn't know, actually, it actually gives them a negative missile resistance.
Oh, I did not.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. Like, if you can learn your faction, like my advantage to anybody that wants to learn the game, pick one faction. So for you, I'd say Wood Elves, and then just learn the living daylights out of it. Just learn and learn and learn and learn and learn everything you can about every single item, every single hero, every single lord, every single unit. Learn as much as you possibly can and play that faction over and over and over again.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I'd say that was a really, really tight get. I'd actually say if you didn't allow your lord to get shot there in the end by Oxyotl, if you kept him engaged in melee combat, because you let him get away, which is it's unfortunate. Like he pulled his hero through his own infantry, because he has less resistance, so he can just pull it through his own infantry. If your lord hadn't died, I think you actually could have won.
Yeah, that's why I was trying not to bring him that way, but then it started fleeing. I was like, no!
Come back! But that was a really cool game.
The reason why I was kiting my hero that way is so that Oxyotl couldn't shoot him. Because he kept getting line of sight on me, so I had to keep moving. And I was like, oh man, I could win this, and then all of a sudden those skink cohorts or whatever, no, the fire guys with the shotguns or whatever came out. I'm like, oh no, I'm done.
Yeah. They are sneaky little units.
Someone in chat asked. Someone in chat asked, "What do you think is Oria's best faction?" I think it's Wood Elves personally, like you said. Does he need to have be a tad more defensive? I guess for that fight, yeah.
I think that your best faction is always going to be the one you're going to enjoy playing the most. So if I recommend a stage for somebody, is pick your faction that you like the most for whatever reason. Like for me, thematically, I love the dwarfs, and yeah, it doesn't matter they're not the best in the game. Like Wood Elves are extremely strong. They're extremely strong in the game, but it doesn't matter they're not good. Just pick one that you can play over and over again and learn very, very well, and then you can use that one in any matchup, and you should do okay. And then you can use that experience to move on to the next faction, and then the next faction, and then the next faction. Then before you know it, you'll have 4 or 5 good, solid factions you know in and out and how to play very, very well.
Okay, yeah, I really enjoyed the Wood Elves. They're my favorite by far, lore wise. Like just in any game with the bow or like a Wood Elf, like even in D&D, I'm a Wood Elf. So
Nice. I do love a good bit of Dungeons and Dragons. It's very fun indeed. Sorry, I'm just gonna catch up with chat here. Hey, Clock Monkey, how you doing? And Mr. Lee as well. GG's indeed. Welcome, welcome. Let's have a look here. Zachary Payne, not a Brett player, so I would see what Logic would think. What was the question? Sorry. I'm building a Brett army and Chev my Knights of the Realm and Question Knights left the shaft to die. What was the question? Sorry. Since they got more expensive. I can't see the guy. Hey, Pantalonard, hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Also, I really like your Dwellers Below on their cavalry. That was really strong. That was really strong. Your Dwellers Below magic was really good. Okay, so it looks like Pushover is going to go High Elves. He's going to ban Dowie and Greenskins.
Okay. Let's see then.
So tell me a little bit about the High Elves. You told me before. Tell me about their strengths and tell me about their weaknesses.
They're good at maneuverability and archers, and they're not tanky and magic. So they're pretty much good with everything besides being tanky. But some units can be tanky though. They're pretty much just a master. They pretty much can do anything, but they're not a master of anything.
Yeah, I think that's a very good way. You know, they certainly cover a lot, and they're also extremely expensive. Every single unit in their roster is very expensive. So you'll generally find that most of the high elf forces are certainly smaller in size, and that you know, players that use high elf certainly need to get more utilization out of those units. So yeah, quite a lot of their cheap units are lightly armored, and a lot more of their expensive units are very heavily armored. They have good beasts, so they have dragons. They have very, very fast. What am I thinking of? Phoenixes. They have very good cavalry, good range, and a good level of magic. So let's think. If they're very, very cheap if they're very, very expensive and small, what might be a way to deal with that?
Okay, so I think against high elves, Lizardmen would probably be pretty decent.
They could be, yeah, for sure. We can certainly give that a go.
Tomb Kings, I'm not sure.
Okay, what I'll say is, so you like dwarves and you like
Ban Dowie.
Yeah, so what's a next faction? Give me a next couple of factions that you like.
My third favorite faction is probably Tomb Kings. I like Egyptian stuff.
Okay. We can certainly give Tomb Kings a try. Let's give Tomb Kings a try.
But I don't know anything about them. That's the problem.
This is where I can help you.
Okay.
So, let's go on to the Bone Bros, and let's see what they got. So,
I know Cetra is good.
I would say for the majority, pretty much all of their lords are good, in some shape or form. But what we need to do is think about their lord choice. So their lord choices, they have a lot of very good mages that can be lords, and they also have some good legendary lords.
For Tomb Kings?
And for the High Elves. So we need to decide what lord we want to take based on what we want to do against the High Elves. So what is good at deleting good elite cavalry?
Usually spears.
Spears are pretty good, yeah. Can you think of anything else?
With Tomb Kings,
just in general.
Knights.
Just in general. So what's good? So spears are good. So any anti-large tools.
Archers.
Archers can be good, yeah, for sure. Yep.
Chariots would probably be good.
I'd say the other way around. I'd say actually cavalry's very good at pinning in and destroying chariots. Yeah.
And magic would be good against?
Yes.
cav?
Yeah, magic's very good, yeah. So you can get some spells that do magic damage to cavalry units, for sure. A very common one is like Spirit Leech from Ark in the Black. It's very good. It does direct damage to units, so if you've got like an elite unit, you can just put a Spirit Leech on and it will kill models for you.
Damn.
Yeah. So this is when I talk about certain, when I'm talking about matchups and when you're talking about learning factions and learning magic and this sort of thing. There's a lot to learn when it comes to the game in general. So let's look through the roster and see what we got to deal. So we know they've got a lot of range and a lot of cavalry. So what does well against archers quickly? So we'll go through that. What does well against archers, or like foot range tools or artillery?
Monster units.
Normally artillery is used to take down big monsters.
Okay.
So normally I would bring a cannon to shoot down a big dinosaur.
Okay.
So
the bow Yoshimabi.
Oh, the Ushopti. So normally mobility is a good way of taking down ranged tools. So like cavalry and flying units like harpies and stuff like that is a very good tool to shut down ranged tools. You normally go around the back of their force and you kind of get in and shut down those ranged tools, like which Stormrunner did to you on those first few games.
Okay.
Yes, so you've got lots of tools like that. So, but Ushopti are good as well. Ushopti are good ranged tools. For sure, they're very strong ones here in the side of the Tomb Kings. So, if they're good with cavalry and they're good with ranged tools, we now want to build an army that can deal with those elements. So, for the Tomb Kings, we've got skeleton spearmen. Good things about those, they're undead, so they're unbreakable. So it means nothing will run away. But the issue is they'll crumble. So once they break leadership, which is always very low, they'll actually take damage over time. The lower their leadership, the more damage they'll take. So you just have to be careful of that. So we have skeleton spearmen, and then we also have tomb guard halberds. So halberds are basically spears, but with armor piercing.
But we probably don't need armor piercing against high elves.
Depends which cavalry you come against.
Okay.
Yeah, so some of the cavalry has no armor, and some of the cavalry has a lot of armor. So Dragon Princes have 110 armor. Whilst Silver Helms have 90 armor, and Illyrian Reavers have 40 armor. Yeah, so this is where like learning these matchups can like help. So I'll help you with some of the details. So we also have good artillery pieces. So we have Casket of Souls and the Screaming Catapults. So let's think. So let's say we're gonna. What do you want to deal with? Should we build an army that's gonna deal with range and cavalry?
Probably. I mean, that's what I've seen most high elf players do.
Okay, let's do that then. So, I think the Lord choice isn't really going to matter too much. Let's think. Let's bring a. So let's reduce your micro. Let's bring a Lord that is also your Lord and your caster. So why don't we bring Ark in the Black, and then we'll put him on a horse.
Okay.
And then for his spells, we have a bunch of spells. So we have what's called Death Magic. So from the Death Magic, we have Aspect of the Dread Knight, we have Spirit Leech, we have Doom and Darkness, Soul Blight, Purple Sun of Zexorus, and then we also have the Fate of Buna. So would you say High Elves is a faction that has a lot of leadership or not very much leadership at all?
It has a lot of leadership in the beginning of battle when it's fresh, but I think once it starts taking damage, it starts to lose leadership.
Okay.
Like more.
Would you say it has more or less than, say, a faction like Skaven or Greenskins?
Way more.
Yeah. So I think things like leadership spells like Doom and Darkness and stuff, it certainly could play quite well, but necessarily would do better against Greenskins and Skaven and really low leadership factions where you want to break them nice and quickly. So I think things like Doom and Darkness and Aspect of the Dread Knight, where you want to cause terror and that sort of thing, because there's no ethereal units, so those two might not be necessary here. So you've got Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech, which are basically Fate of Buna is Spirit Leech on steroids. It's basically much more mana and does a lot of damage to that unit specifically. Let's make this simple. Why don't we go? Actually, I'll make this really easy. Just bring Spirit Leech, I reckon. Just bring Spirit Leech. And what you're going to do, if you go into battle and you see something and you go, I don't like that, I don't want to deal with that, that seems really expensive, annoying, you're just going to Spirit Leech it over and over and over again. That's all you're going to do. That's it. Cool.
Okay.
So we now need some. They're going to bring some infantry. So what are we going to bring to counteract their infantry? Okay. Yep. So we got some of the Nekahara warriors. We probably want a little bit more infantry than that, I would have thought. Yeah, something like that would be fine. We've got Toon Guard there for the anti-large and armor piercing to deal with their cavalry. Do we want some range tools? We probably do want some range tools. Cool. So we could bring. So we have two options. We can bring the missile infantry here with the skeleton archers, or we can bring some Ushofti great bows.
I think the Ushofti great bows would be good if they have flying and stuff like that as well.
So yeah, you could bring maybe one or two of those, and then what else are we missing from this force?
Kind of like probably maybe some artillery.
You could bring an artillery piece for sure. Yeah, if you really wanted to, maybe like a screaming catapult or a casket of souls. Yeah, that looks good. There's also another element we're missing to this army composition.
Monstrous unit, kind of like a cav. Oh, cav.
Cav mobility. Yes. So we do have some flyers. We do actually have Carrion. Carrion as well as flying units. They have 100 speed, so you can bring some of those. Or you could just bring skeleton horse archers and other stuff like that if you like as well. So, and another thing as well that we haven't used is chariots. Chariots are a very good anti-infantry tool. So anything that's infantry, they can just cycle charge all over the front of infantry. They're very, very good. That's exactly what they're designed to do in this game. Yeah.
So you reckon?
How much money?
Okay.
How much money have you got left?
747. But I haven't got rid of any of his abilities, like life leeching, the curse, my will be done, or liber mortis.
Okay. To make it easy for you, I would just remove all of them. And just keep Spirit Leech. It's going to be cheap, it's going to be easy for you, and because those other items, some of them are very, very good, and can be very beneficial, but if you don't know how to use them, there's no point in bringing them, because they end up just being a point sink where you're just not using them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to tell you to bring 2 Nekahara Horsemen. That's going to be my tip for this one. So the 650 Cav, they're very, very strong, they're very durable, very tanky, some of the best mid-tier cavalry in the game, and of course they're unbreakable. Okay, I think this is like a good army composition. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units of infantry. You've got 2 units of cavalry to protect 3 units of range. So, if you don't know, if you kill the opponent's legendary lord, it actually gives the whole army from the opponent negative leadership for the rest of the game.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's actually...
It's really important to know that. Not a lot of people know that. So if you do kill your opponent's legendary, or just their lord, if you kill their lord, they get negative 16 leadership. So to everybody. Everybody gets negative 16 leadership. So actually sometimes sniping lords and stuff like that can be very, very handy. And then also there's other things as well. So when it comes to army losses, on balance of power, units that are very expensive, so for example your Ushofti Great Bow and your Casket of Souls, if your opponent kills those, that's going to affect balance of power a lot more because they're worth quite a lot. So protecting those are really, really important. And cavalry doesn't always have to be used aggressively. Cavalry can be used defensively as well, just so you know. So with your army composition, you've got 2 skirmishers with your skeleton horse archers. You've got 2 of the Ushofti great bows. So you've got some good range also here with some of the Casket of Souls. Yeah, this is also pretty good. This is also pretty good. I think what you've got here looks really nice. Do you want to give it a go? Any questions before we start?
Let me just upgrade some units, I guess.
Sure. Perfect. Let's get started then. We'll say, let's have a quick look at this one. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Okay. I will meet you then, good sir.
Awesome.
I really do appreciate you doing this, man.
No, of course, anytime, man, anytime. So let's enjoy and let's have some fun. Yeah, so it looks like here, I think he's getting some of the ideas about what tools can be used to counter what other tools. I want him to get into his head that high elves are very, very expensive and normally much smaller armies. So what we can see here before we start, we can see 2 line chariots of chase. It'll be very important to see if he tries to get on top of those. We've also got Teclis. Teclis here is going to be on his little birdie bird. 50 armor for that, so it can be sniped pretty nicely. Can we? He does have regrowth. But where are you going to be seeing those spirit leeches going down? What are we going to be seeing them on? He has little bits of range. He also has some skirmish. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units there are the ones that are probably where we're going to look to focus. So I'll be interested to see what he does with his Ushopti Great Bow. Let's have a look here. So you guys were saying something. Skirmish cavalry. Sorry, was that a question, Matthew, that you don't understand what skirmish cavalry is? Sorry, is that your question? Is this a short beard league game? It is, Buchita Warrior. Yes, we've decided, because there's only a couple of days left, I decided to just do this one on live stream so I can kind of help him and then also maybe help you guys, and then also anybody else out there that hasn't seen this can also like get involved and maybe want to kind of see how the short beard league works, so the guys can kind of see how these league games operate. I didn't change the map. It's not really that important, but we'll see as it goes. Teclis is super sensitive. Only on because he pays for the flame fire. So he's got a phoenix that he pays for. That's why he's so expensive. So because he pays for spells, he pays for a lot of spells. He's got 1, 2, 3 units, 3 spells plus a bound spell. He's also going to be having the Potion of Troy. He also pays for the Shield of Sapphire. He pays for the this one, Kindle Flame, and then he pays for all of this as well. He pays for the Phoenix and himself. Yeah, so that's why he's so expensive. So, and this is an issue, right? So with Teclis, because he's so expensive, if Pushover doesn't do well with Teclis, he will just lose the game because Teclis is like a quarter of his army. So Teclis has to go way and above and beyond here, otherwise it's going to be a very difficult game. So it looks like he's going to come over here this time as well. He's going to be coming over into this side. Now, what I want to hope to see is him come forward with his archers, start shooting, and then start kiting backwards. That's what I want to start seeing. I want to see him at least bring him back to here. He needs to use his units defensively. He doesn't have to go to his opponent. Pardon me. I do like the fact they're carrying in the corner. I do apologise. That's disgusting logic. In the middle here, we have the double Illyrian Reavers. Now, these will outrange, are they 140 or 160? 140. So they'll actually have the same range as the Skeleton Horse Archers. But these don't break. So it's always going to be in the favour there of the undead. Also, these are cheaper. So essentially, you're going to do something what's called up trading. So if you shoot and kill 3 models here of the Illyrian Reavers, and the Illyrian Reavers kill 3 models of the Skeleton Horse Archers, the Horse Archers are winning because these are more expensive. So Balance of Power will go, oh, well, you're losing 700 gold here, whilst he's only losing 500 gold. So you're winning. So essentially, these will uptrade very nicely here into Illyrian Reavers, which is why you won't see Illyrian Reavers in this matchup. And actually, I realised I brought them on live stream the other day, and that was really stupid. But there we go. So now we're going to see if we're actually also going to get this rotation in here as well. Are we going to see a rotation from both players to meet each other? That's the question. Chariots want to stay nice and protected. They don't want to get shot for free. Carrier in the back. Are the Carrier going to come forward here and start shutting down? We are going to see the Talons of Torquelader. They actually come in here with a fire weakness. So when they shoot, they actually make something flammable, which reduces, will actually increase flaming damage. So they do really well for themselves. And they actually partner quite well alongside Sisters of Avalon, because they also do fire damage. So if I shoot now, let's say the Lion Chariots of Chase, they get a negative 20% fire resistance, and then the fire damage coming from the Sisters of Avalon does an extra 20% base weapon damage, which is really, really cool. It's a really, really cool combination. Now here you can see these could certainly come forward and do some work, but the Lion Chariots are going to be a threat. Looks like we are going to be charging forward. We are going to take that engagement, and these will actually do really well. These will do really well here. We need to keep the pressure on. They need to be supported. Can we do that there? The Line Chariots are coming in. Line Chariots will do good damage, but they are going to be removing the mobility and the skirmish here coming out of the Illyrian Reavers. Can the Chariots get in and help? Well, time will see. So we are going to be shooting the front. It looks like here there is going to be a net of Amtok on the Chosen, and now we're going to be using a Bound Fiery Convocation. Bound Fiery Convocation doesn't work very well on Monstrous Infantry. It's not really going to do any damage. It will delete the Nekahara Warriors, though. It looks like that. What's the saying? You can see it. No damage at all. No damage at all. It's very good against infantry, not very good against monstrous infantry. So the units are going to come forward here and engage. And now the Ushopti, the net is going to be gone. So these need to draw back and start shooting. Castigo Souls will absolutely delete this front line, but he wants to now start targeting the range. And he's going to do so very nicely. Very nicely indeed. Skeleton Horse Archer is nice. They're going to get out. And we can see here, this is where I want to start seeing him shoot Teclis and use Spirit Leech on Teclis, or start using Spirit Leech here on the Cavalry or the Line Chariots. Cavalry, Line Chariots, and Teclis are the big threats. They are the huge threats. This is the Flaming Sword of Ruin. This is going to give them fire damage. Fire damage is only going to really help here against Archon. Now, we could see a snipe attempt here coming on Archon the Black. Spirit Leech does go on the Line Chariots. Very nice. But Archon is in the open. He is going to be on his own. And actually, he's going to go after the Chosen. After the Chosen? I do apologise. Is going to go after the Chosen of the Gods. So I was right, but wrong. In the back here, the cavalry is going to come in. Carrion is clearing up the Talons. Lovely work here. Prophet Oreo is really getting in and shutting down and seeing all of these threats. Really nice work. Really nice work indeed. Chariots are a bit of a problem. Regrowth has been activated on the Line Chariots. Unfortunately here, fire damage is present for Teclis, but we are going to be fighting in combat here. The Chosen of the Gods need to pull out. They don't need to fight this. They are ranged tools. Do not fight them in melee combat. Line Chariots are a huge threat to deleting all of the skeletons. We need to get these Tomb Guard here forward fighting up against the Line Chariots. All coming in here fighting up against Teclis. So, looks like here we're going to be getting lots of artillery shot here. This is a mistake from the High Elves. You can see they're bunching here, especially against an artillery piece that does explosive damage. It's just going to put them all together, and it's just going to delete everything. So, in the middle here, looks like we're going to see a lot of damage in the middle pocket. In the back here, Spearman going to be fighting up against Tomb Guard. They're certainly going to favour the Tomb Guard. Spearman, I don't know, actually. I actually think it's going to be an uptrade there from the Spearman, because they don't need much armour piercing. Lothran Sea Guard, looks like they do finish off some of the Skeleton Horse Archers in the back. Here in the middle, it's like Archon is still going to be fighting here up against Teclis. And the Line Chariots are in as well. Can we get the Ushopti? I don't know whether the Ushopti looks like they're shooting the cavalry over here. Artillery is now going to be shooting in the back line of the range over here. So yeah, pretty good damage there up against the Lothran Sea Guard. It actually does give a negative to leadership. So it's negative 10 from artillery and negative 4 there from missiles. So artillery is really good on a negative point of view there for the leadership. Now Teclis Archon needs to start using some more Spirit Leeches for sure. We could definitely see Teclis using a regrowth here on himself. That would be very strong indeed. In the middle here, Tomb Guard are going to be beating back Rangers, but Rangers actually going to bonus as infantry against a unit that pays for anti-large and armor piercing, which is not going to be too beneficial. Pull these Tomb Guard out, and then start moving in here with the anti-infantry warriors. So Bound Fiery Convocation just deletes the Nekahara warriors. These two are kind of just stacked here, not really doing too much. So it's going to be healing on the Lion Chariots. Both of these are fighting up against Archon. As you can see, he's compromised both units here of the Ushopti. Where's the rest of where's the other Ushopti? Did the other Ushopti die? And here in the back, you can see just this has just not been protected. So this here is still standing still. We need to get these moving forward. They're just standing there and getting shot, so they need to start doing something. Lion Chariots are going to be chasing off here against Archon. Can Archon start using some Spirit Leeches? Ushopti Great, but need to pull back. Did he kill the Chosen of the Gods? Yeah, I don't know why he's staying in combat. I don't quite understand. But here we go. So we are going to get the Potion of Troy, and then we're going to go back in. Archon just doesn't need to fight this at all. Infantry is just still standing still. Artillery piece was left alone. I don't quite understand that. That's now going to delete the rest of the force. Actually, these Skeleton Horse Archers run out of ammo, so just charge into the cavalry. Just charge the cavalry into the infantry. Tomb Guard are now going forward, but actually the Tomb Guard need to get in here. Archon's just dying. Yeah, I don't know. There you go. Archon's dead, and these are fighting in combat. So, yeah, that's going to be Jesus well played to the High Elves. Yeah. It was a nice try. We are going to get the summon in, but yeah, he's just letting all of his range tools and his caster fight in combat all the time. which is a shame. It is a shame. Now this is just not being protected. Yep, so it looks like these are going to fight, though. This is a big mistake coming in from pushover. We're now going to have the Ushopti, which have pretty good weapon strength. They can just butcher Techless. They're going to do some quite nice work here. This could certainly bring back balance of power. But it looks like here we've got 2 units fighting the same, whilst the archers just shoot in the back. We definitely want to get these in the back and start fighting. Chariot's now going to pull through the Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard are going to be chasing the Lion Chariots. The Ushopti stopped fighting Techless. I don't know why they stopped fighting Techless. Now can we get the Ushopti Great Bow to shoot onto Techless? Because now Techless is just going to go and attack the Ushopti Great Bows, I think. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on here, but yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. Spearmen here, yeah, so it looks like these are going to be coming forward. They are starting to get dwindled down quite low here. The summon now is going to come over and fight. You can actually see that Techless is getting pretty low. A lot of the units here are going to get kind of left behind in the back. But yeah, nice damage here on the front. Looks like we are going to remove them off. They should definitely break, and I'm surprised they're not. But in the back here, there's still no protection for the Casket of Souls. The Casket of Souls is now going to have to fight in combat, which it's an artillery piece, so it's not designed to fight in combat. It looks like here the Ushopti Great Bow the Summon will be falling, but you can see here, Techless is getting pretty low. He's got to be careful. These do break, and now the Tomb Guard should be able to get in the back and fight here against Techless. He's just going to run away because there's no reason for him to stay in combat. And the artillery piece this is an anti-infantry tool. So we can fight here against, it's not really going to be able to hit Techless very well. And that's going to be army losses. Yeah, so yeah, GG's well played here to Mr. Push. GG's well played.
I'm actually not happy about that match, good sir.
Hello everybody, how are we? Welcome. Hey man, how'd it go?
My game wouldn't let me use abilities and stuff that the Tomb Kings could have definitely needed. It was just wouldn't let me use my abilities. It was completely glitched out. I have it on stream too.
Let me have a look. Let me pop back and see if I can have a little looky look.
It wouldn't let me use my ultimate ability when I got it until my lord died. Then it let me use my ability.
Oh, can I go back in your live stream?
You'd have to rewind it. I don't know. I mean, it was still a good game, but I feel like if I would have been able to use my ability when I wanted to, I think that would have changed a lot.
Okay, I'll have a relook at the VOD and I'll have a look and see what happened.
I mean, it's fine. I still learned a lot, so.
No, you played very well. I think there was a couple of mistakes.
See, I tried putting when his lord was on top of mine and stuff like that. I tried sniping him by using that ability while he was on the ground to clump on him, but it wouldn't let me use my ability. I even tried doing it around him for like 30 seconds of the fight there. I was just trying to summon my units, and it wouldn't let me.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay, well, that's a huge shame. That's a huge shame. But I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll talk about the stuff that we can talk about. So, I think you played really, really well in the beginning. So quickly tell me, what were the threats in his build?
The chariots.
100%, yeah. And what else?
Techless himself.
Yeah. They were the 3 main threats, and I'd say the backside threats were the range tools. But you dealt with those really, really nicely. So the only weaknesses that I saw from you, like points of improvement, were that you allowed the Chosen of the Gods and the Ushopti to fight in combat, and your Casket of Souls did really well, 1.3k, like, it did really well, but there was kind of no protection for him. So what some players will do is they will leave maybe 1 unit at the back there to protect it. So that means if someone attacks or tries to attack your Casket of Souls, you can push that infantry unit in to attack it, whilst the artillery piece comes away.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so quite a lot of people do that. Yeah, and with the Chosen of the Gods, like with your infantry, it totally makes sense now. Like with you trying to do that thing for 30 seconds, yeah, a lot of your infantry just wasn't moving. But obviously it makes sense if you were doing you had the bug problem.
Yeah, I was trying to use that summon to protect the casket too. So it's just like I don't know. I don't know if that's a bug or if it maybe like the top just didn't read it correctly or something, like kill wise.
Right. Okay. Yeah. What I'll do, I'll check that out. But I think either way, you played very well. I think the army had the right ideas, and I think you played it nicely. I tell you what, that might be
I still had fun.
yeah, 100%. You played well. What I'm going to very quickly do is say thank you very much to Mr. Pushover. I'm going to very, very quickly go over that game.
I'm totally okay with having him take both wins though, because it was really close. So
Yeah, you two played very well. You two had a great set of games. So I don't know if you can see my live stream.
yeah, here I'll open up your live stream. Oh, you want me to? Okay, yeah, I'll bring.
You can actually throw it on if for your channel if you want. You can actually just throw it on there as well, so people can see me if they like.
Yeah, I've been watching your YouTube. That's why when you do these, I'm dragging it over so everyone sees yours.
Awesome. Yeah. So what I was going to say for you, what I really liked. So this was the first point of improvement I seen on today's stream. Here, you immediately rotate to see your opponent. Really good. Really good. Really good stuff. You rotate to your opponent. Immediate shots here going to be shooting into the into Teclis. So I could see that you were just trying to see if you could maybe shoot him, perhaps. Or maybe you saw him as a threat. So this is good here. I could see here. So tell me a little bit about positioning here of your cav. Tell me a little bit about it. What is good and what is bad?
With the Cav, I probably could have skirmished more in the front for a little bit on his units.
For sure. Yep. You have all of this free space here in the middle to skirmish. Yep. A lot of these rangers are very lightly armored and they don't have any shields. So you could have shot a lot of those. Yep, for sure. Like you can see here, you've got your infantry. It's a lot of micro, so obviously as your micro gets better and your understanding of the game gets better, a lot of this will get easier. But you could have had 2 units here in the front, and you could have had those, shooting into the rangers, and then sort of as they come closer, you just come backwards, and then sort of meet your front line. But over here, one thing I saw is you're in your opponent's side of the battlefield. So you can see here they've got 2 chariots close by and 2 skirmish cavalry close by. Whilst for you, the only thing you've got close by is your infantry here to protect, and they're very, very slow at 28 speed. So they're not going to be able to get here quick enough by the time this all gets to you. So you're kind of in a bit of a negative position. You can't really defend this very well. But what you did really well here is that you got your cavalry in to fight. This is a win for you. This is a win for you. He doesn't really want to be fighting in combat here. These tools pay a lot for the ammunition that they bring. So if a lot of these models are dying, that's less ammunition that they can use. But the only issue here is that the reason he took this is because it's in his side of the battlefield, so he can support this very comfortably. But with this one here, yeah, just keep your cavalry nice and close, and then you can support and shoot and do quite nicely. Here with your skeleton chariots as well, you can get these in and start fighting up against infantry. But yeah, it's good stuff here. Just I think this bit here is on his side of the battlefield, so he had full control of it. As you can see here, he was able to shut you down pretty quickly. A little tip for pushover: the bound fiery convocation doesn't do very well against, or like burning head and stuff like that. Doesn't do very good against monstrous infantry. I think that's a common misconception. And I like this as well. So you're coming to the side, you're skirmishing. What I really wanted to see is these come in and round and then just go straight and just try and see if you can shut these down and do some damage and do a thing called cycle charging, which I'll explain in a minute. So you're meeting his front line quite nicely. I saw you pull back the Chosen here, the Chosen of the Gods. They are getting shot here by range, and this is something I want to talk about. So he's got 180 range, but you've got 255 range. So what you can do here, so you can see, let's have a look. Let's look at these archers. So this is the range of the archers up to here. So this unit here can shoot all the way up to here. Whereas your archers can shoot, I can't actually see here, but essentially you could have pulled back and an extra 50 meters, and then you could have shot him without him being able to shoot you, if that makes sense. So he's doing damage to you, and you could negate a lot of that by not standing where you're standing. If you went out of his range, he would have to come forward to then start shooting you or shot. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And then here, as you're doing with your infantry, which is really good, you can then start pushing forward, and then you can stop his range units from being able to shoot your Shakti Great Bow. And And yeah, what you did really nicely, these also are targeting the range tools. That's really, really good. This one here is actually an anti-infantry tool, but you'll learn that as you go through the game. And here you can see, this is a really good thing for you. You can see the Hiles here have their back turned to you. This is where you grab your cavalry here, and you just come into the back. You just charge them. And what you can do is once you've got that shock, and you've pushed them all over and done all that nice big juicy damage, you then just pull away. You then go, cool, I've done my damage, you can now just leave. You don't need to stay in sustained combat. So Teclis here is just kind of standing still. This is where I'd want to shoot him with the Shot the Great Bow. I would pull these away and then just start shooting him. Using as many Spirit Leeches as possible as well with Archon was quite nice. But here what he does quite well is he identifies your threats on the Shot Great Bow. So he thinks about attacking here, but then just goes straight after your Shot. So not that I would expect you to know this, but for other people in the audience, Archon the Black or any legendary lords from the Tomb Kings actually have a fire weakness, and Teclis does a fire damage here on his bird, so it's not very good for Archon to fight here in combat. Most caster lords don't do very well in combat, but they can fight. You know, they're not all of them are completely poor in combat. But here, what you want to do is bring across. You want to bring across your infantry unit. And then you want to pull your Chosen of the God through your infantry. Does that make sense? Because
so that they don't get attacked.
Yeah, so essentially with your units, you'll have no resistance coming through your own units. Whilst for Teclis going through your units, these are going to fight back and they're going to block him. So essentially, your Chosen of the Gods can pull away as your infantry starts attacking Teclis. Because you don't really care if these Nikahara warriors die, but you really care if your Chosen of the Gods die. And he's rocking 440 armor-piercing weapon strength, so he could probably kill a model with every single hit here if he's not careful. So if you can pull these away and put your infantry in as a block, you can then protect your Ushapti Greatbow. And here at this moment, he's on the floor and not moving. Your Ushapti Greatbow, if they shoot here, are just going to delete him. They are just going to delete him. These things have 124 armor-piercing weapon strength per fire, per model. So that's 124 times 9. That's over 1,000 damage of health if all of them hit. And Teclis has got 4.5k, so if you do like 4 hits of each of them, he's just going to die. So here, you really wanted to save your Shopti and then put in your Nekahara warriors, and then have all of them just shoot to Teclis on the floor. Spirit Leech him, charge with Archon, and start using your halberds. Does that make sense? Is that... And yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
And
this is my first time using Tomb Kings in multiplayer.
No, of course, and this is why. But this tooltip can be used for anybody. This tooltip can be used. You might have some range units that you don't want, that aren't going to fight well in combat, so you can actually pull them out by throwing in some infantry, and putting those in. So that can work. So let's say this here was a unit of Thunderers, and this here was a unit of Dwarf Warriors. You can send in the Dwarf Warriors to block up Teclis. And then you can also then pull out your Thunderers.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and you can use that in any combination. Another one is here as well, which is what I see quite a lot of people do, is they might grab, say, one of the halberds. They might bring it to the back there and just leave it like so. Just leave it on this piece, which means if you want to attack the Casket of Souls, you've also got to attack the Tomb Guard halberds, which means the reason why halberds are used quite often is if people try and use cavalry to come around the back, you've now got to fight an anti-large armor-piercing tool, which is not going to be optimal for you. Like, they want to shut this down, but in doing so, they're going to take so much damage in return. So yeah, that's another cool tip you can use. So you can see here, your carrion. I really loved your carrion play, coming in and shutting down on the talons. That was really nice. You can see he turns and shoots. He knows they're a threat. And now look, your cavalry's coming in as well. This is really, really gorgeous play, shutting that down. And you do move in Archon. Archon starts doing some nice work. But you can see like a lot of the infantry here is just a little bit still. So these halberds now want to find a good place to fight. So they probably could have come in the middle. But you see these Chosen of God are getting deleted quite quickly. Let's have a look. So where was that Spirit? I really like the Spirit on the chariots. That was some nice damage. You saw those as a threat. I like that a lot. And you can see throughout the battlefield, a lot of these are working. And there's something that... do you know how charge works?
The charge bonus?
Yeah.
Is that the cycle charging stuff?
Yeah, so charge bonus is... so you got 58 here on your chariots. Charge bonus works is when you first go into combat, if you are when you gain speed and you go into a unit, you get a thing called charge bonus, which essentially is like an impact and speed. So it's your mass times your speed equals how much damage you're going to do, and then that's multiplied by your charge bonus, right? So the higher your charge bonus, the more impact damage you'll do when you charge. So things with high charge bonus on immediate impact, the charge bonus is directly added to your melee attack and your weapon strength. So actually you'll do more damage if you charge. So what you'll see a lot of people do is you'll see them charge into something, hold a couple of seconds, pull it out, and then come back in to re-engage that charge bonus.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And then for a lot of things that are slower, so for example, if we take this infantry unit, so it's got 40 speed and you've got 74 here on the chariot. So what you could do is you can put them in, charge straight into the backside of these ranges, or even if there's nothing, you just charge into the ranges, and then you can pull out again because they can't catch you, and then you can go straight back in again, and then you come out and you go straight back in. That's what's called cycle charging, and that's where you can use your bonuses to your advantage, where you get buffed stats from that charge bonus to do extra damage here up against this infantry. So yeah,
that makes sense.
And chariots are meant to be used to kind of like, what you normally do is you charge into infantry, you then pull through it, and essentially you have such good mass that you can just pull through infantry and take no damage, and you just keep cycling through infantry doing lots and lots of damage. And what people normally do is they use cavalry to pin this in, and use the cavalry mass to stop chariots from just cycle charging through everything, if that makes sense. So here at the moment, you're going to see he's kind of done the same thing. He has his chariots engaged here. I'll try and see if I can find a good example of him using his chariots well. I think he does at one point here. You can see he's going to cycle through your infantry, and yeah, that's kind of how it works like this. He kind of cycles through, but that infantry is dead. I'll try and find a different example, but you can certainly use these chariots are exceptionally good, the lion chariots.
Okay.
So yeah, also the thing here as well, Chosen of the Gods, you pay 1,300 gold for their range tools. So of course, fighting in combat, you're not going to get the same value. They still do pretty well, but certainly, yeah, dropping these would have been good, as we spoke about before. Engagements as well with infantry. I can see here, you certainly did what I even do now, and what I did a lot as a newer player is I see a threat here, so I'm going to send this infantry unit to go deal with it. When this here is really not a good engagement for you, and this is a good lesson for all new players to learn. So you're fighting a Tomb Guard unit that is more expensive than Rangers, and Rangers are specifically designed for this combat. So Rangers are anti-infantry tools, so they're anti-infantry with anti-infantry bonuses, so they get bonuses against fighting up against other infantry. Whilst for you, as the Tomb Guard, a lot of your stats are paid for anti-large and armor piercing. Now, these don't have very much armor, and they're not large, so they're going to get lots of bonuses against you when you don't get very many bonuses against them, and they're a lot cheaper than you. So they're going to do something what's called uptrading, where they're a cheaper unit that's going to do better against you that is a more expensive unit. So this here is a really good engagement for the High Elves and not a good engagement for you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where, for example, on the flip side, Tomb Guard will do really well here against, say, where is he? Where's the big boy? There he is. Against the big Flamefire Phoenix here with Teclis. Teclis is a nice large model. He doesn't have much armor, but he's still got 50 armor. But you get bonus first large. You can surround him. You can get your 90 models hitting him rather than, and he's only got one to hit you at one at a time, or, for etc. So here in this engagement here, although you're sending them in, it's actually not a very good... I think actually you're trying to get them in, actually. But I was just going to explain that this is not a good engagement here for you, but it's a good engagement for them.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so you can see the archers here are identifying that you can see they're shooting here on your skeleton chariots. And the nice thing about having a flying lord is Teclis can choose between games. You can see here he now goes straight to the next use shot the great bows, and he's just starting to take these down. But you've got here 1, 2, 3 units that you can bring in to help with this fight. Archeon comes in. This is quite nice. So Archeon's going to get a nice good charge there on Teclis. But yeah, we need to start getting this infantry in. I think this is where you were trying to do your summon, I think, here at this moment.
Yeah. Which
is okay, for whatever reason that glitch was, it just is what it is. But I thought I'd just point out there's a few things like protecting the artillery piece and pulling out your range units, and then using your infantry units to find a key engagement is probably where you want to look at going next. So I've got some questions here. Uh, Spirit Leech is good for monstrous infantry or SEMs. Yeah, Spirit Leech is very good for cavalry, monstrous infantry, even single entities. It's very good for. Yeah.
Yeah, this is when the moment where everything stopped moving. Where I was just trying to summon the unit, and then it wouldn't let me click off of it.
That's all right. That's right. It was obviously a problem with the game. I'll have a look at it afterwards, and I'll tell you. I'll have a look at what happened. And if it's a mistake with the game, I'll tell CA.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if it was like me, but like I had the full bar and everything, so maybe it just wasn't registering correctly. I don't know. Things happen.
Yeah, things happen, man. I'll have a look afterwards and see what they're saying, and see what the scenario was. So I'm not sure if you wanted to play one more or you wanted to end it there for today. I'm not sure how much more you wanted to do. So it's entirely up to you, really.
Hunter wanted to do our league battle too now.
If you want to, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
All right.
If you're okay with it.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so what we can do, we can get Hunter in. I was so confused that I kept them on the casket for like 3 attacks and it took 20 damage. Any tips for me, Logic? Yeah, I'd say for you, Pushover, I would say that you played really well. I think, considering the level of cavalry he got, you didn't really protect your backline range too much. Also, you compromised his range really well. You were also compromising his artillery, but then would just then leave it alone and stop engaging in it. I think you just did really well. I think just I can't remember from the battle specifically, but I think that battle there was just a battle of least mistakes. I think there was small mistakes here and there, but I think you played it fine. I think you just when you were attacking the artillery with Teclis and you just stopped. I think
we can do Matthew first.
I'm happy with whoever wants to play. I'm happy with whoever. Yeah. Okay, so should we say for today's stream we'll focus on Tomb Kings, Dowie, and what else then?
Yeah, unless they ban all 3.
Yeah, we'll see what they do, and I can always try and help where we can. Yeah, the artillery took no damage, so I just assumed it was bugged. No, that's not always the case. Don't forget in the game as well that there is melee defense, and sometimes you just won't hit, and sometimes you just get a bad dice roll. That's just the way it works.
Fritz Frogs has a point. Maybe it was because I was getting hit so much with Arkin, and I couldn't summon because he was getting hit so much.
So was that the summon for the Ushopti?
Yeah, the main ability.
Yeah, so the main ability is completely independent of your legendary lord.
Oh, then never mind.
So with that, there's a 5-second timer for it to actually summon. It doesn't just summon immediately as well.
Oh yeah, it didn't give me the 5-second timer. And then once Arkin the Black died, then it did, and it started summoning.
Okay, I'll have a look into that. It might be maybe a glitch on the map, or it might be a glitch elsewhere. Yeah, I think you played well, Pushover. I think your first game specifically, I think a lot of your single entities got isolated with no support, is one thing I would say on your gameplay. From what I saw, a lot of your single entities got quite aggressive, but had no support and ended up not throwing's not the correct term, but you ended up putting them in a state of vulnerability where they had nowhere to go. So essentially, you had your hero in the first game for the Lizardmen, the Skink Oracle, and he was kind of in the middle of nowhere, getting shot by everything, and just kind of had nowhere to run or nowhere to hide or nowhere to go, and he just kind of died. And I felt that was kind of the same for Teclis. I think if Prophet Oreo maybe didn't get unfortunate situation there with his summon, he might have been able to actually punish you a little bit more there on Teclis flying down on the floor in the middle of his force. Because if he pinned you in, Teclis is just dead. Like, there's no way you're pulling him out. Because Teclis can be really squishy at times. Okay, so let's move through here as well. So let's go to here. Let's just very quickly check the Chrome Miners. Did you save the games as well? Because I will need somebody to... Did somebody upload those? Let's have a look.
I didn't save them. I'd have to learn how to do that then.
That's all
I think there's an auto save, right?
There is, but it only saves your last game. Pushover, did you save your last games? I'm not sure if you did. I'll be going now. If you guys are still here when I'm back, I'll let you know. Okay, hunting. Yeah, no problem, dude. No problem. Yeah, Frizz. Yeah, it's completely independent, yeah. I hope... Okay, cool, pushover. If you just submit those to the Urkra Miner channel, that'd be fantastic. And then I'll move on and worry about the rest. Cool, so we're going to play against... Is it Matthew now?
Yep, and then
Cool.
he was my first one, yeah, for the today. Yep.
Perfect, cool. So it's going to be you first, Prophet Oreo.
Okay. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back.
No
I drank a
problem.
lot of water during streaming.
No problem, no problem. All right, so we'll talk to you guys a little bit more as well. So if anybody has any questions, do feel free to ask. I wanted to do a live stream here that can kind of help a lot of you guys as well that are interested in multiplayer. That can certainly step forward and come, you know, into the multiplayer scene a little bit more. If you do want to join the Discord, I'm sure one of the mods or somebody here can leave a link there to that. Do feel free to come join us here on my Discord, where I can try and help you join the short bid league, get some more experience. So the way the league works, you're put into a league with 5 or 6, maybe even 7 sometimes, other players that are of your ability level, and you play a best of 3 against all of them. And then the top 2 in the ladder get promoted up to the next league. So you won't always start at the bottom, you'll start depending on where your ability level is currently. And I've seen a lot of people just exponentially grow really quickly, and some grow, you know, slowly, and then some, you know, just love playing in the league and just, you know, they don't practice too much, but they just like having some fun against some other players that are of a similar ability level to them, which is also totally fine. You can come in, you get some experience playing some best of 3s, learning more factions, against other people with similar abilities and knowledge and that sort of thing. And then we also throw on tournaments. So we do what's called the short bid tournament. So at the end of every league season, you can get some tournament experience where it's only for short bids. And I throw that on. It's here on the YouTube channel. So if you do make the semi-finals and finals, you can come here on live stream. So there's some other things as well if you guys do want to get involved.
Sorry about that.
No problem, dude. No problem. All right, so what would you like to... Should we go with Wood Elves pick first?
Sure.
Perfect. So we'll go with Karak Bufdar. Cool. So if we say... so if you say pick Wood Elves... Cool. Now we need to decide who we want to ban. So, before we banned dwarfs and greenskins, do we want to stay with that?
I don't know if I want to do dwarfs anymore, because I don't know, because I still have armor piercing.
You do. Yes, you do.
I'd probably say lizardmen, greenskins and lizardmen.
I actually think those are 2 strong bans. Yep. Yep, I think they're very strong bans. Okay. Nice. Yep. Lizardmen certainly have some good armor as well, and they have armor and mobility, which can be a problem for the Wood Elves sometimes. And as you get more experience in the game, you'll also understand other factions, and then at the top level of the game, people have particular bans that they like to do for different levels of the game of experience. So, cool.
Okay.
Let's see who Matt wants to be. Let's see who Matt wants to be here. Hopefully Matt is here. I hope so. Only thing that puzzles me in the last battle was melee units not moving to contact. Yeah, so Clock Monkey, there was an issue with Prophet Oreo trying to do a summon. So because he wasn't doing because he was trying to do a summon, he wasn't microing his frontline units. That was all, Clock. That was all. Gonna go with High Elves, I think. Awesome. Awesome. So we just played against High Elves, so you saw there that they have good chariot options. They have good cavalry options, good skirmish options as well. Yeah, you can see they could bring a lot of range, a lot of good cavalry. So how do we want to deal with this? So let's start from the beginning. Who would we like to bring to deal with the High Elves?
So Scissors of Twilight are gonna get nuked by range units in the sky, but they also can do some nuking though.
It's true. I mean, also, you don't have to let them shoot you. You've got 110 speed and you fly. Like, you don't necessarily have to let them shoot you, only if you go close to them. Also, you've got 190 meters of range with those, so, you know, they're very mobile. They've got good range. They've got good tools. I actually think they're pretty good. I think they're pretty competitive, but you don't have to bring them.
I like Sisters though.
If you like them, then bring them. That's what I would recommend. If you like them, then bring them. I don't see that being a problem. I need to be on your... I'm not on your thing. There we go. Cool. Okay, so we're going to go with the healing caster. So one thing I was going to say to you is you always bring a healing caster. Is there a reason you always bring a healing caster?
From watching other people always recommend it so you can heal your troops, but I'm still new, so I don't know.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem. So there are other winds of magic. So for example, if you bring beast magic, you can actually summon things like big monsters like manticores, or you can
which actually might be more helpful against high elves to get on their range.
Exactly, because it's a summon. You don't really care. You want to send it in there, cause some disruption, maybe cause some chaos. So you might want to bring the summon, which is Transformation of Kadon, and then you might want to bring maybe another spell, maybe perhaps. It's up to you entirely.
Is Flock of Doom any good?
In the high level of the game, Flock of Doom sadly is not very good, but I would say here Flock of Doom will be absolutely fine. So read the tooltip for. I need to better click on you, please. So you have an item called Blessings of the Ancient. Give that a little read. Tell me what it says.
Where is that at?
That should be an ability, I would have thought. It should be green with some little stars in the middle.
Yep. We don't need that.
Well, what does it say when you read it?
Improve power recharge rate and increase the power reserves.
Yeah, so essentially it's a little bit like Arcane Conduit, but it says it's disabled if it's not used in a forest. So the only way you can activate this item to get extra mana or extra magic is by being in a forest. So there has to be forest on this map. I'll give you a clue. There's not very much forest on this map, so it's probably not very useful in this matchup.
So I have Wild Heart instead then.
So Wild Heart is another ability, which if you read it, when casting, for 29 seconds you get extra mana and stuff. So it depends if you're bringing multiple if you're bringing multiple spells. So I would say just bring Transformation of Gadon for now. I think it's perfectly fine. Let's not overconfuse it. You can only use it twice. You only get 2 Manticore summons, but that should be pretty good. So it looks like you're going to go with your Waystalker. You're also going to have these Sisters. Okay. Cool. So let's think about what they could bring. So they can bring cavalry and range. So how do we want to deal with cavalry and range?
Spear units.
Yep, spear units. Good start.
And then overrange their range.
Well, what's another good way of dealing with range?
Cavalry.
Indeed. And here's a question. Does your skirmish cavalry have more range than his skirmish cavalry? Do you know?
I don't know.
Aha. So that's where, like, I won't tell you because I don't think that's fair. But I won't tell you, but when you learn more, that's something that can be very important to learn. And that's a recommendation that I would give to you guys. So, you know, for example, learn if you are going to have a skirmish duel, are you going to win? Or do you have the tools to win? So you have, I'll tell you now for this game, you actually have more range and you have poison and you're faster. So you pretty much beat them in all categories. Okay, so you've got a pretty good army here so far. What else might you want to bring? Okay, yeah, poison for high bay tips is pretty good. So I'm also going to give people, it's not just for you, it's also people at home. Why might Gladeguard Starfire Shafts not be good against, say, for example,
Not as much armor.
Dragon Princes. So Dragon Princes have 110 armor, but why might Glade Guard...
Fire damage.
Okay, so tell me a little bit more about that.
Because they're resistant to fire.
Yes, so for those
and
that don't know...
Starfire Shafts also do fire.
Exactly. So they actually have 70% resistance, and they have physical resistance. So because the Hagbane tips do magic damage, they actually circumvent the physical resistance. So Starfire Shafts actually get 90% resisted by Dragon Princes. That's why actually they can be really strong. Yeah, it's very, very good. As actually in this matchup, you can actually see... So the issue with Deepwood Scouts is they don't do AP, but Way Watchers do. So some people do bring Way Watchers in this matchup. I probably wouldn't recommend it for newer players because Way Watchers are extremely expensive, very glass cannon, but they hit like a truck. But they're very, very quick to do. So I actually think Hagbane Tips is quite nice. Yeah, I think they could do some nice work. How much money have you got left?
About 1,900.
Okay, I would probably say 1,900. You said. I would maybe get probably. Let's have a look here. I would probably get some more infantry. Is what I would recommend. Yeah, I think Dryads are pretty solid. What else have you got?
I got 800 left now.
Okay, so we'll hold on to that. Let's ask ourselves these questions before we start. Do we have some tools to deal with their cavalry?
Only the spearmen.
But we still have some tools. And you also have the Sisters of the Twilight. They can shoot quite nicely. And so can the Waystalker. He'll do really nice damage.
Waystalker?
Yeah, the Waystalker would do quite nice. He's got some really, really good missiles.
Oh, yeah.
Also, you have Arrows of Colonels. So yes, the answer is yes, we do have some tools. Do we have some tools to deal with their range?
We just have range. So that's... We probably want something to deal with their range.
So
we do. We have the Spellcaster.
Yeah, we also have some... We have a little bit of cavalry, but we could maybe do with a bit more cavalry, maybe. That might be quite nice.
I thought we were only supposed to do 4 cav for banner rules, right?
No, so you can have 4 of any one type of cavalry.
Oh, so for Glade Riders, I can only have...
So Glade Rider Spears, specifically, you can have anything up to 4.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so in theory, you could have 4 Glade Rider Spears. You could also have 4 Glade Rider Hagbane Tips together to make 8 cavalry if you want. Yes. Yeah, sadly the rules are a little bit confusing for new players. I do apologise for that, but it is the way to balance a rule for a game that is so complex. So yes, I think here... so, do we have tools to deal with the range?
We have the cav, yes.
We have cav, we have summons. We also have infantry that can get in the back and do some work as well. Do we have tools to deal with their casters and lords?
To do what? Sorry?
Deal with their casters and lords. So if they bring casters and legendary...
Waystalkers are good at sniping lords.
Yeah, so the sisters. Also so manticores. If you throw a manticore on a caster, you can certainly delete that pretty quickly, if you want to. So can it. You can do it as well on legendary lords. So I think you've got a lot of good tools here that can do really, really well. Really, really well. I think you've built a good army that can deal with cavalry, can deal with range, can deal with casters and lords. So do you think you've hit all of the points?
The only thing I'm worried about is chariots.
It's true. What is a good counter to chariots?
The sisters.
And?
Arrows of Kronos.
Yes, and? 2 very good answers. There is one more. What one thing in your army has good mass?
The archer cav
has good speed and mass. Your cavalry. Your cavalry is very good. Your cavalry can use your speed and mass to pin in those chariots and prevent them from getting into your back line. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I can just spend my money to upgrade my units then?
How much have you got left?
Like 282 gold.
Okay. So you have 2 options.
Or I could
here.
put my caster on a mount.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend that. I would definitely recommend making your caster a little bit more mobile, for sure. Yes.
Okay, and now I have 82 gold, so I can upgrade my cav.
Yeah, you can upgrade your cav or your spears or whatever you want to upgrade. Yeah, for sure. So, do you feel ready?
Yeah. I mean, this is all to help me learn, so...
Yeah. So what I would say, get into the game. There's going to be two things you're going to do. Firstly, recognize what are their threats. What do you see on their side of the battlefield? What threats do they have? And then the second thing I want you to do is I want you to find their magic. I want you to see what magic have they brought. What?
Okay.
So, for example, he's now going to look into your army and go, oh, he's got a Beastcaster and he can summon Manticores. That is a problem for me. So I want you to go, right, he's brought, say, for example, he may or may not have, but he might have brought Dragon Princes. Okay, that's a big threat. But he's also brought a Healing Caster. So we know what he's going to do there is he's going to put the Dragon Princes in and then he's going to heal them up when they get damaged.
So I want to use my Heirs of Kronos on those said Dragon Princes and then have my Manticore go after their caster.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then
cool.
from there, you can work out a strategy of how you want to deal with that army.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. This sounds... Okay. I'm going to meet you, and I appreciate you.
Good luck. Have fun. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I think some of the ideas are coming together here about how we can play in this matchup. Let's have a very quick look at Matt as we load in. Dear Lord, this is a build. Dear Lord, this is a build. Okay, I assume that is a Metal Caster. We're looking at Silvering Guard, Archers, and double Dragon Princes. So this is going to be very interesting. I'm out for now. Best of luck, Prophet Aura, and thanks for the stream. No problem, Frizz Frost. Hopefully you learned a lot of stuff, my dude. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this process. Hopefully you guys have learned a lot, and thank you very much for stopping by and being patient with me. Of course, when I do try to teach, I do try to sit down and help you guys learn and get better. Hopefully you do understand and learn some things. I hope. I see Matt doing a big brain play and looking for a Wood Elf roster. Looking at the Wood Elf roster. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what you can do. What you can do is you can make a build and go, not too sure about it. Save it. Go look at the Wood Elf roster and go, have I considered everything in their matchup? Did I consider maybe what's in this build? And something that's really nice here. So we are going to see 5 units of the Silvering Guard. So Silvering Guard, 75 armor, silver shielded, and 30% magic resistance. These boys are tanky. They're tanky against small missiles. They're tanky against magic. And also they've got 75 armor. They also come with bonus versus large. It's going to be pretty good against cavalry. It's going to be 20 bonus versus large. That's not small. So these boys certainly have very, very good utility. But they are expensive. So you do have to be careful. Now, nice little hybrid here about the Lothern Sea Guard. Lothern Sea Guard here, these are the ones without shields. For the ones, oh sorry, these are shielded. Sorry, I can't read, don't worry about it. These ones do actually have shields, so they're going to negate 55% of incoming missiles because they're silver shields. But they're also anti-large. They actually have spears in the back pocket, so if cavalry does charge them, they can actually punch back. So that's something there to take into consideration. Major fire in the sky, so we are going to have Fireball, Burning Head, Kindle Flame. Kindle Flame just adds, when you do cast, it gives an extra fire weakness. So basically your fire damage does more damage. And then you can also partner that up with other items that do fire damage, say the Sisters of Avalon. Arcane Conduit is just going to give more mana throughout the battle. And then, yeah, so we are going to have the double Dragon Princes. So for example, the Firecaster is very good with the Fireborn. The reason it's very good with the Fireborn does fire damage. That's why they can be partnered up really well there with Kindle Flame. So when you cast, you then charge. Because then everything has a fire weakness on the map from your opponent. And the fire damage here from the Dragon Princes, or the Fireborn, the Regiment of Renown, will actually do more damage on the charge. So here, these are very, very good. 80 charge bonus, so they pay a lot for charge bonus. They are very, very good shock cavalry. And so in sustained combat, they can suffer. So you do need to get them in, do the damage, and then come out. You don't want to be staying in sustained combat for these kind of units. Because imagine staying in sustained combat with these big flip-off lances. You've now got to sit there and just shank somebody with a lance. It's not all that great. So you want to get that shock, and then you want to get out of there. You don't want to stay in that sustained combat. So from the Wood Elves, so we are going to start in the same area. We are going to have, looks like Glaive Rider Spears with a unit of the Hagbane Tips. So now we can see he's starting to put them in the front. Now there are other lessons to be learned here as well, but you know it's good to see them in front. Sorry, I do apologise. I haven't been talking to you guys enough, but this is not the problem, but this can happen with this kind of stream where I don't talk to you guys enough because I'm very focused on what Prophet Aura is doing, and hopefully I can give you guys all the right information you need to know. How do I queue in Shortbeard League? Well, what you can do, Beta, is you can come here onto the Discord. Hopefully someone there can drop a little thing for that. Maybe I can do that myself, actually, for you. I'll give you a little invitation here to my Discord. There we go. So we'll copy that. We'll close that. Come here, join on the Discord. Say, hey, guys, I've just joined. I'd love to join the Shortbeard League and get some games in. And then we'll pick you up and get you ready to go. am I too late? What would you be too late for, my friend? What would you be too late for? You'd be more than welcome to join the Discord. You'd be more than welcome to come say hello and come have some fun here with the stream. So really nice, and this is, well, you can already see great improvements here coming out of Prophet Oreo. You can see the cavalry is in the front, looking to find some targets to get some shooting. This is not going forward, and this is much better gameplay. Sisters are coming out as well. They're looking to see if we can get some engage here. Both sides are going to be handing off, but we can see here, Loft and Sea Guard have 165 compared to 150 range here from the Glade Guard Hat-Bait Tips. So what you'll find here very quickly is you'll find that these outrange, and they can do some big damage. Fireball downtown, so you've got to get a bit of juke in there from the sisters. If they don't juke, that fireball is going to hurt. We'll see here if he does see that. Arrows of Kurnos comes down. Arrows of Kurnos goes and actually kills 2 models of the Dragon Princes. Fireball does hit, and that's going to be some damage there on the sisters. We see Arrows of Kurnos immediately does some damage here on the Dragon Princes. So lovely work there in the middle. You can see here the Glade Rider Spears coming around the back. They're going to be trying to see if we can get in and do some of that good juicy damage. Don't know where these two are going. I think they're going to be waiting here in the back. It looks like they're now going to be sort of pulling over in this direction. And we'll see actually here if we are met. We are met by the Loft and Sea Guard. Now something here I wouldn't expect Prophet Aura to know. These do magic damage. And these have 75 armor and also magic resistance. So they're actually not going to do too much damage. So Loft and Sea Guard are going to be a perfect counter tool here to the skirmish range. So actually here, I probably wouldn't worry. If you turn around and have your shields ready to go, they're not going to be too much damage, but you could shoot against the Archmage of Fire. She's going to be very lightly armored indeed. So it looks like we actually are going to get an Eagle summon. Oh, I forgot. It's only Durfu that... Okay, I've been an idiot. You can only summon Manticores with Durfu, not with... Because Transformation of Kadon changes if you're an Elven faction, because it's dumb. But yeah, here we go. Range is coming out. We certainly want to push forward here. Hagmane Tips are now going to shoot into the middle. These do have shields, so we are going to want to push forward here with the infantry if possible. Eagle is going to be the front. Eagle is going to be compromising one. As you can see there, look, range pulls through, and now the Eagle here is actually going to be fighting up against the Archmage. And the Archmage is not going to heal, and there we go. Sisters are shooting in up against that caster. Very nice stuff. This is a much closer game indeed. Another summon here in the middle. Could this be the other Eagle? It is going to be the other Eagle, and that will be the end of the magic there from Prophet Oreo. Can we get Prophet Oreo in the back and see if we can do some damage here? Maybe we could even chase up against the Archmage. That actually wouldn't be too bad indeed. Range coming over the top, we are going to be shooting in here. Dragon Prince is charging up against the Dryads. This is where the cavalry now needs to be ready to come into the back and start doing some work. Happing Tips kind of been left out here on the side. Certainly want to get those more involved. Same here with this cavalry. Want to get in here and do some work where it's all possible. Some units of infantry have been left behind. You can see the Waste Hawk here will be shooting. Can we get up to the Archmage is the question. We can certainly take out the Archmage. We need to get the sisters shooting here. Or Overcast going down on the Eagle. That is actually going to do some damage. What are the sisters doing, though? I don't know where the sisters are shooting. But they're in the front. It looks to be the anti-infantry shots. I really want to see him snipe the Archmage. Good luck, have fun from both sides. Love to see that. And now the Archmage is going to get involved. She's going to be charging into spears. Not optimal. She is large. But here we are going to be getting the damage. Having Tips, they're going to be shooting here. Maybe even breaking the Loft and Sea Guard. So we are going to get some of the cavalry coming in from behind as well. Now we can see the archers are going to be shooting here up against the Archmage in the back. This is nice. I don't know if this is intended, but this is certainly where we're going to be at. And the Archmage is going to take some damage here. And if we keep with the poke and stroke here, we are certainly going to cause some problems from Mr. Matt. The Eagle here, it's not the sisters aren't going to be shotgunning up against the Silvering Guard. Range units, you can see the drop. Now we can get some shots in for sure. And that's why just having one unit of the Eternal Guard Spears at the back was worth it. What is the Waste Stalker shooting into, though? That's the question. That's what we need to know. Is he going to be shooting into this front line here up against the Archmage? The Archmage is getting weak. You can see this looks to be intended. Dragon Princes are catching. Run away, run away, run away. You don't want that engagement at all whatsoever. Although they are going to be chasing the Archmage is getting weak, and that matter is about to go downtown. What we can see here is the Archmage is going to be down to 95 health. Can we get the good stuff in? And she falls! Lovely stuff. And what you'll see here as a return of that, negative 16, Lord recently died. So that means it's negative 16 leadership there, faction-wide for the High Elves. Really important stuff there. Really, really important. So, cavalry here, it's going to be charging in. It is going to try and thump it up against some Dragon Princes. Princes will kill it over, but we are going to get some recharges here, trying to see if we can compromise all of this. And the rest of the force is going to be falling apart. So, really, really nice work here. Silvering Guard in the back are going to be breaking here for sure. Arrows here are going to be shooting at the top. Looks like they are aiming for the Dragon Princes, and that is excellent. Excellent stuff. Good target prioritization. We are going to do damage. Archmage is going to be a little bit in the far line there. She's certainly going to be taking some damage from this Archers, I'm sure. But this looks like it is going to be a win here for the High Elves. Sorry, for the Wood Elves. For the High Elves, I think actually going with an Archmage of High or an Archmage or an Archmage of Life would have been better. So it supplements the Dragon Princes really nicely. Healing magic is very good, especially for these more expensive units of Silver and Guard as well. Lovely shots in the back. Nice, good vision to see that this here was a threat in the back line that could certainly shoot up against your archers. And now here he's going to be using that range, doing some good damage. And certainly want to get these spears in the front to start shutting this down. The rock is being used here. These Dragon Princes want to get involved though. They certainly want to get in and start causing some damage. They're going to charge up against the spears on the down low, but they need to get in and start shutting down the range here. And you can see, look at the range getting, look at the ammunition here getting used from the Wood Elves. You don't need much, and even then, all four have been shooting all game, and they're still not going to be using all of that ammunition. That's why sometimes just going 5, 6, 7, 8 units of foot range is not always optimal, because you don't always use that range. So we are going to be charging in here, and Glade Rider is going to smash straight into the Dragon Princes. And, you know, the Dragon Princes is enough cuts will certainly cause good damage here against the Dragon Princes. They are exceptionally strong, but they take damage over time, and there's no healing. Here, I now want to see if some of the tools can be used to shoot down the Dragon Princes. Is that going to be the case, or what is going to happen here? It looks like we do break there with a Loft and Sea Guard. In the back here, Morloff and Seaguard are getting ready to shoot. They can actually delete this Skirmish Cavalry pretty easily. It's only 15 armor there. And the arrows, of course, will do some nice work. Silver and Guard in the middle, fighting here up against some of those spears. And here we go. In come the spears here from the Eternal Guard. But looks like they are going to care. Nice stuff there. Silver and Guard pushing over to engage in melee here with the Eternal Guard. So good stuff there as well. And these are anti-large, but they do have armor piercing. Silver and Guard do not. So it's going to be a pretty even trade there. But probably even an up trade for the Eternal Guard. In the back here, the Eagle. Are we going to be shooting here into the Dragon Princes? If we do, that looks to be the case. And that is some strong stuff indeed. Oh no, looks like it's going to get distracted here. You need to keep that on top and make sure we micro that. Can we get some of the spears in the back? Maybe compromise the Loft and Seaguard here. Stop them from shooting from your lady in the sky. It's looking pretty bleak now. Balance of power combat to even. You can see here some of the Silver and Guard are going to get ready to challenge. If we use the sisters correctly, we win this comfortably. But the problem is I don't want to see her just shooting spear units. It's not helpful. Spearmen need to get in here and fight up against the Dragon Princes. Dragon Princes are going to get an absolute thump on here against the Eternal Guard. So that's the charge coming in. That's a lovely charge coming in. And that's going to do so much. We see Dragon Princes 40 models down to 500 health. You can also see the other one here, 20 models down to 900. So they're not looking super tanky, and they are going to be getting into breaking radius. Nice. Eagle is going to engage in combat. That is going to break the Loft and Seaguard. We still have some of these tools here that can get in the back and start rear charging up against the Loft and Seaguard. This has been an excellent game here between these two. Lovely stuff indeed. Nice charge on the back, and you see, look at them just thumping that infantry over, using that charge bonus to get in, and that mass to just absolutely rip apart this range unit. So we are going to break here with a couple of the nice Silver and Guard here in the middle. Dragon Princes are going to break. We do actually shatter there, which means it will not come back. So when you get the flag, that's just broken. Shattered means it is broken, but it will not return. This flag means it has to go to a positive leadership before it will come back. So in the back here, we want to kind of recognise that we have some more units coming in. So we are going to have a Silver and Guard and a Loft and Seaguard returning. So we do have the mobility advantage here with Cavalry. Cavalry can get in there and do a good charge. We can also get in the back here with the Sisters. Dragon Princes will return. And you can see one unit here is going to get isolated. They probably don't want to take that engagement. What they actually want to do is pull back more here into the infantry. Give them more time for the spears to come in and help. Because otherwise, these are going to get some good damage here in the back. So what we can see here, we do get the Cavalry in. They are going to be wavering here up against the Loft and Seaguard. And you can see there, they should be able to break before we get any of the Silver and Guard protection. They shatter. Really, really good play. That's where mobility really plays a juicy part here in the later stages. So, looks like here we are going to get the lady chasing off some Dragon Princes. In the back here, Loft and Seaguard do break, so they can return. But negative 25 leadership, I highly doubt it. So we're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4 returning here. So double spears with a unit of range with ammunition in the back pocket. But the Dragon Princes, 2 leadership, I don't see that holding. Faster and stronger is certainly a big thing here with the Sisters. Fear as well. These things do not have immune to psychology or fear. So negative 8 leadership will also dawn here on top of them. You can see there, Lord dead, negative leadership, and damage sustained. You can see flanks nearby, which, yeah, these can certainly break as well. You can see friends routing nearby. It's certainly not good for them for sure. Bit of juking here, lovely juking there coming from Prophet Oreo. He can certainly charge here and finish off the Loft and Seaguard, and I think here they should be the victory. Unfortunately here we can see though the trees here, they do magic damage. The Dryads do magic damage up against Silver and Guard, but they have enough weapon strength that they should be able to punch through and do some good work. That is going to be army losses. GG's and well played here to both players, and that was an exceptionally good game. Thank you very much, Lee, man. I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you very much. Just finished my first short beard league, and it was good fun. Logic and other things do a good job of pairing.
I think it's saved. I'm not entirely sure. Because I hit save game, but I think he hit continue, so I don't know if it did.
Ooh. Aha. There we go. Yeah, so after the game, you have 10 seconds to save it. So you go save replay, you give it a quick name, and then press enter, and it should save for you. But it's okay. Don't worry about it. Hopefully Matt got it. Let's just see if Matt got it. So, dude, how did you feel about the game?
One second. I'm trying to write someone's name down. My pen died.
No problem.
I feel like I did make mistakes here and there. I didn't realize those were Silver and Guards either.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all in all, I think I did okay, but I definitely could have done stuff a lot better, like managing my cab, I think.
I think you played very well.
But all in all, I think I learned, I was switching, like you said, with the Sisters of Twilight between the two ammos and everything. So I was trying to push them back.
I think you played very well. I think this is the best I've seen you play. I saw you trying to get forward with the cavalry. I really liked your play to use the skirmish cavalry to shoot their lord. That was really, really good. I saw you as well with the sisters trying to target on the dragon princes at the end. And yeah, Silver and Guard can be a big pain in this matchup for sure. But you played it very well. Your range tools were shooting into the correct places. Yeah, I think you did very well. Yeah, for sure. I think you did very, very well. Sisters 1.6k, 1.1k on the Waystalker, so it paid for itself. Hackbane tips paid for themselves. Your riders did well. Your archery did really well. 800, 800, 1000, and 700. Very, very good. Yeah, I think you did really well, and you came out with a win. Yeah, I think you did very well. I think as well, there is a thing called fire at will, which is on the tooltip. So some units will just fire when they have they'll just shoot when they have the option to shoot. Sometimes you can take that off and protect some of the ammunition from the sisters in the later game. So sometimes in the later game when there was dragon princes left and you wanted to shoot the dragon princes, sometimes your sisters were just shooting into like spearmen when you want them shooting the very expensive dragon princes. So sometimes taking it off fire at will and then just manually clicking on where you want them to shoot can also be good. That can certainly be something that can help your game. Okay, so that was your pick. So that's going to be 1-0 for you.
That was really fun.
How did you feel about the army? Did it feel good?
Yeah, I think the Hagman tips worked really good against the High Elves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
And then I think the cab against High Elves, even though it was a cheaper cab, was really effective. I don't know if you saw that I tried doing cycle charging too. Wasn't as effective as I'd like it because I was trying to manage the other side of the army.
It is what we call a microsync. So a microsync is where something is... It takes a lot of attention to do. And what can happen means that with the sync, essentially, it takes so much of your attention on micro that actually you could fall apart or fall away on the rest of the army. Like cycle charging cavalry can take a lot of micro where you actually might not be looking at your infantry or looking at your caster. There are many times that I've seen people trying to cycle charge, but they forget their caster is really really squishy in the back, getting jumped on by so many big entities. But yeah, no, you played very well. You played very well. I like the fact you got the cavalry in the back. You started shutting down. You pinned in his dragon princes and shot them with the Hagbane tips. Yeah, I think you did very well. I think you did very well. All right, so it's Matt to pick and ban now. I'll just give you a different map. It doesn't really matter. It's the right one. Matt, did you save the replay? Let's see if Matt can see what Matt says. Yeah, we're still going, CJ. We're still going, my friend. We're still going. Yeah. So what's everybody that's watching today, even from my side or maybe even from Prophet Oro's side? What have you guys thought? Have you guys enjoyed this? Has this been helpful? What have you guys thought? Let's see. Is there any questions from your side? Doesn't look like there's many. Do you have any questions from that last battle, Prophet Oreo?
How could I have done it better? Like, what would you have done that I did that you wouldn't have done?
I would have targeted my anti-large armor thundering shot more on their caster.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have put big pressure from the sisters on the caster. Yeah, for sure. That was one thing that I saw.
Chaotic Deaths. He said, "I'm learning a lot. Thank you for doing this for us," which is mostly you. So thank you.
No. I mean, it's both of us, right? You know, you're playing really, really well, and you know, I really like to see that you had your cavalry in the front, and you were looking to get some skirmish on. So I can see that you're absorbing a lot of these tips and doing really well.
I put cavalry in the back too, since I had 3, just in case to stop them from getting my archers. I was like, okay, if they send a dragon prince, because I know they're probably going to bring them, I can at least send this crappy, horseman to go hit their dragon prince, so I can then change my archers, 1 or 2 of them, to then focus fire.
That was really good, and that was a very, very good play. Very, very good play. Nice hunting, Brian. I'm glad you're learning a lot. Okay, so it looks like he's going to go the vampire counts.
Okay, so he's banning High Elves and Dark Elves?
Yeah, so we could just go with your dwarves if you like. Because you like those ones as well, don't you? Yeah, so we could just go with those ones. Okay, so can't remember what map we picked here. Let's go with a simple flat map. That'll be fine. Cool. Let's do Galbaraz. So tell me a little bit about the vampire counts. What do you know? What are they good at?
They have very weak infantry. Besides their Tomb Guard.
Grave Guard, yeah.
Grave Guard. They specialize in cav and magic.
Yes. What is another weakness of theirs? A very, very big weakness.
If their lord dies, then they lose leadership.
Another very obvious one.
Fire?
They have no range. Yeah. Yeah, so they got no range tools. So if they have no range tools, what are they going to do?
Probably build cav.
They're going to be aggressive, is what I was thinking. Sorry. Yeah, so if they've got no range tools, they have to come to you almost every time. They are going to get aggressive towards you.
Okay.
So which means that you're not going to have an artillery fight because they don't have any range. There are no range. There is no skirmish. There is nothing. They have to come to you. So they are going to come to you. So you now know that. So you now know that they're not going to try and kite your dwarfs. So with dwarfs, you know that you can play a little bit more defensively and there's no risk. So you are right. They have lots of cheap infantry that's really, really bad. They have like zombies and skeletons. They're good. They are good, but maybe for reasons you don't understand yet. But they are very, very cheap. And they come in just lots and lots of numbers, right? So we now need to
minor blasting charges should be good against zombies and skeletons.
That's a very, very good selection. That was something I would recommend. The maximum that I can donate is 500. Oh, okay, CJ, that's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah, so you're going to want some tools that can delete. So we know they're going to come with cavalry. You know they're going to come with like mobility. Maybe some bats, maybe some cavalry, maybe some dogs. They're going to come with some infantry, probably some cheap, some expensive. And you know they're going to have a very strong legendary lord. Probably. They're going to have a very strong lord that does lots of magic, which means not only if they die, they get negative 16 leadership, but also they're going to be losing magic. They're also going to be losing basically their main key point to the army. So, how are we going to build to deal with it? Go through it with me.
I probably want some slayers, so in case they brought a big unit.
Mm-hmm. So what big units do they have?
They have that Van Geist thingy.
They have a Vargolf. Yeah, you mean the foot one or the flying one?
The both.
Okay, so there's one on the floor called a Vargeist. That one there is a big monster that runs on the floor and does lots and lots of armor piercing damage. Yep, so that's the one on the floor. And then they have a Terrorgeist that's in the sky that flies that has breath attacks.
Okay.
So yes, Slayers can do really well against big monsters. They have a lot of them, and it also does well against cavalry. Mm-hmm. How much longer will I be streaming? I'm not too sure yet, CJ, but I'm surely for a good short while, yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you've got Slayers to deal with monsters and cavalry. What else might you want?
Probably some cannons.
Okay. What your cannon's going to be shooting at?
Big units or the Lord.
Okay. Yeah. Are you going to want... So if they're going to come with lots of infantry, are you only going to want 2 blasting charges, or are you going to want more?
Probably more.
I would suggest more. Because they're going to come with lots of cheap infantry. So the more blasting charges, the more of that cheap infantry you're just going to remove, right? Okay. So they can also bring Graveguard, which are heavily armored. They also have anti-infantry as a bonus, so they get bonuses for fighting infantry units. So what do
I probably want some armor pierce.
Yeah, so you've got armor piercing, you've got hammerers, you've got longbeards with great weapons, you've also got dwarf warriors with great weapons. You've got a bunch of choices there. You've also got armor piercing range, so you've got thunderers, rangers with great weapons. Yeah, so you got a bunch of things you can bring. What are the undead factions also known as a big positive for them? What are they known for bringing? Always
really strong Krell or whatever.
Yeah, I was just thinking more general. So I was thinking that they bring fear and terror.
Okay.
So fear and terror. Fear always reduces leadership by 8, and then terror has a role which can actually do something called terror routing, which can actually, it doesn't break a unit, but it basically scares it away for a short period of time.
So maybe I should get some grudge throwers so I can delete some of their stronger infantry.
Grudge throwers. Also, remember what happened in that Dark Elf game when you brought too much range. There are very
that's true.
There are very mobile factions, and they're going to be able to shut down a lot of your range pretty quickly. So you are going to need to protect it. So probably my number 1 rule for range against infantry is probably a 2-to-1 ratio. So for every unit of range you've got, you need to have two units of infantry or cavalry to protect it.
And dwarves don't have... Well, I guess dwarves' cab is their flying.
Dwarves' cab is their flying machines or slayers. I generally consider slayers as cavalry because they're just so much faster. So slayers are 40 speed, whilst most infantry is like 26, 28.
So I have too much range for melee then right now.
I would say so, yes. I think this looks better, but I would probably try and get some more infantry in there.
I think dwarf... I don't know if dwarf warriors would be able to go toe-to-toe with Tomb King or Tomb Guard, though.
So, do dwarfs win by their infantry?
No, it's by their siege.
Yeah, so they win by lots of guns and cannons and this sort of thing. So sometimes you just need to protect it. You don't necessarily need to win. Sometimes you just need to hold it off long enough that your guns can do enough damage.
Okay.
So
I need more infantry for sure.
I would say a little bit more infantry wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, so this is looking a little bit better. Let's have a look here. Okay, so you've gone with Belagar. Why did you go with Belagar?
He's tanky.
He is super tanky, yeah. Mm-hmm. Is there any other legendary lord choices you might want to consider for any particular reason?
So,
Thor Ironbow's pretty strong. You've also got
Ungrim Iron.
Ungrim Iron Fist is a Slayer King, so he's very good anti-large, armor piercing, very good at slaying monsters as well. So he's pretty good. Thor Ironbow comes with runes, so he can boost your army with like melee attack and those kind of things. So can also Thorkin Grudgebearer. He can also do some nice bonuses as well. Yeah, so this is I guess like kind of my point as well. Is like for yourself and others, like just learn what they all do and just see who might benefit most where.
Okay. Runes might benefit me to hold out against a shit ton of zombies.
For sure, yeah. So like if you took Thoric Ironbrow, you could take, say, the Rune of Wrath and Ruin, and that's an explosion spell that can delete a lot of cheap infantry. He's also got the Rune of Speed, which buffs melee attack in a 40-meter radius, or you can also bring the Rune of Breaking, which gives armor sundering and increase to your damage output, and stuff like that. I would probably just bring only 2 runes. It would be my suggestion. I wouldn't bring 6. So let's see what you've gone with. So you've gone with... Okay, I think those are 2 very good ones. I also think if you're going to bring Thoric, you put him on his anvil. That's always very good. Because the anvil also comes with a rune, which is called the Rune of Doom. Rune of Doom is an ability that gives map-wide plus 24 melee attack to all dwarves. Which is a really, really strong ability. And yeah. I think other than that, it's looking pretty good. You can either go with him, or you could bring with Ungrim if you want. I think either one of those 2, or even Belagar is fine. It just depends what you want to do, really. But like for example, Rune of Speed on Slayers when they're taking out big monsters can be really handy. Or if they're fighting against expensive infantry, you can buff your dwarf warriors or whatever it might be. How well do ROR Crypt Ghouls do against regular Slayers? ROR Crypt Ghouls will beat regular Slayers. And ROR Crypt Ghouls will beat regular Slayers. Okay, so you...
I brought Belagar and a Thane.
Okay, what's the Thane for?
The Thane is armor shielded, and it could probably go toe to toe with the expensive unit.
Would the shield help? Would the shield help in this matchup?
The what? Sorry.
Does the shield help in this matchup?
No, it doesn't.
Why doesn't it help in this matchup?
Because they have armor piercing and cav.
Well, they just don't have any range. The shields only protect against missiles.
So okay, so I might as well just keep Thorgrim then on his thing.
Yeah, so that's the nice thing about Vampire Count. You know you don't need any shields because they don't have any range.
So I could just get rid of the Dwarf Warriors with shields.
Well, they also do give them extra melee defense. So if you look at the Great Weapons against the Dwarf Warriors, the Dwarf Warriors with Great Weapons actually lose 10 melee defense. But they gain armor piercing and they get melee attack. So it depends what you want them to do. So if you want them to hold for longer, having more melee defense is important. But if you want them to do more damage, then you can take the Great Weapons that also do armor piercing. So it depends what you want them to do.
Okay. I think this is good so far.
I think this would work very nicely. Yeah, so for example, you've gone with Quarrelers with Great Weapons, whilst the normal Quarrelers get a shield. But these ones get a Great Weapon that does armor piercing and melee combat, but they don't need the shield. So actually, sometimes here, taking the Great Weapons can be nice.
So what if I deleted 2 of the Dwarf Warriors and put 2 Great Weapons?
You can do that if you want. It's totally up to you. Yeah, it's totally up to you. Yeah, that can also be fine, yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. How much money do you have left?
22.
Put it on the miners. Yeah.
There we go.
0 gold build. Lovely. All right. Looks like Matt's ready, so I think you're ready as well. So should we do it?
Yeah, okay, I'm good.
Awesome. So remember, with vampires, they always bring vampiric magic. They don't bring anything else, so it's always going to be the same magic. So check them, see what spells they've got. You might not know what they do, but when you get more of the game, what you should do is check, right, what are their threats? What magic have they got? What can they do to me? And then from there, decide what you want to do.
Okay.
Yeah? Let's do it, man. Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, I think for me, this is probably going to be the last game. We'll finish off this series. If Matt wins this, we'll go to game 3, and then we'll do game 3. At the end of this, if Prophet Oro wins, I think we'll call it for today. But what I'd like to know is... So I'm going to put a little poll up for you guys. Are we in the game? There we go. Cool. Let's delete this one. Perfect. So I'm going to leave you guys. Why can't I ask you? Why are you being weird? Sorry, I went to go ask you a poll, but it wouldn't let me. I don't know why it was being weird. That's why. Cool, there we go. So I'm going to ask you guys a question about this. Please do feel free to answer. It would really help me with my knowledge. Rune of Slowness is better than Rune of Speed. It's a very situational rune. I will explain the difference after I've gone through the builds. They have very, very different functionality. There is not one is better than the other. They have different scenarios when they are used. I'll explain. So, 5 units of zombies on the front line, pretty cheap, and they'll actually reduce vigor. I'll explain in maybe another time. Skeleton warriors here with a grave guard in the middle, so 3 grave guard and more skeleton warriors. This is going to be the great weapon variety. Now, great weapon is armor piercing as well as anti-infantry, which is going to be pretty good. White Kings here, I'm sure we'll see Scab's Grath, probably. No, it's going to be Foe Seeker and Strength here, with also a black coach in the back. The Black Nimbus, as well as Unholy Vigor. Yep, and the Black Scythes. Oh, actually just fire damage, interesting. In this guy, double Fellbats with the Lemahane Vampire Lord. She should have Seduction. Yeah, Seduction there, negative melee attack and speed. Lightning Reflexes, Raise the Dead, Invocation, Breath Attacks, Hunger, and the Curse of Undeath. With the Necromancer here with Forbidden Rod, Scholar Shielding, Master of the Dead, and the Vargolf in the back there, which is going to be pretty strong. Single entities, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's fine. 5 single entities, cool. So, you obviously saw the build here as well. But yes, they're very situational. This is the only one I watched, and I like it. Nice, Akari, I'm glad. Yeah, feel free to... to let me know. Yeah, so it seems like a lot of you guys that have watched this have enjoyed this. Obviously, we're not at peak viewership right now. Obviously, a lot of people were hanging around and now have kind of gone off a bit. And I know there's a lot of other people streaming Warhammer 3. So I know that a lot of you are probably also watching Warhammer 3 as well, which, you know, I don't blame you guys. I would be watching that as well, to be fair. So I appreciate you guys, you know, hanging around and having a good time. Yeah, so I guess you would like to see some more. Okay. Would you like me to do videos on this? Do feel free to leave a comment down below. Would you like to see me do videos on this kind of stuff? Would you like me to see me do some more live streams on this kind of stuff? What would you prefer and why? Or maybe a bit of both. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. But I hope a lot of you today got some good utilization out of this. Alright, looks like they are starting. Good luck, have fun, I'm ready. Cool, let's do this then. Alright, so we're going to be diving into this. So I think there's a particularly tough matchup for the dwarfs. Sorry, for the vampire counts, because dwarfs, they're just so tanky, so hard to take down. So he doesn't want to come forward. He just wants to shoot and wait here. He's got the cannon advantage. Utilize it. There we go. So cannons are shooting. Cannons here, I think, were actually going to be shooting. They were actually shooting at the Lemehian Vampire Lord, which is quite interesting. They can also shoot the Vargol. So one thing you're going to see here, the cannon. You'll actually see the cannon has this kind of line of sight here and here. So anything in this range, anything in this circle here is going to be getting shot. Which means here, the Black Coach can get shot. The Lord can get shot. The Vargol can get shot. The Necromancer in the back can get shot. And any of these units here in the middle can get shot as well. So anything expensive that has mobility certainly wants to come around the flanks. You want to be outside of the range of this cannon, because that's where the damage is going to be. And also, if it does want to shoot you, it has to turn, which means as you get closer, the more it has to turn. And it basically, there's more time it takes for it to turn and shoot. So you're going to take less damage if you're on the outside and it wants to shoot you. Thunderers in the window and waiting. Thoric Eyebrow does have some spells. So we're just going to be waiting to see what happens. From our counts, of course, you can see that there's a very long period of time to get forward. It looks like here the cannons, I don't know where they're going to be aiming now. Maybe coming after maybe after the Vargol. It looks like actually they're going to be shooting the zombies, which is quite an interesting one. Here you go. So Thunder's now going to be pouring into the zombies. Got to be careful there. You want to get those zombies shooting the Grave Guard. Slayers on the outside. Don't want these fighting here up against the anti-infantry Grave Guard. That's not good for them. You see, they're just going to be pouring into zombies, and zombies will certainly absorb all that value. These cost 100 gold, and those Thunderer shots are worth way more than that. So just the arrows are going to be shooting over the top here into the Grave Guard, pretty good. They're not shielded. They do have 90 armor, but you know, still good armor piercing values here on the Quarrelers. Want to get these forward as well, but it looks like blasting charges here are going to be breaking the front line. This is what blasting charges just do so well. They also have good AP as well. These bad boys can certainly get a good pickaxe or two here into the Grave Guard. And blasting charges here are going to do quite nicely up against the zombies. And so we are going to get a summon on the flank. Zombies actually generally want to be... Apologies, you actually want to get a summon here on top of the Thunderers. If you get a summon on top of the Thunderers, you can actually do quite nice work in stopping them from shooting. I do apologise, I am getting pretty tired at this point. In the middle here, we are going to see miners. They're now going to get attacked here by the Grave Guard. Great weapons. And also a Vargol. So terror routes are certainly possible. Dwarf Warriors here. You can see this is pinned in the middle. So we actually want to get... Our Slayers are out the side fighting against skeletons. You want to get your Slayers in and fighting here. But it looks like it died anyway. I think Thunderers were shooting it. But in the back, there's kind of nothing here to save this. It's almost like he forgot that he had a cannon. He has 3 units coming over here. He kind of wants to get the Slayers in to fight up against the Fellbats. Otherwise, he's just going to lose his cannon. It's like here a spell did miss, unfortunately, on the Grave Guard. Maybe a little bit of damage, but now you're going to hear the clang of the Rune of Doom. It's going to be plus 24 melee attack going down all the way across the battlefield here. That's plus 24 melee attack and fear. So yeah, it's pretty good. Vargolf is in the middle, Slayers on the outside. So Slayers are here fighting up against zombies. They don't really want to be doing that because what's the point? Slayers are gonna zombies are gonna fall to any infantry here in the force. So you want the Slayers using their tools to fight down up against the Vargolf. That's what they're kind of bought and paid for, and that's what they're designed to do. Dwarf Warriors in the middle. It looks like here the White King's gonna be fighting up against miners. Graveguard here, Overcast Invocation, which will be actually area of effect. Will be healing all of these units in the middle. Overcast is going to be from the Lemehian, actually to summon skeleton. Oh, it's going to be zombies. Oh, it's because she's near the Rune of Doom. So, for Thoric on his anvil, you also get this ability, which is the Locus of Power, which means when the caster is nearby, it actually takes minor miscast damage every time it does a spell it's near Thoric. That's why it's really good against the vampire counts. So Slayers moving over, they're going to come here for the Vargol. Very nice stuff, because they're now going to be on top of the Thunderers. No, where are the Slayers going? Okay, hopefully the Slayers go in here. Come on, please, get the Slayers in here. Because now you can see we have Graveguard on your guns. You now have... and this is the problem, right? All of this stuff is just pushed through the middle with no support. And all of these has not been dealt with. And now the Thunderers are like paying the iron price. Which is a bit of a problem. Slayers are fighting against Graveguard and zombies. And yeah, but in come the miners. In come the miners. Otherwise, it's otherwise going pretty well here. Where's Thoric? Thoric's going to be in the fight. He's going to be dueling the White King. Very good. Potion of Strength, Scroll of Shielding has been activated on him. Prophet Aura should be able to win that, though, against the White King. White King does not have any AP. He's mainly just anti-infantry, as you can see there. And Thoric actually counts as a large unit. Thunderers now, we're now going to get the zombies in, compromising the Thunderers, but now they're going to be shooting the sky up against the Lemehian Vampire Lord. Really, really nice work. Snares have been left. They need to continually be microed here on top of the Vargolf. That's why the Dragonback Slayer is really nice with the slow. So they can actually slow down these entities and keep them in combat a little bit longer. Blasting Charge is coming back. They should delete a lot of the zombies here. Zombies need to come and compromise the Thunderers, because the Thunderers can also shoot against the Vargolf. Vargolf's going to get pulled through the infantry. Infantry's going to kind of tie up the Slayers. And now we get the Vargolf in the back. So it's nice work there coming from Matt. And he should be able to do some nice work here in the back. You can see here Quarrelers shooting over the top into the Graveguard. Lovely stuff. Slayers are also going to pay the iron price, though, is the problem. Dwarf Warriors are now probably going to get terrified here by the Lemehian Vampire Lord. Lightning Reflexes, maybe Seduction as well. The Clang of the Rune of Doom. Nice Rune of Doom abilities here coming in from Prophet Oreo. Plus 24 melee attack here for all of these units, which means, you know, minus that 22 melee attack. 20 melee attack got to 44. They gain over double their base melee attack just from Rune of Doom. It may not only be for 16 seconds, but that can happen multiple times a game. It's super, super important. In the back here, Quarrelers should be fighting. And it's like here, a lot of the cheap infantry is going to fall. And this is where you're going to start to see the vampire counts start to struggle. Because they just don't have the tools. Once all their infantry is gone, they have to fight in combat. Quarrelers here with the Great Weapon Dwarf Warriors. Dwarf Warriors might be able to come over here and help fight against the Graveguard. And get these Quarrelers into the middle. Get them fighting, get them shooting here up against the Lemehian Vampire Lord. But in the back here, it's a bit unfortunate. But you can see the Slayers have just fallen to a bunch of other units. Graveguard Great Weapons have just completely deleted all the Slayers. And now there's not really too much. Thunderers are going to be shooting the Vargolf, but the Vargolf is a ginormous pain. Pull your Thunderers this way and trap here with the Dwarf Warriors. Hopefully, you kind of want to tightly pack them a little bit more as well, stop the Vargolf from pulling through. But it's not the Vargolf, it's going to be... I'm not too sure what the Vargolf's doing. Vargolf's going to hit and then terrify here. But Thoric Ironbrown is pretty healthy. He's still going to be fighting up against the White King. In the back, looks like it is going to be a summon here to kind of compromise the Dwarf Quarrelers. Get the Quarrelers back, get the Longbeards in to fight. They actually have immune to psychology, so they're not going to get terrorized here by the Vampire Lord. In the back here, we are going to see that Vargol's here going to be shutting down up against the Thunderers. Thunderers and Quarrelers should be able to shoot in here and do some nice work on the Vargolf. This is a super close game. It's like Balance of Power is going to be pulling here into the VC favour. That Lord is super close to dying. If we kill that Lord, we certainly could do quite well. But the problem here is the Vargolf, it's got 80 speed, it whips around the back, it shuts down this, and there's nothing to protect these. There's nothing to protect these. In the back here, Graveguard Great Weapons are going to be getting healed by the Necromancer. So that's why Necromancer is actually way more important than people think. Quarrelers here still fighting in combat up against zombies. They need to pull out and shoot here against the Vampire Lords. Graveguard Great Weapons have good AP values to fight up against Thoric. If we can use the explosion spell here, that'd be quite nice. The Viking is holding super long, but he does have 48 melee defense. So yeah, it's quite interesting. Thorns are going to get repeatedly broken here in the back. The Vargolf is just being an absolute nuisance here in the backside. But that is the problem with misplaying the Slayers. The Slayers will delete this thing, but the problem is that they will fight against just other infantry. Nice work here. Good prioritization from Matt. He's just shutting down all the range. And I think here, when there's like range and stuff, it's easier to see. Like, you just can't have your Longbeards here fighting against zombies. You need to help Thoric. Fighting against a summon of zombies is just not important. Because the summon will just go. Just ignore it. It's not going to do any damage to Longbeards, but you need to fight against these Graveguard great weapons. They have to be deleted. So Darkstream gets activated. It looks like Thoric is going to try and charge down the Lehemanian Vampire Lord, but as you can see, it's been denied because he could just fly away. In the back, Thunder is here going up against the summon of zombies and the Vargolf. Looks like these guns are trying to come back in, but you need to shoot the Vargolf. It's actually probably more prudent to actually shoot the Lehemanian Vampire Lord. In the back, Quarrelers are going to get broken. They're not going to get chased off by Graveguard, but you can see Longbeards here in the middle. They are going to struggle. Negative 24 melee attack means they're just going to suffer because that's such a long period of time. We are going to be wavering. Can the guns get in and shoot, though, is the question. The Vargolf is going to regen. The Necromancer in the middle is going to be using the Forbidden Rod for extra mana, and it's actually going to be healing the pocket. It's a big threat, and I think people don't quite understand that. Yeah, it's a nice spell here in the middle. He's going to delete. He's actually going to get a lot of the zombies rather than the Graveguard, but that's going to be a break. GG's and well played. Did Urkraminers get deleted? It won't load. Did Urkraminers get deleted? Sorry, what do you mean Beta Ray Hank Hill? I'm not sure you mean did it get deleted? Sorry, Beta, do you have a different name in Discord? Because if you do, I'm not too sure. Because a lot of people on YouTube and Twitch and Discord all have different names. So if you're asking me questions about should this or this or this be for me, it's always good to know if I know who you are, because then I can tell you if you do or don't have access. If that makes sense.
Hello?
Hey man, how did that go?
I don't think I did too well, to be honest.
I think you did really well in some aspects, and some other aspects you fell down. But I don't think you played. Firstly, you're actually 4 hours into live stream, so I would expect fatigue to start having an effect on your game. So kudos for playing for so long.
People are sending jump scares and stuff too.
I love it. But there are some things you did really well with, and some things that let you down. So for example, your Slayers got lots and lots of kills, but they were fighting against like cheap infantry, or they were fighting against units that heavily countered them. Rather than fighting like the Vargolf was like the MVP. That thing was just thumping on your range all day.
Yeah, I tried getting him in there, and I put Slayers into him and couldn't.
Dude, listen. The one thing when I say some things like as well, like we all make mistakes. And like just sometimes, yeah, it sucks. Like your Quarrelers did really, really well. Your Thunderers got some great value. You let your cannon go a bit for free. Once the Fellbats got on, there was nothing to protect it. So they kind of killed your cannon for free, but that's okay. That happens. But otherwise, I think you played well. Blasting charges in the front did some good work. You held the front line quite well. Your Slayers were either fighting against zombies or they were fighting against Graveguard. And Graveguard are heavily armoured, which Slayers don't have much armour. Well, they have armour piercing, but not that much. And they're designed to fight large targets rather than infantry targets, whilst Graveguard are specifically designed to fight infantry targets. So what I would have done is I would have kept your Slayers in like cavalry in the back as reserve, in case any big monsters tried to get in the middle.
Okay.
And then you can protect your Quarrelers and your Thunderers. So if a big monster does pull through, you can then attack with the Slayers and then pull your range units away. Because they're good mobility units as well. Yeah, otherwise, like a lot of your stuff got good value. I think you did really, really well. Trying to think anything else that specifically went wrong. No, I think you did well. I think your opponent had better or had really good target prioritization. Like they used the Vampire Lord with. I saw you try to go after the Vampire Lord a few times, and she just flew away, which is the advantage of having mobility. You can just choose not to engage when you don't want to, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So when you tried to engage with Thoric, she just ran away. Yeah, I think you did really well otherwise. I think your opponent just got his Vargolf on your ranged, and the Vampire Lord was summoning zombies. Oh, that was the other one. If you've got a summon of zombies, and you've got like Longbeards fighting, just ignore those zombies. Those zombies are not going to do anything to your Longbeards at all. Just ignore them. So like Thoric was fighting against 2 Graveguard and the White King, and then behind him was the unit of Longbeards fighting some zombies. Ignore those zombies and ignore those zombies because they're not going to do anything, and just come fight the Graveguard, because the Graveguard were kind of doing chip damage against Thoric. But I thought your runes were really well. You used them very often, like you didn't forget about them. You used Rune of Doom a lot, which was awesome. You used all your other runes as well, which was really nice. So just protect that back range a little bit, that backside range, like with your cannons and your thunderers, and then just think a little bit more. Should I be putting my Slayers here, or should I be keeping them back for the monsters, or think more, where should I be putting this infantry unit? What should this infantry unit be fighting against? Like, for example, if you have Dwarf Warriors, or Dwarf Warriors are great weapons, you want the great weapons fighting the Graveguard because they've got armor. So you want the armor piercing to fight those, and then you want the normal Dwarf Warriors that don't have armor piercing to be fighting the skeletons and the zombies.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and that's really difficult to do in game. It's really difficult to do, and sometimes you have to go, damn, I'm making a mistake here. I just need to throw an infantry unit at the front and just go block that for me. But yeah, as you get, I think, a little bit more into it, I think at the end you'll certainly become better at recognizing what's a good engagement for you, what's not a good engagement for you, and those kind of things.
That makes sense. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you played well though, dude. You played really well. You were so close to killing that Lord as well. I thought if you got your Thunderers over and you shot the Lord, you might have it. But yeah, so close.
That Vargash.
Alright, so should we do game 3?
Yeah.
Sweet.
I think he picks 3 and then I pick 1, right? Or something. I don't remember how it works.
He picks 3 and then bans 2.
I'm gonna use a Russian real quick while he does that.
No problem, no problem. Aha. I have the same name. Bijou, thanks, I got the answer. Sorry, I'm not on the Discord at this moment. I'm sure there's been some conversations in here somewhere. Let's have a look. Pardon me. There looks like quite a few of you guys joined. Hopefully, looks like a bunch of my guys did say hello. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let me say hello to you guys. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Discord. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Cool. Okay.
I'm back.
Awesome. So it looks like your friend here is going to be going Bretonnia, Dark Elves, and Greenskins. And he's going to ban Lizardmen and Beastmen. Also BRB for Bio.
I guess that means I could do Tomb Kings.
Yeah, so Tomb Kings is on the table. So if you were to go Tomb Kings, who wouldn't you want to play against? So you get to ban one of his 3. So he's picked Bretonnia, Dark Elves, and Greenskins. You get to ban one of those 3. And then you can pick Tomb Kings. So, which one would you want to ban?
I'd probably say Greenskins.
Okay, for what reason?
They just have so much versatility from what they can bring.
Mm-hmm. So go through the three factions and tell me all about them. So what are the strengths of each very quickly?
Dark Elves have armor piercing, which could be bad for their cav and range.
Do you have much armor as a faction?
No, as Dark Elves, no.
Okay, so they're going to be paying for a lot of armor piercing when they don't need it. Okay. What about Bretonia?
Because they're playing Bretonia, right? Or no, they get to pick between the three.
Yeah, but you get to ban one of them. So if you pick Tomb Kings, and let's say you ban Bretonia, for example, they'll then have to pick either Dark Elves or Greenskins to play against you.
Which Dark Elves aren't good against skeletons, I don't think, because they don't have armor, or they're not alive. I don't even know. It's a hard one.
Yeah, so this is where like the game becomes hard, right? Where you've got to realize what you want to do. So tell me a little bit about Bretonia. What does Bretonia do? What does Bretonia have? What is Bretonia good at?
Low leadership, but very for other units besides cav. They're pretty much just all cav.
They're a huge cav faction. They almost solely depend on their cav. They are the best cav faction in the game, by far. They have massive, heavily armored knights that are exceptionally good. Yep. So there's that. And what about Greenskins? What are Greenskins very good at?
They're pretty much just versatile, to be honest. They're
cheap, they're wide, and they have war. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and you walk and turn the tide of the battle once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So,
I'm not too worried about Dark Elves.
Okay. What about Bretonia or Greenskins? It seems like you don't want to play Greenskins, so we could ban Greenskins.
I mean, I don't mind playing Greenskins because I feel like the Tomb Kings wouldn't be bad against them.
I think it's pretty even.
I think the biggest threat here would probably be, but the thing is, it's like it depends on the player too for Bretonia how good they are as well.
Yeah.
If they're very good at micro.
And you do have anti-large tools, so if you go onto Tomb Kings, and then have a think about the faction, right? So, if you go on Tomb Kings, do you have tools to deal with cavalry that has armor? Do you have tools to deal with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've got Tomb Guard halberds. We've also got Ushopti Greatbow that fire armor-piercing rounds. You've got Necropolis Knights that are armor-piercing cavalry. Yeah, you've got tools. You've got tools there. For Greenskins, they're going to be pretty cheap and wide. Can you deal with cheap and wide?
Honestly, I think I could with Tomb Kings because pretty much Tomb Kings are also cheap and wide.
Cheap and wide, yeah. So you can do that. And I tell you what.
Plus, they have monstrous units.
What magic would be strong against Tomb Kings?
Fire.
Yeah. Okay. What of these factions have fire damage or fire magic?
Dark Elves and Bretonia.
Nope, it's just Dark Elves.
Okay, so we don't want Dark Elves, then probably.
Potentially. So what do Dark Elves have? They have lots of AP and mobility, pretty good skirmish faction. So, but they also come with Burning Head. So you can see here, Tomb Kings could work probably against any of them, but you probably got to just eliminate one, I would say. So which one would you like to play against the wide faction? And you go wide yourself? Would you want to play against someone that's going to come with lots of cavalry? So you're going to need lots of anti-large tools and stuff? Or you're going to want to go and maybe go and try and see if you can play against Dark Elves that might bring like Burning Head or something?
What do you think I'm weakest against? Going wide, managing cav, or managing magic? I want to play something I'm weakest against because that's the only way to get better is through failure. So I don't care if I lose all my short beard matches as long as I'm getting better.
Well, that's a good way of viewing it. I would probably say going really wide with a lot of micro, learning to micro a lot of different units on the battlefield at one go is going to be quite tough for you. So like playing against Greenskins and going really wide as the Tomb Kings could be quite tough.
Okay, I will ban Greenskins then.
Cool. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back, everybody. I'm just going to be back in 30 seconds. All right, cool. So it looks like... Cool, so we'll see what he wants to do. So you're going to go against Dark Elves, or you're going to go against Bretonnia.
Bretonnia.
Yeah, so let's see what Matt does here, and then we can try and see if we can see what he does. Hey Rusty, how you doing, man? Would it not be better to live coach him? So the thing with live coaching is, in the moment, I'm telling him how to correct his mistakes. Sometimes it's really important for players to understand this was a mistake, show them it was a mistake, and then in person they have to cognitively change that mistake. Because if I constantly tell them not to make that mistake, they're not going to recognize that mistake the next time. So sometimes it's important to go, this is a mistake, this is why it's a mistake, and then they need to be able to see that mistake unfold it themselves. Because otherwise you can just live coach somebody and be like, this is going to happen here if you don't do something, and they're going to go, oh, okay. And they might not necessarily understand what's going on there, they're just doing as they're told. And then what some people can do is become dependent on actions, on me telling them what to do. Essentially, so I actually think that live coaching is actually a negative way of actually teaching people, in my personal experience of coaching in Warhammer and also outside of Warhammer. So
this isn't a good way to learn?
No. So live coaching is me talking to you in game, telling you as you're playing what mistakes you're making.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that, because I'd be scared of making a mistake and be like, what does he want me to do, instead of figuring out myself.
So like, for example, if I was in game and you'd be like, cool, you've got a Graveguard unit on your left, you need to go deal with that. You're just going to sit there and wait until I tell you what to do. And every time you
I don't like that.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a thing that happens a lot in the community that I don't think is very good for anybody. So yeah. And Matt, what are you playing?
Well, Ali says he likes your teaching method, because you learn from your mistakes. So in my opinion, I think this is amazing, because I'm learning from my mistakes, and we reviewed the footage after. So then everyone else can see the mistake I made and like, oh, what would you do in this situation too? Instead of everyone like, oh, logic said to do this, so that is the solution, versus like, what does everyone else think that could have done here?
No, I think it's good. It's also very positive to make mistakes, because you can then go, I did this was a mistake. And then you can see how it unfolds to become a mistake. Because otherwise, if I tell you how to fix it before it becomes a mistake, you'll never know why it could have been a mistake as well. So you can never actually see the mistake unfold.
And then you grow and learn with each battle. And then like when I actually won a battle finally from actually getting the tips and stuff like that you gave me, I was like, yes, I feel better about myself.
You played really
well. Because I did
really
it
well
with your help,
That Wood Elf game, you are very comfortable with the Wood Elves. It's very obvious. But that game was very, very good indeed. That's very, very good.
That's because I mostly play the Wood Elves when I'm playing campaign.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, that's I played the Dwarves when I started, so it makes sense. So Matt's going to go Dark Elves. So,
Don't worry about fire magic.
Yeah, so fire magic is a potential. So we're going Oak and Hammer as the map. So, what is fire magic really good at? So, what in the roster of fire magic is really, really good?
Burning Head.
Okay, what does Burning Head do?
It goes in a straight line.
Yeah, so it's a good damage spell that deletes cheap infantry. Or, generally cheap infantry, I mean infantry with low armor. So, armor can invariably resist magic damage and magic spells. So things like Tomb Guard that are very expensive, that only have 50 armor, can be damaged by Burning Head and stuff like that quite a lot. So if he's using a Burning Head against, say, Tomb Guard compared to Skeleton Warriors, the Tomb Guard is going to be getting a lot more value for his magic. But if he can only Burning Head Skeleton Warriors, he's not really going to get that much damage value for his Burning Head. So, tell me about the Tomb. Tell me as the Tomb King's playing against Dark Elves, what do the Dark Elves have that are really good in this matchup apart from fire magic?
Monstrous units.
Yeah, they do have some monstrous units. What monstrous units do they have?
Hydra, Dragon, and that weird Medusa thing.
Yeah, so they have Carabidis. They have a Hydra. They have Black Dragons. They have Manticores. Yeah, so they have a lot of terror causing units. What do you have to deal with those units? What can do quite well against those big, large monsters?
Tomb Guard.
Yep, Tomb Guard Halberds can do well. Is there anything else in the roster that can do well?
Cavalry.
Yep, cavalry can pin them in and do some work. The specific cavalry can. Not all cavalry, but some cavalry can. Anything else that can do well?
It depends on what they bring too.
I would say generally shooting it as well can be quite good.
So my bow guys again.
Ushopti bows can do quite well here in this matchup. Yep, I think Ushopti great bows are pretty good. Let's see what else we got here. So what else can they bring that's pretty... Is their front line better than your front line?
No, and they well,
Sure?
it depends. They yes, because they have high damage, but they're not as tanky. But I'm not tanky either though.
Would you say Bleak Swords beat Skeleton Warriors?
Oh yeah.
That's their cheapest unit, right? Would you say Black Ark Corsairs beat Tomb Guard?
Yes.
It's pretty even. It's pretty even. Like they've got lots of armor and they've got anti-infantry, but yeah, in general they'll uptrade in value for being cheaper. So, and also they've got Harkonoth Executioners. They've also got Blackguard of Nagarond. So I'd say overall they probably win the infantry fight. I'd say they're probably stronger on their infantry. What about the range fight? Do they win the range fight?
We have longer range, but they also have siege as well.
Yeah, they do. They have the Reaper Bolt Throwers. They also have chariots that can shoot. They have Dark Shards. They don't have much range, but they do have Dark Shards. They also have Skirmish Cavalry. So Dark Elves are known for having good armor-piercing values, but they have pretty small amounts of range. So like their Dark Shards, I'll have 115 range or 125 range. They're not. They can't fire very far, but they do lots of damage. Whilst most of your stuff is not going to be too much damage output, but it's going to do good range. So like your Skeleton Horse Archers have 150 range. Your archers as well have 140 range. So they're like okay. So it depends how you want to play this. But it looks like you're going to go double Tomb Guard plus Tomb Guard Halberds, double Ushopti Great Bow, and you've got an artillery piece. Cool. Do you think only 4 units of range is going to infantry is going to be enough?
No, because they have stronger infantry. So I'm thinking what I can do is use units as cannon fodder to tire them out.
Yep, 100%. Yep. So what cannon fodder have we got?
We have Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Spearmen, but even the Necrarech Warriors aren't very expensive.
Yeah, I think they are significantly more expensive. So like say 3 units of the Nekahara Warriors will be the same as 5 units of Skeleton Warriors. And you've got to say what are you paying for? So Nekahara Warriors might beat they might beat Bleak Swords. Let's have a think. Would they beat Bleak Swords? Maybe they might beat Bleak Swords, but do they beat? It depends if you think they're worth it. It's up to you. Grabbing a quick drink, but ready otherwise. Cool. Okay, so they've got cavalry, they've got chariots. What do you have to do with chariots?
I could flying units could deal with chariots. But also, chariots are spearmen good against chariots? I mean, I have these monstrous infantry units.
Spearmen can be good against chariots if chariots can be pinned still.
Oh, cav can be good against chariots.
Cavs can be good against chariots. What cav have you got? Yeah, I think that looks better. Do you have a lord choice? Who do you want your lord to be this time? Do you want someone that's going to be a bit more tanky? Or do you want someone that's going to be a bit better with magic?
I don't know. So Dark Elves are good with magic. I guess that depends. I mean, I could do that life drain thing again.
Cool. We can do that, yeah. Put him on a horse, and then we can do the Spirit Leech, yep. Learning stream, teach him go main Norska. You behave, Nick, bet. Sometimes I struggle to identify my mistakes, so I think this is a really good method to learn. Awesome, Bichir. I'm glad, man. I also do have a replays for analysis section on the Discord, which is where if you want me to go, like, I'll do a live stream where I will go through replays for analysis, where I'll go through your videos, and I'll help break down where your mistakes were and why you lost certain games. So I can try and help you guys learn.
So I guess now what I'm lacking is the horse archers, I think.
Yeah, it just depends if you want them or not. You might think you don't need them. But let's think about it. So they've got. Think about it. Do you cover all of what you need to cover? So they can bring some infantry. Do you have infantry to fight them?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you do. Okay. If they bring cavalry, do you have stuff to fight cavalry?
Yes, I have tomb guards.
Yeah, and you have your Ushakti Greatbow. Also infantry, you've got the Casket of Souls, which is good. If they bring chariots, have you got stuff for chariots?
Stuff against the chariots. Now that's what I'm struggling with. I don't know what would be good against a chariot.
Your halberds would do quite well if you can. So if you can, like, as an example, put them in with some cavalry and then attack them with the halberds, that could be quite good to take care of them.
Okay.
Also, your Shakti Greatbow can shoot them, or you can Spirit Leech them. Yeah. Also, if you don't know, with your Spirit Leech, if you overcast it, you can increase the range on the Spirit Leech.
I did not.
Yes, so that actually increases it from 100 to 400 meters of range. So go through the build and decide if you think you've got everything you need to take on the Dark Elves.
I feel like I'm lacking range still.
You've got 5 units of range.
Oh, I do. Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay. I have more melee than range. Actually, I think I need more melee.
I would say a 2-to-1 ratio, and at the moment you've got exactly a 2-to-1 ratio. That's a minimum.
So I can bring another skeleton spearman to deal with cab. But if I do warrior, then it's shield. They're both shielded.
What are you going to protect your Casket of Souls with?
Ah.
Yeah, I was going to tell you this time because you didn't do it last time. So what are you going to... You could just bring a unit of skeleton spearmen to protect it if you want.
Yeah, that works.
Mm-hmm. And you can just put the spearmen and just leave it on top of the artillery piece. How much money have you got left?
25 gold.
Okay, I would put a chevron, and I would think that would look pretty good. 25 gold is probably like Nekahara warriors, or you'll probably put it on your spearmen. I would imagine.
Makes sense.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, cool.
Let's do it. So, good luck, have fun, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
No worries, dude. Yeah, so I think for the most part here, and also welcome, Nick Mep. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Blessed Trebs melt Skellies. So Blessed Trebs can do pretty well, yeah. I mean, any Trebs will melt Skellies, yeah, for sure. My mum taught me things the same way, and at the end of the teacher for 20 years, it seems like the right method. Yeah, this is, I mean, I think so. You know, I'm not perfect, but yeah. I'm not perfect, but yeah. Yeah, feel free to send them in, my friend. And what I'll do is I'll do some live streams on Twitch, where you guys can. I did one a short while ago before Christmas, where I went over the short bid replays. A bunch of guys sent in some short bid replays, and they just came and watched for points of improvement. Where I'm like, you did a little bit of this or a little bit of that, and you know, like one example was a lot of players were leaving Chameleon Skinks too far away from help, where the fact that they were doing some good skirmishing, but there was nothing close to support them in case some cavalry caught them off guard, and you know, these kind of small mistakes like this. Or like some people would bring like too many magical spells or some other things as well. And depending on what level of the game you talk about, depends on what level of optimization you're also talking about as well. Like optimization can come from anything from bringing one item, like changing one item can bring a spare unit or not bring a spare unit. You know, there's a whole different level of efficacy depending on what level of the game you play at. I certainly like seeing Prophet Oro with the Skirmish Cav. He likes them quite a bit. He's got some good microrhythm and some good understanding. I think he's you know doing really well here with the Skirmish Cav. He's certainly getting better with it. He's even with a small bit of a poke and a push, he is starting to get some good builds together. And it's nice that he's got his 3 factions. That he's got Tomb Kings, Tomb Kings, Dwarfs, and Wood Elves. You know, he can build off that. So Yeah, pretty classic. This is the biggest known one in the community. Marathi double Manticore, and looks like here it is going to be the double Reaper Bolt Thrower. So yeah, we are going to get double Fair Manticore and Marathi. You can tell the difference between those that watch the community and those that do not watch the community when they play as well. So you can see here it's going to be the Wand of Corridon, Soul Stealer, Heart of the Dark Sword, Enchanted Beauty, and the Greater Arcane Conduit. It's very powerful. That is the perfect toolkit for Marathi. This here is just a build. Like, he's just going to have to deal with it. Scorch Run Check. This is a very powerful Dark Elf build. In hindsight, I probably should have told him to ban Dark Elves, but, you know, it is what it is. Bleak Swords. So this opponent is now going to have to get aggressive. But in the back, we are going to have the Reaper Bolt Throwers. You need to recognise that the Black Guard, Double Manticore, and Marathi are probably the threats. You are going to see Cold War Knights as well as Scourge Runners. It's going to be tough for the Tomb Kings. This is a tough matchup, I think. But it's not like he can't do anything here for sure. It's going to be interesting to see how he has to react. He's built more defensively. But here's the question. Is he going to know when to get aggressive? That's the thing. That's the thing. Funny enough, when I'm doing a TK versus Dark Elf match with Ramen now. Oh, really? Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I think it's like more even than people give justification for, but yeah. It's cool that players learn like this now. When I started, I just rammed my head against quick battles until I was okay. Yeah, man, and that's kind of what I want to do with the Short Bid League. You know, I want to promote it for Warhammer 3. I want to do more of these live streams where I can involve people, get them into the game and start learning some more. And do some replays with them and go, this was a small mistake, that was a small mistake. Here you could be more efficient, there you could be more efficient. And see how you can do. Ah, that's a shame. So it looks like he's going to move over to this side of the map. Yeah, we'll see. These Reaper Bolt Throwers could be a problem for him. Reaper Bolt Throwers are just going to start shooting down his Ushapti. He probably won't know that he needs to target that Ushapti on the range and those chariots, because they're just going to dump to this build if you're not careful. 440 range, though, if you could actually get the Casket of Souls to fire here on the Reaper Bolt Throwers, you probably could scare the infantry off of them. But he's got a double Black Ark Corsair to deal with, I think. Not too sure. But an interesting fight. It'd be an interesting fight to see what they do. Well, I think where a lot of players go wrong is they bring tools and they forget what they're designed to do. Like, each tool in the game has a designated role. Some of it is cheap, cheerful chaff. The thing is, though, the infantry force here is strong from the Tomb Kings. If the Dark Elves aren't careful, they could chew through this and start pushing over the top and doing some good work. Sadly, the Skeleton Horse Archers are probably not going to do too well here. What they really need to do is get round the back and then start actually, if they can, poke into the Reaper Bolt Thrower crew. Only 30 armor, they'll do good damage, or keep the Cold War Knights busy. If they keep the Cold War Knights busy and just keep the Cold War Knights running all day, that's a win. It's a win. Hey, Bob Man, I literally played 1,000 hours worth of quick battles before I entered my first tournament. Quick battles are cursed. On that Sigma grind set, I see. Yeah, well, this is the thing. This is where I want to change the new player aspect of the game, where they're actually coming into a fun environment that has other short beard players, so other new players with their ability level to learn against, make mistakes against, and where you're not just vigorously banging your head against the wall in frustration because you're losing to such a degree. Because the thing is quick battles are cursed. You'll see somebody, like, especially in the early games of like the Beastmen DLC, we saw people just bring in 7 single entities. I'm like, okay, I guess I just lose then. You know what I mean? And the thing is that players will just repeatedly bash their head into the wall. Because I see it. People will repeatedly bash their heads into the wall before they come to Shortbeard. They then also lose in Shortbeard and then quit. And I'm like, please give it a chance. It could work out really nicely for you. But at that point, they've already banged their head against the wall so hard that they just want to stop. So yeah. Alright, so we just want you here for both of these to start. Alright, so they're both ready. So now we're going to go and let's see how he reacts. So the threats: double repeater crossbows, double cavalry, Marathi double manticore. Blackguard are a threat, but also aren't a threat. You can just ignore them. They've only got 31 speed. These are going to come out. It looks like they're going to be shooting here onto the Scourge Runners. They need to be changed to fire into this front line. Reaper Bolt Throws are going to come across. Is he going to recognize that he has to go forward here? Is the question. He might not even know that the Reaper Bolt Throwers, what are their targets going to be, though, is the question. If Reaper Bolt Throwers are mistargeted and firing against Cav and not against the Shopti Great Bow, this could be a problem. So they're going to fire in the front, so they're going to hit the Dread Spears. They should shoot the Blackguard of Nagaron. That would be optimal. Scourge Runners here are going to be shooting, so you can see the artillery. They're now going to be shooting up against the... So if he skirmishes correctly, these Reaper Bolt Throwers are not going to get much damage, or not much value indeed. Cav's going around the back, and it looks like here Cav could come through. It looks like he's going to get away with it for now. It looks like here the Dread Spears are going to take a bit of a punishment. That's pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. Reaper Bolt Throwers is going to be shooting the Skirmish Cav, and that is by far the best. If Matt here could realise if he just shoots the Chosen of the Gods, it's going to be very, very nice. Spirit Shots here are going to shoot into the Scourge Runners. They do have 80 armor, but of course they're big flip-off chariots. It looks like we do hit the Dread Spears. Nikahara Horsemen are going to come forward, so they're going to be charging. You can see the Scourge Runners run away. Don't engage, drop back. Because now he's going to be coming into a danger territory, where he's now coming into the Dark Elf place. And that's good. He really recognises that, and now he's going to drop off. Now good, he's getting aggressive here with the cavalry. He does need to recognise that his cavalry will lose to this cavalry, but I don't think he knows that yet. Double cavalry is going to come over to screen, but you can see, they're busy. They're busy. They're not going to be protecting this force. The front line is really small, and his front line are going to be coming forward. All of it's coming forward here. Marathi double Manticore, what is he going to do here with Arkan? That's the question. Is he going to Spirit Leech Marathi? Spirit Leech and the Manticore is actually the smarter way to play, because the Manticore can't heal, but Marathi can. Reaper Bolt Thrower is now going to be shooting into the Casket of Souls. This is where the problem is. Does he recognise that? So it looks like he's going to Spirit Leech Marathi. Okay. You shove the Great Bows might shoot the sky here. Looks like they are going after the Ferromanticore. In the back here, you can see Cavalry is going to be fighting. It is going to keep them busy, but they are going to lose. It looks like here the Halberds are coming over. He needs to shut down this. This is a huge threat. He's going to lose 1.2k value for free. Now, he might not realise he can also use his summon in the back. We'll have to see how that works. Nikahara Horsemen are in the back. They're going to be fighting here. They're getting kind of pounded by Scourge Runners. But yeah, so much damage going on the Casket of Souls. Nah, this is a shame. But Marathi has been dealt with. Marathi's getting absolutely thumped here in the middle, which is nice to see. Always like to see Marathi falling down here quite nicely. Marathi is going to be getting absolutely donked on. So she's going to be out of the battlefield, and it depends if Matt sees to bring her back. That's a big loss in the front. Big loss indeed. Skeleton Horse Archers don't want to be fighting here. They want to be dropping out. Howard's now going to be fighting up against the Bleak Swords. What's this in the middle? It's going to be Spirit Leech. Nice. Spirit Leech coming down on the Black God of Nagaron. I actually do not hate that choice. That is actually an absolutely fine choice. Spearmen are going to be coming over. Can they fight here as well? That's certainly a possibility. I don't know where the Spearmen are going. I don't know where the Spearmen are going, but he has lost. I still don't know where the Spearmen are going, but yep. Looks like here in the back he did lost. Marathi is going to be in the back. One Manticore is rampaging here up against the Tomb Guard. Are the Manticore, are they shooting in here? I'm not too sure. It looks like they are shooting in, and they'll do a lot of damage here against the Ferromanticores. Now, can they shoot into Marathi? You should notice that Marathi's coming back into the screen. So it's going to be the big shots here coming down. Spread shots and the Rabiat Bolt Throws. If they did single shots... Oh, we are going to see the summon. Very nice. Very nice. I like it. Oh, baby. Now we're talking. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a game. We're in. Spirit Leech here on down on Marathi. Nice stuff. And also here the Ushopti are going to be fighting in combat. They can fight pretty well here. Marathi is getting donked on. She's got to be seriously careful. In the middle here, it looks like we are going to get a Soul Stealer, though. That is going to heal Marathi. We don't want to have these in combat. They need to leave. We need to recognize that they're not happy there, and they need to go away. These are going to be... What are they shooting into, though? They're shooting into infantry. These need to recognize this is the threat. This here is the threat. In comes Arkan. Arkan, though, is going to be getting trapped by a load of anti-large armor-piercing cavalry. So we've now lost one of the Ushopti Great Bows. We're now about to lose the second one because we weren't really paying attention here in the back. We did break one of the Reaper Bolt Throwers. We can now smash the pot here. We need to keep pushing. So we just need to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Keep clicking through until you get on top of the Reaper Bolt Thrower. Screw off this stupid infantry unit. Forget about it. In the back, what is this going to be? Spirit Leech down on the Cold One Knights. That will delete Cavalry. We are going to be fighting here. This could be a break from the Cold Ones. Halberds here. I'm going to be fighting against Halberds. It's going to be the Wand of Crydon here in the back. Good damage here on the Tomb Guard. Pretty close game here. Sadly, we are going to be losing. Arcane Black is getting thumped here. There is a bunch of stuff in the middle here that is going to be damaging him. We do see the Tomb Guard coming back in. Can we fight against the Cavalry? Tomb Guard are in, so it looks like they are going to back off. We need some Spirit Leeches if possible. Yep, so now the Reaper Bolt Thrower is going to be fighting yet again. It's just going to be shooting the back. Yeah, and this is the problem. And this is what I see from a lot of new players. They just don't know how to deal with it. When they don't have superiority on range, they kind of collapse under pressure. But yeah, this was an exceptionally strong build. Which is very tough to deal with. This TK build is missing chariots. Bob, what you got to remember, mate, I understand you're a very, very strong player. This is for new players. You can't just sell new players to bring chariots. He needs to understand A, how chariots work, and B, why chariots are beneficial. Sometimes actually just bringing chariots, if you don't know how to use them, is not a good thing. But you as a good player need to understand that you can't just tell someone to bring something and hope that it's going to work. That's not how this game works. Sometimes it's better just to not bring something, even if it's brilliant, because you might not necessarily know how to use it. You could bring 4 chariots, it'd be amazing. It'd be very good in this matchup. But if you've got 2,400 gold you don't know how to use, you're just going to throw it down the toilet. It doesn't matter. Sometimes you just need to bring a build that you go, like, this thing shoots, right, I'm going to make it shoot. If people don't know how to cycle charge and they don't know the key units to use it against, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Now, getting the idea in their head that chariots are good is a good thing. But, yes, you do need to use it. But in this scenario where I'm getting him to learn Tomb Kings, sometimes it's getting him to bring specific units is bringing a competitive army is good. Just getting this took a while for us to build. Hey Oreo, how you doing?
Good.
So GG Build played. Matt definitely stole that build online. This was definitely a stolen build. This is a very competitive build. Well, not very competitive, but this is a competitive build. And this is the thing as well, which is one of the downsides of the short bid league, is there's nothing to stop people from stealing builds online. But stealing builds is fine. You can definitely take builds for sure. Yeah. Yeah,
I don't mind.
But sorry, just to answer Bob. But your thing is totally right as well, Bob. So you do need to like use certain things. So what I do with some of the players that I coach here is that I do go, these things would be good in this matchup, but let's bring a few of them and let's build them in. Let's work them in. So some of the comments here, for your knowledge, Oreo, was you should have brought some chariots. And I was like, that's really awesome. Chariots are really good, and that's a good spot here from the guys. But sometimes if you don't know how to use these tools, make sure you start learning how to use them slowly. Don't just go nuts deep into something you don't know how to use sometimes. But yeah, no, that's good. Honestly, let me know if you have any pointers for me on those games, especially the one you had. I had no idea how to play that much. Especially game 1. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll let you know, Matthew. But really well played there. Really well played there, Oreo. How did you feel about the match? Tell me.
I think I did good. I think I think I actually did good. But I think the one thing I was too aggressive on was my cav, and they got wiped out too quickly. I think if I would have saved my cav until his siege was a little more, like, kind of just take the hits for a little bit, and then get in my cav, like, to basically try to sacrifice one of my cav to stop his cav and then hit his siege, I think that the battle would have gone a little better. Yep. We still did have those manticores. I did try to snipe Marathi, which I almost succeeded in.
Nearly.
But he got her out of her.
She is such a pain, right?
Yeah, he got her out of there. So I all in all, I don't think I did horrible, but that, like someone in my chat said too, like they said, if you understood what the strengths and weakness of each faction, how to use each unit, it'd probably help. Which that's what this is for. So.
No, what I wanted to tell to everybody, and Bobman says the exact. Hey, Caradoc, how you doing, my friend? Yeah, Bobman is saying all the right things. There are certain tools here you can utilize, but you've only played probably less than 20 games here, in total.
This is like my 12th.
Yeah, and you played very, very well today, and I think you've come on absolute leaps and bounds. So let's go to this game quickly before we forget. And I'm very interested in your answer. What was the main threat from Matt's build?
I think it was the Manticores and Marathi itself.
So if you were not playing Undead, the Manticore certainly would have been with Marathi a big threat. But yes, that was one huge threat. But actually, what was one threat to your specific build? There was another threat that was very strong. There was two of them. They were sat at the back.
Oh, yeah, the siege. I was trying to take out the siege.
Yeah, so the artillery pieces. So the Reaper bolt throwers, they have a dual action fire. So they have an anti-infantry spread shot, like the Sisters of Twilight, and then they also have a single anti-large shot, which is very, very accurate indeed. I don't know if you saw, but actually those two just decided to shoot on your artillery piece, and then they killed your artillery piece. They killed your Casket of Souls. But yeah, you're because also with the artillery piece, I don't think you recognised. You have 440 range on that, and these have 350, so you actually outranged them. But I think there was so much going on. Like I don't blame you at all. Like there was so much going on. Like Marathi Double Manticore is an absolute tyrant to deal with. Like it's uber competitive, Yeah, so but I think you did really well. You targeted the infantry. I saw you try to get your cavalry there on his skirmish Squadron of Chariots. I saw you push those away, which was really good. But yes, the double bolt throwers, the sieges, were the threat, and the reason is that they can take down your Shakti Greatbow, and then they can take down your Casket of Souls. So as long as he can keep you off those bolt throwers were just going to take down everything you had. Which is actually what happened, which is why I was very interested to see what you were going to do. So there was a couple of ways you could have played it. So he had 2 cavalry and you had 4. I did wonder if you were going to try and overwhelm the cavalry and shut down that way, or if you were going to use your Ushakti Greatbow and your Casket of Souls to shut down his bolt throwers. I wasn't sure what you were going to do, but
I tried the cav and I failed at it.
No, you played very well, and I think the other things you recognise is that the double cold ones obviously beat your cav. So what I would have done actually, which was a bit irritating, is I would have got my 2 skirmish cav to start shooting on the cold one knights, and then when I got the cold one knights to charge after my skirmish cav that's shooting them, that's when I would have put in my melee cav to deal with those bolt throwers. Because essentially I would have tried to bait them into attacking me or chasing me off or stop me from shooting them. But then that's how I would have played it, and then I would have, and also that summon was so good. It was so good. When you shut down.
It actually worked.
Yeah. Also the other one as well with that summon, because you got rid of the first one, but the second artillery's kept fighting. If he's blocking it with infantry, you've got monstrous infantry, so they're bigger. Just pull them through. Just keep clicking and clicking until they pull themselves through onto the artillery piece, because they will do it. And then just keep hacking away until you get onto that artillery piece. But you played very well, man. This was a tough matchup. I actually didn't think Matt was going to bring such a competitive build. And the last point was you were shooting his dread spears with your artillery piece when you could have shot the Black Guard of Nagarond. So you shot a unit that was 450 compared to a unit that's worth 1.
Yeah, I clicked on the Black Guard or the dread spears, and I clicked on the Black Guard of Nagarond, so maybe it didn't take because I did click on them.
But no, apart from those small little things, you played very well, and I think that the army composition was good. It can certainly be improved. Some of the guys were talking about using chariots and stuff, and I think when you get better at cycle charging and when that micro gets up and you understand a little bit more about the game, chariots and stuff you can use to get in there, delete his infantry and all those kind of things, yeah. But I think you played very well today, dude. How did you find today?
What was that?
How did you find today?
It was fun, man. I enjoyed it. I've learned a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, good.
So I'm enjoying it. A lot of people in chat also are saying thank you for doing this. Like they're learning a lot. And they said that they really like your teaching method. It's more methodical and better than a lot they've seen.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do some more of these, hopefully with you. And then I'm also going to do some videos and some other things as well where I actually do... on my actual channel on the Discord. If you go into my Discord for everybody, there is a replays for casting section for like all the games you want to like thematically have cast. And there's another one called replays for analysis, where you can drop in your replays and I'll give analysis on how you could improve. So yeah, there's that section as well. So yeah, I guess if people want to get some more stuff for Warhammer 3, playing the short bid league for new players, or they want to come get some videos on how to improve, feel free to jump on the YouTube. Yeah. And my guys, yeah, feel free to follow Prophet. He's been doing some amazing stuff, really getting into the scene, and I'm sure we'll be doing a lot of content here in the future. So do feel free to go check out the big man here on Twitch. Let me drop your Twitch.
I'm dropping your Twitch and Discord for people, or your
Thanks,
YouTube.
Yeah, so yeah, do feel free to hop over and go say hello to the big man. But yeah, thank you so much for today, man. It was nice to have you on the channel. I hope you enjoyed it, and maybe we'll try and do it sometime in the future.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun, and people are also said that they're happy that we're having positive attitudes, which is always good for competitive games like this. So
100%. And the one thing I'll say for you and everybody else as well in the community, and a lot of guys that said on my side, like, so a lot of people that play quick battles, and quick battles is a system that you can abuse quite a bit because there's no real proper rules on it. And a lot of people spend a lot of time bashing their head against the wall, playing against really, really good players as a brand new player on quick battles and trying to get into multiplayer. And it would literally just grinding their head against the wall, trying to get into the multiplayer scene. There are a lot of, well, not a lot anymore. There used to be more. But I would say if you want to come get in the multiplayer scene, come have a chat with my guys on the Discord and we'll try and get you playing against other new players so that you've got other players of games that are competitive to your level, and then you can slowly build up into the multiplayer scene and you can learn more with us in the Discord, and therefore you're playing games that you have a good chance of winning and playing against even quality of players. So you're not just coming and running up against myself or other people in the community that you're just going to go, well, I hate this because I always lose. You know what I mean? So feel free to jump in and come see all of us. So yeah, is it anything you want to say, Oreo, before we finish up?
I'm going to keep probably doing some multiplayer battles, so if anyone wants to play, I don't care if we do free-for-alls or whatever. It just makes me better in general. Mm-hmm. And with that being said, I appreciate your community and picking to help me, honestly. It means a lot that you chose to help me and my community with multiplayer battles, so I appreciate you.
No, of course, man. And, you know, you raided me a couple of times and we had some good conversations, and I came over to you, and you're an extremely kind person, and it's nice to have someone with your attitude in the scene. You know, a really nice person, and I really enjoyed this actually. You know, I love coaching, and I'm hoping that we can bring this positive attitude to coaching forward into Warhammer 3. So I'm excited. But yeah, cool, man.
That was awesome.
What I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to say thank you very much. I'm going to sign off here, but afterwards I'm going to send my guys hopefully over to you. So thank you very much for today, dude. I'm gonna quit the call, and then I'm gonna finish up my live stream.
Sounds good, man. Appreciate you.
Take care, dude.
You too.
All right. So thank you very much, everybody here that watched today. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this. I hope it was, you know, there was good information there. You enjoyed the coaching, and hopefully some of the stuff that I've said. And I know some of it's really long-winded, so I do apologize for that. But hopefully it gets you in the right mind to think about what you're doing and why you're doing it. Thank you very much to everybody that played today as well. We had Stormrunner, we had Matt. I know Hunting Bra was going to come on. We had Pushover, and I'm sure there was a bunch of others there that really wanted to come on and play. So thank you so much for all of your support. And I know it was a late run thing. We were going to do it yesterday, but I wasn't very well, and I couldn't. So I want to say thank you very much to all of you that gave up your time to be here, gave up your time to play, and I hope that you got something from this as well. And the thing as well here with this, and something I would recommend for any other new players out there. Okay, so if you're going in here and you're like, this is so much, it's all in front of me and I don't know what to do with it. Okay, one thing I would say, pick something. It doesn't matter what it is you're going to do. So I picked the dwarfs. I loved the dwarfs. There was thematically, lore-wise, game-wise, I loved them. So I said, cool. I'm going to learn the dwarves. And I played the dwarves against every other faction in the game over and over and over again. No matter how many times I lost, how many times I won, I just played the dwarves. I now know every single unit inside and out. every single unit. I know what I expect from all of these. I know, for example, if I have these 2 units, Longbeards, I know which one the great weapons are better against. I know which ones the normal Longbeards are better against. I know, for example, you get immune to psychology with Longbeards, but you don't get it with Dwarf Warriors. You don't get it with Miners. You don't even get it with Hammerers, or even Ironbreakers for that matter. But the Regiment Renowned, you do get immune to psychology. I'm going to be doing some videos soon that are going to drop onto all of these stats. What does even armor mean? What does armor do for you? How does it work? What does 100 armor mean? What does it mean? It's just a value to you guys. So what does it do? I'm going to tell you what armor means, what leadership means. How does speed work? How does speed work with charge? How does weapon strength work? What does armor piercing mean? What does base weapon damage mean? What does melee defense and melee attack? How does it work? Why is it interesting to me? Why do I need to know these things? And I'll be going through all of it. Health. Is health interesting to know? Yeah, I'll be going through all these things. What is bonus versus large? What is anti-large? What is magic damage? What is resistances? How do resistances work? How do they stack? And how can you deal with them? And these are all things that I want to go through in Warhammer 3. I was going to do it for the end of Warhammer 2, but being with such a huge uplifting change coming for Warhammer 3 here in the future, it just seemed smarter for me to wait until we get into Warhammer 3. And there's going to be some big changes, some unit things as well that I want to drop down for you guys and hopefully give you some good knowledge that you can go, okay, I don't know what this means. I don't know why it's not working. Let me see if Logic's got a video that can help me kind of get better here. So hopefully we'll be able to do that in the beginning of Warhammer 3. So if you guys have any questions, do feel free to, also for those who fought in the multiplayer, chance to win the, oh yes, of course, so for the blanket, if you guys did play today, that's going to be Pushover, that's going to be Matt, that's going to be Stormrunner, and I think myself or something like that. Yeah, there's a blanket going, and if you guys want to earn a copy of Warhammer 3, you go, if you've been watching Prophet Horus channel, make sure you've clicked that thing. Make sure you've got your ticket to win a chance for Warhammer, a free copy of Warhammer 3. So make sure you put that down there. But yeah, I've got a bunch of things coming forward for you guys. But I would say pick a faction, learn it inside out against every other faction in the game, and then once you've learned that, move on to the next one. Because then you've always got one faction you can always fall on, and you can always go, well, I've got dwarfs. I know what to do with dwarfs. I know how dwarfs work. And you can learn what's a good matchup, what's not a good matchup, what's even, the different ways it can be played. And, you know, it gives you a good base. So like with dwarfs, I'm happy against any faction in this game. I know what it's good against. I know what it's bad against. I know what you can do against all these factions, how you can make it work. There's a lot you can do. And then once you've learned that, you can then learn a second, and a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and then you can work your way till you've probably learned half of them, which is roughly where I think I'm getting at now, where I've learned half of them, then I can play to a pretty decent standard. And yeah, and then you can come into the Short Bid League, play some games, have some fun, and come run the game in a healthy environment. So, I'm going to sign out. I'm going to say thank you to all of you. I'm going to go enjoy some lovely grub. And then, potentially, depending on my energy levels, I might do a live stream tonight with maybe me just doing some quick battles. So you guys can come, just watch me play some games, see what I do, come laugh at all the mistakes that I make, and then, yeah, have a good time. And hopefully you can come in the quick battles and try and see if you can snipe me. That'd be awesome. So, oh yeah, sorry, Corridor. Yeah, we are ending. Is it okay for me to come for the new player? Sorry, Corridor. We are just finishing. Yeah, sorry, it's been 5 hours, man. I do apologise. But thank you so much to all of you. If you haven't already, do feel free to like and subscribe. It really does help on the channel. And I'll see all of you tomorrow for some more content. So see you there. Take care.